لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صدق.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. We've got a roundtable conversation here for you. I'm Degon, I'll be hosting this. Joining me of course is Wolf and Atlas of the LCK, which is what they told me to say because I'm also from the LCK. Gents, how are you?
Not too bad, man. Yeah, it's a bit of a LCK reunion, I like it.
Yeah, it's been really fun hanging out at the hotel and getting ready for this event. Really hyped. Going to be some good matches.
Yeah, well, we've got the top two teams from each major region, kind of like a reunion from MSI. Going into it, what are some of the big storylines, Wolf?
I mean, right now, obviously, is Gen.g. Can they continue their Golden Road arc, and will they be able to get back-to-back titles? Currently undefeated in the LCK as well. They haven't lost a single game, so that's one of the big stories is how will Gen.g do here with not a lot of preparation because they went straight from the LCK to here. Not a lot of prep time. We have a new patch, so I think Gen.g being tested here is a really exciting storyline that a lot of people are following.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in domestic form and how it translates to this tournament. I think that there are a couple of schools of thought that you can have for something like EWC, and that is it going to be just more of the same from the teams in their domestic leagues, or is it going to be a big reset so that these teams can really use this as an opportunity to find something different? And with the format of the tournament, I think it's really interesting, right? Because they're on Gen.g's side of the bracket, not going to be facing them in the first match. But if they are able to overcome, then maybe it's just win the whole thing from that point, right? Like, this is the thing, there's going to be only one winner. There's no losers bracket. It's sort of do or die for every single team. So you have to cross that hurdle at some point.
Well, when you bring up the bracket, you bring up a really good point. The way that it worked out for our friends at home, we have NAEU on opposite sides of the bracket, and then LPL, LCK also on the other side of the bracket. I think that's just so fun how these regional rivalries are now getting a spotlight even more here at EWC.
I think a lot of people are sad about how that worked out in that they might lose their favorite region in the first round. Like it could be that the LCK is completely eliminated from the first round, or it could be the LPL is completely eliminated. Really tough matchups there. But I think, based on the teams we have, it's kind of 50-50 whether that will happen or not. I think one of the big things for me about this tournament is how much time Gen.g and T1 have had to play games professionally on a very similar patch to the one we're going into now. People are not expecting massive changes moving into this new patch for this tournament. And in the LCK, you just play a ton of games. We have a double round robin system. We're only, partially through the first round robin at this point.
Week 3.
But even still, they played a ton of games, right? They have a really good read on this meta. If you compare what the LCS teams have played so far game-wise, if you compare even to the LPL with their new group format, as well as the Fearless draft that they have, which means they can't iterate as much on the compositions, moving to this tournament that's not Fearless draft, I think it gives a huge edge to the LCK teams.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because I think Fearless Draft can also be used on the other hand because it gives you a lot of extra practice on a whole bunch of different stuff. So maybe like training champion pools is something that the LPL has a little bit more experience in. But ultimately, I think you're right. I think it is just a little bit of a hamstring when you're playing on a different format to what you're expecting here. I don't personally think that that's going to bite the LPL teams that much, especially top esports. I think that top are looking really good. BLG, on the other hand, not sure what to expect whatsoever, but I think it's really, really fun that it's BLG versus T1 to start us off. Both of them coming off losses to organizations that have been historically that team, you know, like KT and LGD, like they've got the same energy in my mind. And the fact that they were both sort of just very recently taken down by those squads, I think is like a beautiful parallel to see going into that first match.
Yeah, I like that you brought up Top Esports because they have the player that has played the most champions so far in the summer season in Tien, who is tied with Keria. They've both played 10 champions uniquely in their seasons compared to the player who's played the least amount of champions in the summer split. That would be the general. It's Umpty, who's only played 2.
The man knows what he likes, okay? We know this from the LCK. But of course, like, I think that there's a lot of teams that have been drafting super specifically. And I think that there is a lot of the same ideas going around about how this patch is supposed to be played.
Yeah.
In the LCK, we've recently seen a few different adaptations on this sort of like tanks and hypercarry meta, but I still think that that's probably going to be the resounding idea as to what's going to be winning. So expect a lot of the old Tristana Corki in the mid lane and stuff like that.
And in terms of the Korea versus China matchups, the LPL LCK matchups, it's really interesting to see that both Faker has had a bit of a drop off in terms of his individual performances. MSI was, you know, a bit of a rough one for him. He's bounced back since in the LCK. Knight looks a little bit less comfortable on AD mids at the moment, and I don't think that meta is really going to be changing on this patch. They haven't really gutted the champs in mid lane, Corki, Tristana, untouched on this patch, so that's going to be an interesting storyline to follow. And then on the other one, when you look at Gen.g going up against Top Esports, the bottom lane I think is where Top Esports has really excelled. Like they've got an incredible AD carry in the bottom lane, most famous of all time. You know, pretty much a lot of people would argue. You know, next to Uzi, who's no longer up at the top, but you know what I mean. Jackaliv's really moving up the ranks, but this has been like the best season for Lehens and Pays in terms of how they're playing as a duo, looking way better than they did in spring season. MSI was incredible for Lehens, so it feels good for Gen.g in this matchup, considering one of the strong points for Top Esports is actually just kind of weaker than what Gen.g is showing so far to me, and also the same point for Tian in that Canyon also has a massive champion pool. So it feels like some of the good things you'd say about TES in an isolated world is kind of ironically, Gen.g feels like they're maybe 10% better in both of those positions, both the bottom lane and the jungle.
Yeah, it's sort of like the Gen.g Light situation, and that is a very dangerous prospect for this team that looks absolutely unbeatable. So I like anything can happen in the tournament, right? Like we could be eating our words, but I think it would be disingenuous to not say that if Gen.g loses a single game in this tournament, that's an upset. I'd even go so far as to say if they lose an early game, it's an upset. But like, they're just looking like heads and shoulders strong at this point in time. And of course, you know, we've got a little bit more tape than I guess the other teams, but I don't see them losing at all, which is going to make that first matchup really interesting. Just because if Top Esports are able to do it, then are they just going to win the whole thing, right? Like, because they start off with the hardest test. You get through that exam, and then you're like kind of cruising. You know?
Let's talk about 2 teams from the West, the 2 seeds that we really haven't given too much love to in FlyQuest and Fnatic. Of course, at MSI, FlyQuest got knocked out before the knockout stages, so they're now moved on in, and the only team here that has made a roster change in the mid lane, Jensen out, Quad in, and now he's getting the opportunity on the big stage. Well, what do you make of these 2 squads in terms of what success looks like to them?
I mean, for Fnatic, they have Noah and June in the bottom lane, and that is, you know, 2 Korean players that we know pretty well. Obviously, June played in the LCK. Noah played briefly in the LCK, was mostly a challengers player from KT Rolster. And Noah, to me, he's really shown his stuff early on in this tournament, and I think we were all pretty excited for Noah potentially coming to the LCK. Had a lot of potential, right? And this is often what happens in challengers. Those challengers players then move to other regions if there's no space for them right now in the LCK. So I'm glad to see he's really showcased what he's capable of. Same with June. But it's an Ezreal meta, right? Ezreal is extremely strong, not touched on this patch. It's been one of Noah's favorite champions, one that he played a ton in challengers. Even when Ezreal wasn't meta, he was kind of leaning on it, finding a lot of success with that. So to me, that's definitely the big pick. And then Quad was kind of a question mark to me, to be honest. Like, I didn't think he was going to do as well as he did in the LCS as people thought. So for us watching Quad, at least in my experience, and when we covered a lot of his games, he was at times pretty weak. Like, we considered him to be a weaker mid laner. Didn't expect him to find, you know, it wasn't like he was going to have a bad time in the LCS, but I didn't expect him to his reputation to go skyrocketing and the faith that people had in him, even after a long career, to pick him up.
Yep.
I was pretty surprised by, but not sure how he's going to do maybe past the first round, but I'm looking forward to him because he's a guy that I had kind of written off, but he's back.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested in FlyQuest because I feel like the roster change wasn't necessarily about individual strength, it was more about cohesiveness within the team. And I think you do have explosive changes when that has been remedied. And I think Quad has done that. And I'll echo Wolf because we knew Quad as Sulker, who was a Cassiopeia one-trick in solo queue, and then came into Challenger and was just kind of average, and then came into the LCK and was then even more average and was subbed out pretty immediately. And seeing his sort of meteoric rise over in North America is really, really cool because we knew that he had the potential to be great, not just on Cassiopeia. He was always pretty good on that champion, but we knew he had the potential to be great, but he just wasn't ready yet. And so to now actually get his opportunity is, I think, really, really huge. So I'm looking forward to seeing what FlyQuest can do with the adjustment that they've made moving into EWC. I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be enough, but we'll just have to see, right? Because we don't have tape in them from a knockout stage in MSI because it was PSG instead.
Yeah, it was. I do want to just give my shout outs to Inspired, who was my MVP vote last year for the LCS, who didn't feel like he could be unlocked going into MSI, and him having another opportunity on a large scale. I expect him to have a pretty good tournament, as well as the ageless wonder in the top lane, Whippo, who's just constantly evolving his game. So we'll see how FlyQuest end up doing. And then for the Fnatic side, Humanoid had those standout performances where we were shouting his name, and right now his form in the LEC kind of shaky, so I'm hoping that he's able to turn it back around.
What's so interesting to me about Humanoid is he's a player who I think was really criticized early on in his career, but he's outlasted other mids he kind of grew up around, like Larson, for example. And back several years ago, he was the only mid playing Tristana mid often and consistently, and people were kind of like, why is he playing that? It's not that strong. He's kind of going in a bit too deep. He's making some mistakes. He's looking for those resets and failing. He hasn't played a single game of Tristana this season, actually, despite it being incredibly meta. So I don't know where he's going to land, but he's one of the players I've always enjoyed watching over the last few years because I think his growth has been immense. And maybe his current form isn't his best so far this year. But again, in an international tournament like this, you have such a huge opportunity to make a name for yourself in a new country, in a new place, with so many eyes watching you. So I hope he steps up.
I also want to quickly shout out Razok as well, because I think that he's one of the junglers that's actually playing Ivern on this patch.
Yeah.
And Ivern makes sense, right? When you're playing double hypercarry all the time, just put another support out there. And I know a lot of people are like, you just surround them with tanks and then everything's fine. But I think that Ivern has a really specific place. He's played it a lot so far in the LEC as well. So I think Fnatic's idea of what good looks like will be a little bit different, and when you have that at a tournament like this, like a clash of styles, that's really fun because you don't get that with LPL versus LCK. The drafts are the same, and so we'll just have to I'm really looking forward to seeing their matchups and whether that influences the other teams at the tournament as well.
All right, well, we've hit all the teams. Pred's time, so where are we going with predictions here? I think you guys at home will be so shocked what our LCK casters pick.
Well, coming into this tournament, before I had fully looked into all of BLG's games, I was really worried for T1, especially considering they did come off of that loss against KT Rolster. But at the same time, I think T1, a lot of their problems are draft related, and it's going to be until the finals, if they make it there, best of threes. So you're working with a smaller set of drafts. It's a little bit tougher to expose a draft in a longer series until we get to that finals, if they do. And I think, I spoke with Guma UC today, and I asked him about the KT series, and he mentioned, we played a little bit too aggressively. We also didn't have the good read on the draft, which is something we've all been talking about in that KT series. The draft was really rough.
Yep.
I think these types of things, especially you got a coach like T1's really robust coaching staff, I think that kind of thing can be fixed fairly easily, even though it's a new patch. I think a lot of people are stressed about that. I think if T1 just draft their own playstyle, they should be able to overcome. So for the first series, I'm definitely now leaning to T1, maybe 55-45.
Yeah, I'm actually, as far as predictions for the first round is concerned, I kind of think we're going to have a team from every region. That's what I'm feeling, because I actually feel like BLG versus T1 is going to be hard for T1 to bounce back from. I think that like at the beginning of a season is where you want to attack T1. I think they often ramp up, and with the short time span of this tournament, they don't have that opportunity.
Right.
And I think that BLG has a really good shot of being able to upset there. Of course, I'm not going to be surprised if T1 wins, but I think that there is a big likelihood that we get BLG, G2, TL, and then gen.g through to the next round. And I think that that is absolutely awesome that we then get a representation from every single region making it to the semis.
I agree with most of that, except the first thing that you said way back, or I agree mostly with the first thing you said way back. It's gen.g versus top esports, and I think the winner of that has the best chance of moving forward.
It's 2018 Worlds, you know, it's KT versus IG, and we know that like whoever's going to win that one is going to take it home. And I think if we were like to peel it all back, that's probably how it is. And I don't think that top stands even half a chance.
I think I'm a little bit biased in terms of how much I've had the magnifying glass on gen.g versus top esports, obviously because it's my region. I'm analyzing the games, casting the games day to day. But I just feel like right now gen.g's ability to maximize early game leads, get plates, whether they're swapping lanes after the early laning phase advantage they got, and then getting plates top side for Pays. This type of play, how good Pays is at hyper carry, Canyon's champion pool. It just seems to me that even though Tian has some of those similar strengths, Jaculev's really, really on form right now. I'm going to have to lean towards gen.g here. And it's tough to say, definitively that I would say gen.g are the massive favorites just because it's a best of 3. If it was a best of 5, I think I'd feel even more comfortable with gen.g, even though top esports played them to 5 at MSI.
Right.
I think this gen.g is better, believe it or not, than the gen.g we saw at MSI.
Oh, 100%. And I think that's where I'm sort of coming from, is the fact that like you unlock Canyon to play carries, they've just become like so much stronger. And we know like Canyon just wins worlds when he's allowed to play the picks that he likes. That happened in 2020. It almost happened again in 2021 on a slightly different meta. So I think you pair Canyon and Chovy together in a meta that suits exactly what they want to do. Like Chovy was picking Corki when it wasn't even that good. He's like happy to just only play that champion forever, even if there are other champions that are good. But Corki's really good at this point in time, and you've only made him better at the time Chovy is the most powerful. So I think so much, like it's the stars aligning in the patch notes and they're spelling out gen.g in really big letters, and that's the problem.
Well, these have been some superstar names that we've talked about. We've got some superstar games happening here at EWC. We'll find out how it all shakes out. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on this roundtable. And yeah, we'll see how things happen.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
right, let's get it on. Wait, where is everyone?
Ginny, where are you?
Stop yapping, bro. I'll be there at 16:47.
Well, hurry up. We gotta get to the airport. Joshi, you got those tickets, right?
Wait, you guys were invited? I thought only good teams were allowed.
Oh, hey guys. Come on, get in. We got a show to get to. Let's go.
Whoa.
Man, it's gonna look so cool when Gen.g's name's up there, Wolf.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to lose any games.
Hold up, wait, are we being biased?
Nah, I don't think so. There's still a chance T1 could win. You and I both know it.
Yeah, true.
The teams are ready. The casters are ready. Are you? The Esports World Cup starts right now. Welcome, one and all, to the first ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. I'll be your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, covering the tournament all 4 days. But I'm not alone. Joining me is Daniel Ox Harrison and Brendan Valdez. Gents, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Can never get enough of international events in League of Legends. A fair few changes in MSI. I can't wait to see how the teams match up.
It's going to be a really awesome tournament. I can't wait to see some of our best teams in the world going head-to-head here at EWC.
That's right. We have the Valdanalist on the analyst desk.
True.
I'm super excited about that one. Of course, Esports World Cup is part of a larger club championship. And for more information, let's get to it.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
That was a little bit about the Club Championship, and for more, we're so happy to have on the studio co-founder and CGO of Fnatic, Patrick. Welcome. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited. Flew in here yesterday. Actually, just 10 minutes ago, got to the venue here. So a lot of things to take in. Needless to say, a few minutes away from starting this tournament. Very excited about that.
Yeah, well, we kind of wanted to get your thoughts on the overall format of the Esports World Cup. What do you think of it?
Yeah, the Club Championship is something very unique and something I probably have been somewhat daydreaming about for a very long time, doing what I do, which is try to professionalize, to build rosters, build teams, to build structures, to compete under our umbrella, Fnatic, under our colors, under our flag. And this enables us for the first time, as far as I can remember, I've been in esports for 2.5 decades, 25 years, really unique, really exciting. I think it's pushes us to build those structures I talk about. I think it drives fandoms, storyline across the titles. I think it also exposes us who are actually the best multi-teams organizations in the world. We wish that to be us. We work really hard for that. So yeah, super excited now. A lot of work I got into this to kind of create the best possible rosters under our umbrella Fnatic, to compete here in Riyadh and see how it goes. Game's about to start.
Yep.
What do you feel like as an organization is the key to both maintaining and building multiple rosters that are successful across multiple games?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I think we need to be very excited about the titles in questions, and thankfully we are excited about all titles actually that are here here being competed in. Thus far, we have qualified 9 titles and counting. I think that makes us one of the more aggressive teams, one of the more successful teams, but qualifying is one thing. Placing high, winning is another thing. But yeah, we're trying to obviously build a sustainable ecosystem. We're trying to be here. We're celebrating 20 years this year in 2024. We founded us Fnatic in 2004. So we're trying to be here for another decade, another 100 years and beyond, hopefully. So it's all about those kind of foundations. But I think for now, this foundation, being a multi-team organization, being perceived as such, competing as such, that's something. That's just a different kind of layer to have that kind of tether between, you know, everything we do.
Yeah. So you're a multi-league, a multi-team, multi-region organization. Yeah, you have your hands everywhere, but you have to win at least one game title for the club championship. Where do you think Fnatic are the favorites?
Yeah, I love all our titles. I love all our players. Well, if it's okay for you, I hold that answer for a bit. I think it's big about League of Legends particularly. Needless to say, it's going to be really tough. We actually went down against Liquid, the team we're playing tonight, over at MSI just a month ago. Bit of practice, a new meta before that, but we're starting here and taking it from here, obviously. We had a great start yesterday in Mobile Legends, bang, bang. But yeah, we kind of have to see how things goes. But I like to think that every title that we have invested in, every title that has qualified here, they have the chance to win. So very excited about that. But a lot of competitive brands out there as well.
What would you say is the biggest challenge when you're trying to break into a new title with a new team?
Yeah, I think generally we kind of have systemized that. I think we've gotten quite experience after all these years, but doing it across so many titles at the same time without necessarily scaling our organization too much in the process, trying to figure out like what makes sense, what are the nuances, what are the differences, if you may. But yeah, all of these things kind of coming together in a relatively short period of time that it is. I think they spoke here at a different stream earlier in the week around like this kind of project was kind of announced and talked about a year ago. And that is actually not a very long time when you think about a multi-organization that is working over more than a dozen of titles. So yeah, that is very challenging. Just the sheer volume of, you know, title assessment, building rosters, assessing coaches, players, all of that together. Quite impressed about the organization, and I'm sure, you know, counterparts in that organization would say the same. But yeah, that we're able to enter so many titles in a meaningful way, compete on the absolute biggest stage, and now the biggest stage, absolutely right, coming up. But not being a lot of sleep.
Yeah, understandably.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much, Patrick, for just your insights on the club championship. Fnatic, obviously synonymous with esports, looking to do so here at the first ever Esports World Cup. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Now let's take a look at the first week of EWC action, as it is not just League of Legends going on here for week number 1. We also have Mobile Legends and Call of Duty Warzone at the same time. They started yesterday. And of course, these titles all accumulating points for that all-important club championship.
Yes, obviously, if you have your favorite title, presumably if you tuned in, it's League of Legends, but there's so many other games, maybe some other games you have some interest in, or some that you just might want to try out and have a good time watching. Maybe you find a new favorite title from amongst the many that are on display.
There are just so many titles, right? We all love League of Legends here on this desk, but like we've got 2 other games going on right now. We got Warzone, we got Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, as he was talking about. It just feels like it's an awesome festival we got going on here for, you know, spanning multiple months. So it's just going to be a really good time across the board.
Yeah, and for coverage across all of those titles, we have reporters standing by, starting with Kitty. Kitty, take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty live from the outside venue at Esports World Cup. I am currently standing at the entrance where the audience is slowly packing out the arena. The temperature currently is around 40 degrees, but that is not stopping fans from coming to visit our excellent esport. Especially right next to me is the Mega Arena, where it will show 3 beautiful esport arenas, and we'll throw it to Rachel at the tent.
Thank you so much, Kitty. My name is dethroned. I am the reporter for MLBB, and right now I am at the Amazon stage. Right now we are witnessing MSC 2024, the Mid-Season Cup, and it's a big event. And here at EWC, it's even bigger. We see the stage is fantastic, and we can see all the audiences coming from all over around the world, internationally, locally, everyone is here packed in. So it's been insane, it's been crazy. I have nothing to say else other than that. But with that, thank you so much. We'll throw it over to Phuket.
Thank you, Rachel. That's right. I'm Chris Puckett, and I am here on the Battle Royale stage. And as you can see, this thing is massive. The biggest LED screen I've seen in my life, and I've been in esports for 20 years. Now, this stage is special because today we're starting the group stages, $1 million on the line, and we're crowning the first EWC champion on Saturday. It all gets started in just a moment. Studio, back to you.
Thank you very much, Puckett, Rachel, and Kitty. Again, coverage all across all the titles here at EWC, across all your streams. And of course, this is the first time that League of Legends, Riot, is putting on an event, a third-party event where, you know, you think about all those IEM World Championships and all the different types of storylines that have come from that. So exciting to be able to get different types of teams here.
Yeah, it's been such a long time, and obviously there's big love for like MSI and Worlds, which has obviously been great in the meantime, but more international events is always such an exciting thing to take into account, and seeing how these teams match up between regions.
Yeah, it just adds that extra level of depth. Like, people will be able to reference the EWC in the future and say, hey, this is how these matchups went. It's not just going to be MSI, not just going to be Worlds. It's going to be, hey, you know, Team Liquid and Fnatic went head-to-head again, and how did this matchup go once again? So it just adds that extra level of depth, which is really cool.
Yeah, well, regional rivalries all happen based off of what teams are attending, and here we go. We have the 4 major regions with their top 2 representatives.
Yeah, from LEC, we have G2 Esports and Fnatic. From the LPL, we have Bilibili Gaming and Top Esports. From the LCK, we have T1 and gen.g Esports. And from the LCS, we have Team Liquid and FlyQuest.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, top 2 teams from the region, definitely at least up there towards the top. And definitely anybody can take it out of that pool of 8 teams.
Yeah, and speaking of a pool, $1 million prize pool here for our 8 teams attending. $400,000, the lion's share, going to our winner, cascading on down. One of the big things here, the investment into our sport, and of course the longevity of these teams.
And just how the prize pool ramps up, you know, every win you'll be doubling up the amount of prize money that you get, and so each one is going to be a massive factor.
Yeah, going to be so fun to be able to watch. But of course, they're not just playing for pride and prize pool. There's also this fantastic trophy system. If you got to see the opening day, you got a little bit of it. Here's a look at how it works.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Inner keys, outer frames, game trophy, the totem, and of course, our club championship trophy right here, a beautiful masterpiece of the Esports World Cup. I get goosebumps every time I think about this system. What excites you about it?
It's got to be that additional privilege they just talked about at the end, where you get to take your opponent's keys, place them into your trophy. And we have so many rivalries in esports. We have like EU against NA, we have LCK against LPL. I really am just interested to see what team opts to claim, what rival they opt to claim when it comes to those keys. I think that's such a big bragging right, not only to have the trophy yourself, but your opponent's keys in the base.
Well, we've got a couple guys standing by the totem, which will stay here in Riyadh. Let's send it on over to our casters, Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Digon. I am Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we're here at the totem. This is where we're going to have our
Orgs completely immortalized if they can take home some victories here. And of course, the frames will be placed in these triangles, as you can see here. So whoever wins each game will be up on the totem for all time, representing their achievements here at this EWC. It's really cool.
The heart of the key will actually go into each game's trophy, and that will actually go to the teams, but it's actually the frame of the key that fits into these triangle slots you can see behind us here. You put that up there, your org will be there right next to the game name as well, and years to come, people will know who won in 2024.
Exactly right. I think my favorite part is the fact that all of the broken keys will be also there in resin, and so we'll see all of the teams that failed to make it as well, just at the feet of the champions. It's actually really, really awesome. But back to you guys at the studio.
We'll see you in just a little bit to kick off the action. Speaking of the action, let's take a look at the bracket and how the teams shook on up. We had our 8 participants in a seeded draw here, Ox.
Yeah, so the way it was seeded is you can't have the other team from your region on the same side of the bracket. You can see like T1 and Gen.g on opposite sides. And also the first seeds from the regions can only match up against the second seeds from other regions. And that's how it ended up playing out, as you can see in front of you.
Yeah, it just ends up being, rivalries right from the get-go. Like Team Liquid Fnatic going head-to-head. You got Billy Gaming up against T1. They butted heads a couple times in MSI, and, T1's going to be wanting revenge for those matches. And even on the other side, NA versus EU once again, LPL versus the LCK as well. It really does feel like we've got a bunch of really fiery matches to start off the tournament, which is always going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, similar to what we saw at MSI, except with FlyQuest now having their opportunity against G2, but it's the ones from each region versus the twos, as the teams will have a lot to prove here at the Esports World Cup. It is best of 3 to kick it off until the grand finals, and it's single elimination. You lose, you're out. So very, very tough competition, and all of a sudden, your key is up to being put in the resin of the winner's trophy here, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a massive thing. The fact that obviously each team has their key. It's kind of like, one of those things where you get given at the start of the event, you're kind of like, oh, it's pretty cool. You start to cherish as it goes on, and then it gets crushed in a hydraulic press, and then it gets taken by another team and put in the trophy. It's brutal.
Yeah, it definitely is. All right, but to kick things off, we have ourselves the ALJ match of the day. It is our first one to kick off the EWC. It is Billy Gaming versus T1. These two storied squads going back at it again. The #1 team from the LPL against the reigning world champions. We'll break it down after this short break. See you in a little bit.
Welcome to the Player Lounge at Esports World Cup. Let's take you around. So as we enter the building, there is a beautiful aircon that is saving us from the hot Saudi weather. But to my right is the recreational area for players and talent that would like to have some chill time. I believe there's tabletop games, FIFA, whatever fits your desire. But as we follow into this area, there's places to sit, there are couches, but most importantly, the lifeline for all people is coffee. So there's a giant coffee LED right over here, and I would probably visit this 3 times a day. Their coffee is really good and free for us. And as we slowly approach, there's more sitting areas to my right, free beverages on the fridge. And following me, to the very left of the building, we have some catering that serves us lunch and dinner as we all experience this event with you guys.
If I heard that you
I love that. Wouldn't be an esports event without the esports pose. As you see, BLG rolling on into Boulevard Studio, where the Qiddiya Arena awaits them for the first match ever at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. The LPL #1 seed coming on in, very confident, and the higher seed in this one against the reigning world champions. T1 also will be strolling on in just a second on your screens. Should be coming up right about now? There it is. Yeah, Faker, the GOAT, and the rest of the squad looking to make damage in the first ever Esports World Cup and try to find themselves a victory. These walkouts presented by ALJ. What do you think is going on in the minds of these players here, Ox?
You know, I feel there's a lot of pressure. Obviously, it's single limb in this tournament, but also we've seen this matchup go back and forth. You know, 2023 MSI, BLG got the edge. Worlds, it was T1 who got the edge. Most recent MSI, it was BLG. So I know T1 is looking to take the advantage here.
They just look so cool rolling up. Like, Harry's got the sunnies on, just having a great time. The wind's blowing in their hair. They look, you know, obviously a lot of pressure, as Ox was saying, but also it feels like they're rolling up for a big championship, you know, matchup. It feels really good.
Well, all these teams and these players will be playing on patch 14.13. Brand new patch. No one has played it in their domestic leagues. What are some of the changes that we can look out here for?
So I think the big one is we saw some of the AP junglers touched on, you know, Karthus, Talia, and Brand, but there's still going to be a lot that will be powerful. The other thing that stands out to me is the Kalista and the Skarner, both nerfed a decent amount. Skarner, still think he's going to be strong, even though his Q damage got hit quite heavily. And Kalista, hard to scope out where she'll be because she was heavily banned, but she did take some big hits on this patch.
Valdez?
Yeah, I did a couple of interviews, one with the Ike and one with Oscarinen, you know, talking about how Skarner, he did get tapped, but feels like he's still going to be up there in the top lane, still very strong just because of his kit. And also the lethality Varus was something they mentioned as well, kind of making that change, coming back in, and we'll maybe see that here at this tournament.
Well, let's set the stage of this matchup with the rosters of these squads. Again, these two teams very familiar with each other as they've been playing against each other every international event. It's Billy Gaming with Gigabin in the top lane, Jun at jungle, Knight in the mid lane, and Elkin on rounding out the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and this roster was sort of rising up, and then they made that switch to mid, brought Knight in, and it made such a massive difference. Going into MSI, a lot of people looked at them as the favorites, maybe enough to beat Gen.g. They obviously didn't manage to, but hoping for redemption here.
Yeah, definitely. Again, an LPL squad full of talent, and that big move in the mid lane, former JDG's mid laner Knight now finding his way over to this squad, and now they'll have to topple probably one of the greatest teams ever in T1, Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, and Keria here, Valdez.
Yeah, these guys definitely a very strong team. It'll be interesting to see where their mindset is at after some of the play in the LCK. A lot of finger gun action there and their little profiles is pretty cool to see. Yeah, definitely could be one of the big favorites of this tournament, but definitely have to see their form right now coming over to EWC.
Yeah, again, speaking of form, these squads have been playing in their domestic leagues as, again, these squads have had to play, and we've had success, but maybe not the level of dominant success we expected here, Ox.
Yeah, so the format in the LPL has changed. We saw the teams split into 4 groups, and within those groups, BLG did top theirs, but compared to the dominance we've seen from some other teams, they did end up dropping a game against LGD, which was a heavy upset, and they haven't had that much of a convincing performance.
All right, well, we'll see how these guys are doing, and of course we can take a look at their domestic results, but it's better to hear from them. We have both Bin and Faker standing by with their interviews. Let's take a listen.
Hi everyone, by my side is the top laner for BLG. This is going to be your first match attending at the EWC, so what are your first impressions and how have you prepared?
对谁？
这次比赛。
我觉得这次比赛，就是可以和各个赛区的战队交手，对我们来说会有很大的进步吧。
I think it's really helpful to actually match against all players from different regions, and it's actually going to be helpful for our upcoming tournaments as well.
And my next question is that this is going to be a very fast-paced competition. So for this single elimination best of 3 format, what are your thoughts on it?
因为其实这次比赛都是 BO3，不管是哪边赢的话，都会赢得特别快吧。就是说不定突然就是一个2比0，不管是哪边。所以我们对于这次比赛是 就是加快我们的节奏吧，不能让我们就是不可以太慢热，一定要赶紧进入状态。
Because it's all of BO3 kind of type of tournaments right now, so we think that we need to pace out pace in our components, and we need to just change our strategy to a faster pace kind of style. And so we don't know who's gonna win because it's such a quick pace kind of matchup, and we will just adjust our all of our strategies according to it.
And this is going to be your rematch up against T1 Zeus. So I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts on Zeus, and do you have anything to say to your opponent in top lane?
因为在 MSI 的版本其实是有一个换线的战术的，所以那个时候可能不需要对线就可以经常进行游击，但是现在这个版本没有换线的战术，要进行更多的对线。我觉得这次是一个对线非常强的选手，所以这次我要在对线上好好的和他碰一碰。
Because there's actually a change in lanes during the MSI, and right now I really want to improve my CS lead against Zeus, and accordingly the strategy according to versus Zeus, and I really try my best for all my efforts against Zeus.
That is going to be all for the pre-match interview. Thank you so much for joining me, Ben, and we'll see you on the Rift.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Bin, for their insights on how that matchup is going to go. And for all of you at home, we got a little gift for you, a way to participate. It's the STC Play participations for you guys to predict the outcomes of these next games. So head on over to www.stcplay.gg to predict, just like what our experts on the desk are about to do right now. Prediction time for our first match of the day. Ox, where are you going? T1 or BLG?
I'm leaning towards T1. I think Ona's been really solid in this meta, and the matchup's gone back and forth, you know, and it's time for T1 to take this one, bounce back from the loss against KT, and come in strong.
Valdez?
I feel like this is actually maybe the hardest prediction to make out of all the matches we have for the quarters here. I'm going to have to actually go for BLG. I think that coming into this one, T1 have looked a little bit rough in the LCK. I think that last loss against KT was a bit of an issue, and BLG, yeah, they did take that one loss against LGD rather. But gonna have to give them the slight edge in this one.
Yeah, both teams coming off of losses in their domestic leagues, KT to T1 and LGD to BLG. They'll look to bounce back here at the first ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. You see the countdown behind me. The Qiddiya Arena is ready for the first ever match. So let's get on into it. Let's send it over to Kangas to kick things off.
Presenting League of Legends. We are live at the Qiddiya Arena for a historic moment in our esport. I'm Kangas.
And I'm Fancy, and I am so thrilled to be here on this stage, ready to witness 8 of the best teams from all over the world came here to compete for a chance to be the first ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends champions. Honestly, we've got a lot to talk about, Kangas.
Absolutely, we do, Fancy. Like, why this moment is so historic? Because for the first time in a long time, League of Legends will take to the stage alongside the rest of the esports world and allow our communities to interact in a way we never have before, which is not only a big deal for the community itself, but for the organizations that are participating in this event.
It is a historical moment indeed. More than 500 teams from all over the globe are here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, to get a chance to win the Esports World Cup Club Championship. Not only that, those 8 teams that we're going to witness tonight have already earned 60 points just by being here on this stage, and they are ready to compete for a chance to claim the trophy, win the lion's share of $1 million and 1,000 points in the Esports World Cup Club Championship.
Points, prizing, and pride on the line as the winning team will place their key on this trophy and adorn the bottom with the keys of the teams that they beat along the way. So without further ado, let's introduce your quarterfinalists. First off, the fourth quarterfinalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that you've all been waiting for. Please welcome to the stage, all the way from Germany, G2! In the top lane, Broken Blade. In the jungle, Yikes. Their AD carry, Hans Sama. Their support, Mickey X. And in the mid lane, the MVP, the one and only, Cops! The undisputed kings of Europe, the most crowned team in the West, with a 50% chance to win the Esports World Cup according to their maths. They are ready to compete in this tournament and win the whole thing.
And their quarterfinalist opponents, FlyQuest! The second seed from the LCS with the roster of the top laner, Buebo! Jungler Inspired! Mid lane, Quad! Support, Bucio! And at his second international appearance in his rookie year, AD carry, Masu! FlyQuest still have much to prove on the international stage, as this will be their third ever international appearance.
Next up, the first competitor in our third quarterfinal match. Please welcome to the stage your reigning MSI champions, gen.g! In the top lane, Keen. In the jungle, Canyon. Their AD carry, Pain. Their support, an MSI Finals MVP, Lehan. And in the mid lane, give it up for Chovy! This roster has shown a dominant performance in LCK and international competitions, winning the LCK Spring Split, MSI 24, and being the first seed in the group stage in the current split right now.
And their opponents in their quarterfinals match, Top Esports! The second seed from the LPL with roster consisting of top laner 369, jungler Tian, mid laner Cream, support Mako, and in the AD carry position, the mainstay on the roster, Jackie Law! They are currently undefeated in the LPL Summer Series, and they will continue the LPL versus LCK rivalry in their fourth international appearance.
And now, the first team in our second quarterfinal match. Please welcome to the stage, Team Liquid! Roaming the jungle, Omti. The mid lane, APA. Their AD carry, Yon. And your ex-world champions in the top lane, Impact and support Core JJ. NA's favorite team, a team that has brought back the competitive spirit in international events for the North American region. After crushing the dreams of the EU fans during their MSI run, they are ready for a rematch later tonight.
And speaking of that rematch, their quarterfinals opponents, Fnatic! The second seed from the LEC with top laner, Askarinen. Jungler, Razork. In the AD carry position, Noah. With support, June. And their superstar carry mid laner, Humanoid! the first org to ever hoist a World's Trophy and the most storied org in the history of Europe. This is their 15th international appearance.
And now, for the first League of Legends match in the history of the Esports World Cup, please welcome to the stage, PLG! In the top lane, Ben! In the jungle, Shen! In the mid lane, Knight! Their AD carry and support, Ilk and On! Looking for international revenge, PLG returns to the big stage to overcome their first challenge on the road to victory, and in their 4th international appearance.
And their quarterfinals opponents, the one, the only, T1! The 2nd seed from the LCK, with a roster of top laner Zeus, jungle owner, AD carry Gumayushi, support carrier, and in the mid lane, the unkillable Demon King, the first inductee into the Hall of Legends, and the greatest of all time, Faker! They are your reigning world champions. This is their 16th international appearance, and we are ready! Team captains, please take your keys to their starting positions. And everybody in the arena and those at home, give a warm welcome to your first quarterfinalists.
Single elimination, best of 3, T1 versus PLG. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. Let the League of Legends games begin!
How about that for an intro? Thank you so much, Kangas and Fancy, to kick things off. And you got to see right there, Bin protecting the key and bringing it on out. T1 protecting the eagle of the LCK to kick things off here. Ox, how about that for an intro?
Yeah, pretty hype, you know, and I feel like out of all the matchups we could have started with, this is the one that I really had my eyes on in the quarterfinals. I think both teams domestically in the summer so far had a couple of hiccups, but we've seen them go pound for pound at internationals when they've matched up before.
The thing that really strikes me is everybody looks so happy. You know, everybody's got these big smiles on their faces, even when they're doing the content as well. Carry just a big smile when everybody's just trying to be serious. You know, it feels like everybody's really enjoying the EWC so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the players have been prepping for this moment for a little bit, as much time as they could. And we're not exactly sure what we're going to see from 14-13. We said in the roundtable earlier that the drafts from the Asian regions generally a little bit more standard, but it's still exciting to know what surprise this could possibly be here, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting it to be relatively similar. I don't think we're going to have any huge changes coming into this one, but I would expect that this should be relatively similar.
All right, check your smoke alarms because this one's going to be hot. Let's send it on over to our casters, Atlas and Wolf, for the call.
Thank you so much, Dagon, and of course, the Valdanalyst and Orcs. Man, I missed the Valdanalyst, didn't you, Wolf?
Of course I did. We get enough of him off camera, but now he gets to take to the stage.
Exactly.
This is a hype matchup to start things off. Now, we're on a new patch. We're going to see what these two teams' reads are on the meta. Not a surprise to see the ban on Faker's Azir. When it's a new patch, when it's a new meta, Faker has been able to lean on this pick, even in his weakest moments over the last year. Senna, also a pick that has been so strong, especially in the LCK. Removed. The Rumble, still top tier, untouched on this patch. No big surprises just yet.
Yeah, the Nidalee, though, is a little bit of a surprise to me, Wolf, just because we know Owner did earn his Nidalee card, but the pick is very up and down, and Shun is an incredible Nidalee player. So an interesting ban there, of course. Kalista, a slight tap on this patch, but felt a little bit cosmetic, not necessarily something that we really need to worry about, and still something to be taken away from both Gumayusi or Keria.
Now, with Rumble removed here, the Skarner pick is still very strong. We talked about how it's been nerfed, but it hasn't really been. Yeah, it's been. You got to take that one away. The Skarner pick hasn't necessarily been a pick that we're expecting to drop off massively in priority. The Zyra going to come in here super early, but this leaves open the Tristana. But considering neither Tristana nor Corki has been banned, you can kind of handshake these two very strong AD mid lanes here. So T1 can get their pick in the litter. I'm leaning towards Tristana for them. I think it's the stronger of the two at the moment in terms of the utility it gives you around the map, the ability to split push turrets, grab plate gold. T1 gonna, though, opt into the Corki instead here for Faker.
Yeah, why not both? I mean, theoretically, you could just take both of them away. Obviously, Corki and Tristana are the 280 carries in the mid lane that you'd really want. Lucian is kind of there, but we know that he's not necessarily a favorite and hasn't found too much of that success. As Owner is just cycling through a few choices here. We'll see where he lands. Of course, Sejuani does feel pretty Owner at this point in time, but up against the Zyra, you're never going to match that clear speed. And we know Shun absolutely loves just playing AP jungle. He's played a lot of games of Brand, really has sort of embraced this new jungle meta that a lot of junglers have been enjoying a lot more than just pick a tank and have fun.
Now this Jinx potential pick would have been interesting. We've seen it a little bit in the LCK. Now, interesting, Knight is going to pick the Tristana, which isn't a surprise to us given this meta right now. However, Knight hasn't played any games of Tristana domestically, and a lot of people are saying this is not a strong meta for him. 80 carries in the mid lane hasn't really been his forte. He's even shied away from it, played the Hui, even played the Malzahar in the mid lane. But the Ezreal pick is right now the S-tier, top-tier pick for Elk in the bottom lane. Even though Ezreal used to be historically a relatively fragile early game champion, his stats have been buffed so significantly that he wins almost every lane right now. He's great in team fights later on. And I want to see what T1 have in terms of the answer. It's Zeri, and Guma domestically has shied away from this pick so much, but this season in particular, he's played it a ton. I actually got the opportunity to sit down with him and interview him. He talked about how he's actually really been working on improving his Zeri. He never felt like he was weak on it, but wasn't that comfortable. He's really put the hours in, and in a meta where it's so important, he's going to pull it out in the very first game here against BLG.
Yeah, I think if they didn't have, like, if you didn't have the context of that interview, Wolf, I think it would have been one of these times where we're groaning along with a lot of the T1 fans that don't necessarily like Gumayusi Zeri as much as some of his other more famous picks. Of course, Varus getting a little bit of a change on this patch. Not going to see him in this game. We'll see whether he does crop up in this tournament as well. But jumping into the next round of bans, we'll see what's going to be taken away, because already both of these compositions are shaping up a little bit differently. Obviously, we can see 280 carries, one for the mid lane, one for the bottom lane, pretty standard these days, but it's a tank in the jungle for T1, and it is the Zyra in the jungle for BLG, meaning that we could see some of these explosive early games and possible time for BLG to try and capitalize, as they've already taken away the Rakan. Of course, Xayah as well, getting a little bit of a buff on this patch, and there goes the Alistar.
It's interesting to see the Rakan ban in response to the Alistar, because the Alistar kind of indicated to me that perhaps they were going to look for a Leona lock-in here and then save that counter pick for Zeus. But instead, it's going to be a Rakan ban, so BLG definitely have different ideas about what Keria is going to be locking here in R4. The Renekton is taking away a very strong pick right now. Lulu, pretty self-explanatory with what you can do with the Zeri to boost her up, so later on you actually have a ton of combat stats in those late-game teamfights, but also the ability to then set up engages with the Sejuani. But as I expected, Keria is just going to go ahead and lock in that Leona. Feels like he gets this one for free. I think BLG definitely had a different read on how that bottom lane was going to go. Now, Skarner and Cassante, the two big top lane picks that are still left up and available here for Bin and Zeus. It looks like he's leaning towards the Cassante here. Very strong with the Tristana. Double 80 carry meta we're in. Gonna lock in this Nautilus first, thinking about that top pick a little bit more, because we know Zeus loves to play range top into Cassante. Even if the Skarner pick is considered higher tier, you might see something like the Twisted Fate. To combat that, the Jax here potentially, he was hovering the Gnar. BLG look like they're a little bit worried about this counter pick. They haven't made the decision yet. That's why they locked the Nautilus first. And they're really giving this one a lot of thought, but it looks like it will be the Cassante in the end. And I would not be surprised if Zeus is happy to lock in the Twisted Fate in response. Even the Gnar, potentially.
Yeah, we'll see what it is actually going to be. I would have loved it if it was the Jax, because then we get Jax versus Gragas, and we get to see Zeus on his Gragas. Because that has been a pretty key pick in the LCK as far as the counterpick to the Jax is concerned. We know Bin probably doesn't care about counterpick whatsoever. His Jax is just absolutely terrifying. But he's going to be taking the Cassante this time as Zeus. All right, okay, so we've heard about the 280 carry meta. What about the 380 carry meta, Wolf? Because that's not even Vayne, that's Space Vayne.
Yeah, well, we'll see what ends up happening here, because this is about to get wild, and it does look like it's going to be Faker playing the Kai'Sa in mid lane, Corki going to the bottom lane.
Wait, no, surely not. That can't be it. That can't be what's actually happening.
I think it might be Atlas, because...
Really?
Yeah.
Zeus?
Because
what's happening here?
Zeus will be able to outrange the Cassante, and obviously this is a pick no one has seen in the top lane before.
You're a genius, Wolf, because you get all out and over a wall,
and you just go back.
You skid over the wall again. You're like, bye, Cassante, thanks for the
Zeri loves to interact with the shields. She's going to have a great time in this matchup. Range advantage going to the Zeri. You can have a lot of power with the Sejuani there as well, as Zeri's damage output is quite high. Mobility is strong, so you can actually roam to the mid lane as well pretty easily over those walls. It's a pretty unique draft here coming through from the side of T1. The Kai'Sa as well with the Corki. We've seen Corki flex to the bottom lane in the past, but not a lot of success. They ultimately decided to put Faker on the Corki mid. I think this makes a lot more sense than putting it bottom lane there. The Kai'Sa mid has been played and is getting a little bit more popular these days, but just so fragile into the Tristana. Felt like suicide to lock that one. So ultimately, going to be Zeri in the top lane. A new counter pick for Zeus. Guma's on the Kai'Sa, so a lot of follow-up here to that strong engage they have with the Leona and the Sejuani.
Yeah, I'm really interested in how this one's going to go. It's been a long time. Well, I've never seen a Zeri in a solo lane before, Wolf, and it just was not something that was on my bingo card today. Of course, T1, they do like to experiment. They do like to do some crazy things, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Zeus can do. Because if you look back to Zeus's performances on range champions, he debuted on Gnar. His Gnar has been incredible, but at MSI, his Vayne was utterly terrifying. He was incredible on that champion, and now he's got another champion where you need extraordinarily high APM. So I just can't wait to see what's going to happen here in the very first game of the EWC. T1 already cooking, and honestly, everyone's cooking extraordinarily hot here, and it's really heating up the hot plate for T1. And here we are, onto the Rift for the very first game. Both teams making their way out now. And I just hope that we're glued to the top lane. That's all I want, Wolf. For this whole game, I just want to see how this one's gonna go, see whether we get the all-out into Zeri skate away interactions. Or maybe Bin just says, don't stop it with the funny business. I'm just going to kill you. As Zeus has even taken the barrier just for as much lane control as possible.
Absolutely. On will be able to avoid the Zenith Blade here, but one thing I really like about this Zeri pick, or just any range top into this Cassante in general with this draft for T1, you mentioned it, the clear speed of the Zyra is going to be massively faster than what Owner can provide on this Sejuani, so you're going to need lane prio and a lot of control for Owner to make an impact in the lanes in the early game. The Zeri is definitely going to allow for that. The Kai'Sa lane with the Leona bottom lane also can be a power lane where you can get that advantage over the Ezreal, so it gives a ton of agency to otherwise very slow jungle pick here for Owner.
Looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here, as Owner was considering possibly crossing the river. A little bit dangerous as Faker is trading with Knight. You can see there are 3 members of BLG looking to go for a late invade towards Owner's jungle, and I don't think Owner has any idea what's going on here. We'll see that ward go down. Probably knows that something is up here, as Elk and On moving into the Sejuani's jungle, and Owner is going to have to get out of there.
I mean, with Elk being up here, it's a lane swap, Atlas, so we're going to see here is On and Elk head topside. This is going to put Bin in utility position here to try to deny Owner the flash.
That's a big flash forward. A bit weird because Elk not there, but it doesn't actually matter. That's first blood going to On, taking matters into his own hands.
Now, this is wild here to start things off. Now, not going to be the Zeri matchup into the Cassante after all, with the lane swap coming through here. And it's just going to be Zeus backing away away, but this is going to be a horrible start here for Owner in the jungle. We'll just go straight over to his blue buff, and Ben decides to back and teleport to the bottom lane. As you can see, already some damage done to that turret by Guma and Keria, but the Kai'Sa isn't going to wreck turrets too quickly as, whoa!
Yeah, Keria already taken a bit of damage here, but they're just going to claim themselves a kill as Bin possibly regretting the teleport option.
Yeah, well, that's a huge win here for T1 on the other side. So 2 big wins back to back, and then the momentum is now shifted. Now with the turret shots taken here at level 1, Guma and Keria will have to back immediately. Won't be able to push this advantage further. And with the lane swap coming through here, Zeus is just trying to defend some of this jungle, as On has become a second jungler here for Shun as they go and take some of these camps away. So the critical advantage here that BLG has right now is they can use this control of the top side of the map to take money away from Owner, take camps away from him. He's already a very slow clearing champion in the Sejuani. With how quickly Zyra can clear this, she can just simply take these buffs and go back, look for a gank potentially, or just go to his side of the map and clear blue. And Owner is going to be so low eco in this game.
Yeah, Owner is definitely in a rough situation. Of course, Keria keeping his eye on exactly what's going on here. Zeus really wants to be able to clear out these minions. On going to hook his way in, but I don't think they're looking for a dive. No one really capable of tanking turret shots here towards the top side of the map, as we do have a little bit of a pause here. We'll have to get full information as to what has actually happened, and hopefully we can jump onto the Rift once again as soon as possible. But already, there is a lot to dissect about how this early game has begun. And Wolf, I want to start by having a brief conversation about lane swaps, because lane swaps were a thing that were very prevalent at MSI. If you're one of these watchers of League of Legends esports that sort of skips domestic leagues and just goes from international to international, you might be like, well, this is normal, guys. This is exactly how we enjoy our League of Legends. It's lane swaps all over the place. No, that was sort of changed, right?
Yeah, they basically changed it so that you can't get as much value out of lane swaps. We've seen a lot of changes over the years to lane swaps, turret plates, the ability to get gold by swapping lanes and throwing a top laner off, making it so that if you're late on the swap, if you react late, they end up getting a massive advantage. We saw this happen at MSI where lane swaps were so prevalent that teams were kind of always guessing / assuming, and I think a lot of people didn't enjoy that aspect of League of Legends. Myself, I was totally fine with it because it was new, it was different, but it has been changed quite substantially, so it's not as strong as it used to be. But in this particular case, in this game, Zeus ends up picking Zeri, and I think initially T1 didn't expect the lane swap to come through. They were like, oh, I'm going to play this Zeri into the Cassante, but then the Ezreal comes topside, and this gives BLG this insane edge because they're the ones who had this plan. T1 have to be the ones to react to it. They have the faster clearing jungle, which means that Shun can get massive advantages off of this surprise. They end up getting that early kill on the Owner. Had he known, had he been able to react, or if he was able to back off, for example, get out of there, it wouldn't have been as big of a lead, but he's both caught and his jungle is taken away. So huge advantages here to the side of BLG. Now, we might get a replay, I assume we will, of what happened when the teleport came through. It was probably just a follow-up Zenith Blade from Keria. They burst down the Cassante. That was a bit of a blunder. He wanted to greedily go straight bottom lane to pick up that farm as the wave was crashing, but ends up dying for it. And without teleport, it's going to take him a long time to get back to lane. With the turret shots coming through, at least Keria and Guma will have to reset, so it won't be as big of an issue as it could have been, but that's what you get when you dive into turret level 1.
No, exactly, and they managed to crash the wave as well, so losing all of that experience at the same time after falling down, so definitely a big advantage to Gumyushi and Keria. Of course, Keria moving now towards the top side of the map to assist his top laner / AD carry, and both of them have barrier, so I guess it's not even like you've got a top AD champion, right, who would just have teleport in that instance. It is just there are 2 AD carries for T1, and there are a couple of ways to think about it, right? Because like, we know that AD carries are very, very strong. As Owner is looking for a little bit of a gank here. Still level 3 is Bin has a lot of options for escape, and he's going to use a few of them here and make it out just fine. Still, Owner making his presence known. Knight coming down into the river here, and Owner just desperate to collect himself some shellfish. He'll be able to take this one into the banana brush and claim it. So not too far behind, although, well, actually, by not too far behind, I mean, he's still very far behind.
Yeah, he's half the camps right now of Shun will force Knight to just rocket jump away here. And Owner right now, not sitting on a lot of gold, obviously, but still with his base stats will be able to make an impact in these lanes if he can make a gank happen, but it's going to require a lot of control. We see Bin is actually heading back to the top lane. We are going to see a rotation of Elk and On back to bottom lane here. And it looks like we're going to a certain extent, now normalize in this game. Look at the huge lead, though, that Shun has in the jungle. In terms of experience right now, he's actually was for a bit #1 with this fast clear. And what Zyra can do with this, if you have a little bit of control, post 6 is set up dives in the bottom lane. Jin's getting much closer now to that critical level 6. Duma and Keria, though, will be able to shove this in and get out.
Yeah, this is pretty dangerous, Gumayusi and Keria, because, of course, Shun can assist dives, feels much better if you've got the opposition right there underneath your turret. So T1 giving the respect as you would expect there. 400 gold going to be the advantage here so far from BLG. So still able to utilize that early map movement, the late invade really paying off here in this game #1. And funny business on both sides. T1 from the draft and BLG in the gameplay.
The real question becomes, where would you rather have your lead? You know, would you rather have a 650 gold advantage on your jungle Zyra, or would you rather have a 300 gold advantage on your Zeri? We'll see if they can compound this advantage a little bit further here for Zeus, because he has that range advantage here. So you can see trading aggressively, trying to put some damage onto Bin. I'd go with the Zeri, because the Sejuani behind here will still be relevant later on in the game to set up the CC, set up Keria. As look at the spacing here for Zeus, just so clean, so well practiced on this really cool snipe tech R5 pick with the Zeri coming through.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. I actually feel like watching the difference in gameplay as well, where most of the time, of course, obviously, the Casante's level 4, so you don't really need to worry about it, but normally you want to stay away from walls when you're fighting a Casante, and what a Zeri wants to do is stay as close to walls as possible. And I think that is still going to be the case for Zeus in this game, just because if he gets all outed, he then just has a very comfortable way of getting back out of the situation, as Extendo Beam is going to do a bit of damage here onto On. Grasping Roots not really connecting there as Faker gets rid of Knight from that mid lane. A bit quiet in the mid lane, as it were. So still going to be able to grab himself a grub. And no harm, no foul here.
Really important that T1 were able to deny that second grub, because while they won't have a lot of control with this Cassante pick, obviously the Tristana will wreak havoc on turrets the more of those Void Grubs she can stack up. So really, really important for Knight to have those under his belt early. And they will be able to pick up 2/3 of them, but a good deny there by T1. And when you look at the gold lead right now, BLG has a significant one, right? A lot of that on the Zyra, some of that on the kill that On picked up at level 1.
Yep.
But in terms of where we are in the game, still a very even game state here. We haven't seen a team fight just yet. Another thing to note in this very weird game, just kind of pointing out all the weird intricacies of it, is that because Zeus doesn't have teleport and Bin does, maintaining that topside control and control of side lanes is going to be so paramount for Zeus, because he won't be able to join team fights at a moment's notice the way Bin can, nor can he interrupt Bin's teleport with Zeri's kit.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the same thing that sort of happened to Owner, right? You're talking about the fact that it doesn't really matter as much that he's behind, because he's a tank jungler. He's going to be able to do his job as the game goes on. I think you could argue that Shun having a lot of money is actually still fantastic, because he's Zyra, and even if he dies, if he does a bajillion damage before doing so, it is also a good thing as well. But I think Bin should be able to mirror that. You mentioned having the teleport means that he can take care of side lanes and still be there for the team fights, and we know that Bin in team fights is incredibly scary at the same time. So I think it's going to come down to what this next team fight is going to look like, as BLG look to take the first dragon of the game. Looks to be uncontested here as well, as the Chemtech Drake is going to be taken down. So first one going to be a Chemtech, second one going to be a Cloud. So no Cloud Soul, I'm a bit sad about that, but that's fine. Don't get everything. There's a flash from Ona. Gets the flash out of Shun here as well, as Faker avoids the Strangle Thorns. Shun going to get rocketed in the face, and Faker is going to be able to grab that kill. Now T1 moving ahead in the kill score, and actually ahead in gold as well.
Yeah, I think this is a really calculated play here from T1. Owner sticking around the Dragon Pit, maybe expecting that BLG would try to turn it into something more, since it was just that solo Chemtech Dragon. Being able to shadow, make sure there's no dive set up there on Daguma, but then seeing an opportunity with Faker having that angle. The angle on the Valkyrie there was fantastic as well, avoiding the big ultimate coming through. It's going to force a flash out of Shun. Slow comes through. Faker's angle here means that, yes, he does get caught by the root, but isn't actually hit by the ultimate. He's just on the edge of it there. And ends up being able to follow up on the play. Big True Shot barrage from Elk. Almost peels enough, but it's not quite.
There's the Zenith Blade in. Shield of Daybreak comes down. Immediate cleanse on the Solar Flare. as Elk continuing up the damage. There is the massive ult through from Gumayushi, but Honor's just going to flash his way out. Elk continuing to deal damage. And the Ezreal is the one that is going to find the most advantage in this play.
Fantastic peel from On in that situation. Doesn't even have level 6 just yet, but able to keep both Keria and Guma at bay. And as his shield expires, Guma thinks he maybe has the damage to go in there. Doesn't quite. He has barrier, so, you know, he would have been able to maybe potentially extend that trade, but unfortunately Elk's health just a little bit too high. He's not able to actually capitalize the way he was looking for there.
Yeah. Definitely a very aggressive player. Wasn't expecting the killer instinct from Gumayushi off the back of that one. Didn't feel like the setup was quite there, but he saw a window. On was able to answer very, very nicely. And taking these summoner spells over and over again, going to be very, very important as Gumayushi does complete his first item on making his way over, as Faker has a lot of friends in his lane. Keria moving over as well on full vision at the same time as the grasping roots will connect. Of course, Eclipse is just completely ridiculous, so that's going to avoid taking too much damage here. And BLG taking control once again.
Keria on a good angle here. Solar Flare back up. They need to respect this, and I don't think they can actually break through this choke point anymore. Guma returning as well here, and this is going to be 3 more grubs. It looks like going to T1, no contest whatsoever. Elk trying to push out this top side, but Guma can clean that up. Zeus will match the Cassante push bottom side. I think Bin picked up a plate or two. Yes, he did. You can see it picture there. Nice attempted steal by Elk, but he's in trouble.
Yeah, going to be able to Arcane Shift out as Ono just Arctic Assault away. So not wanting to greed for the final grub. And so that is going to be a pretty even trade between the two. As you can see at the top of the screen right there, 3 grubs apiece on both sides. Of course, Tristana very happy to have a few grubs, but stopping her from getting to 4 is going to feel pretty good, as Phosphorus Bomb going to be avoided here by Knight. Pretty quiet as far as the BLG mid laner is concerned, and that has been what we've been kind of hearing about Knight so far this season. As Zeus actually going to get caught as he tries to dash away. The Q comes out. There's the ulti, as All Out is going to be utilized here by Bin. Decides instead, doesn't want to try and tango with the Zeri at this point in time. Just a trade of ultimates here for the top laners.
Yeah, once you've used your Q3 there's not much else Bin can offer here. You got Zeus' ultimate as Knight once again trading with Faker. Faker having a fantastic laning phase here. We haven't seen too much of it, and it hasn't been Faker crushing the lane, but he is winning Corki versus Tristana. Somewhat of a rarity in the LCK. As you can see, Keria and Ono are looking for potential picks soon.
Yeah, Ono moving on over, finds the Glacial Prison there as they at least managed to land the Stranglethorns, but Zeus will come over and just executes the Zyra. Caught in her jungle, and T1 really starting to take control now.
Yeah, Zeri just utilizing that extra push, taking the opportunity to go over there and look for a assist on the gank there, as Bin does have teleport back up. We'll be able to get back to the top lane, actually looking for the river, or sorry, bottom lane, looking for the river TP there, but not going to punish the back of Zeus. So strange to see a Zeri in the bottom lane as a side lane, as an 80 carry top, but that's the world we're living in, at least here in Game 1. And a successful pick there onto Shun. He tries to ult his way out of it, but does not have flash, so nothing really he can do there. Second dragon of the game, the Cloud Dragon you mentioned, is up in 30 seconds here. And this is going to be a big sticking point here for T1. If they give 2 dragons, that is potentially going to be a big problem if the Soul is relevant with Chemtech already there. Big chance.
Yeah, Zeus once again going to be ulting. Ono moving on over as Bin's going to have to flash this time, but the Arctic Assault will still collect the knock up. And Bin, nowhere to go, no chance. And Zeus, he gets another one. And Wolf, are we getting towards certification territory?
Yeah, I think I'm ready to stamp it. I mean, 2 kills to this Zeri in the top lane. And it's a bit of a puzzling choice. I mean, Bin just greeting super hard for plates there, sticks around. They have no control over the Dragon Pit. Now they have even less as there's wards everywhere. As they're going to try to make a topside cross map here onto Faker. He's got Flash and Valkyrie.
Yeah, Depth Charge going to start this dive up. It's a fantastic Valkyrie to get Faker out of the way, but I don't know whether he's going to survive this one. There's the Stranglethorns, and there is the kill. Oh, the sacrifice from Shun. Is that an execute or was that actually a kill? I didn't actually see it. My brain didn't process it.
I think it was a kill.
1 and 0, so I think it was a kill. So just a 1-for-1. That is going to be Drake going over to T1. And so probably not the worst death here for T1. Probably typing some worths in all chat, you could say.
Especially considering it's an Infernal Dragon coming over here, or the Infernal Soul, excuse me, as our soul for this one. So T1 are able to deny the 2 Drake stack here for BLG. And it's really tough to dive a Corki. Obviously very squishy, but pretty mobile, so could buy a ton of time there, and Shun will have to trade his life. And the gold lead he had is diminished quite significantly down to just 187 now, 100 to his name.
I've seen this one before, Wolf.
And the value isn't as, okay, Ben, pushing up, man.
We're dashing over the wall here is Zeus. Gumayusi going to come down as well. There are too many 80 carries in this game. The Rift Herald will be taken here by BLG, but they'll have to sacrifice Bin for it. Zeus taking a fair bit of damage, but is ultimately on a killing spree at the end of it. So Rift Herald collected here by Shun. We'll see whether Bin's sacrifice is going to be in vain or not as they get to work on the top side of the map.
Zeus should be able to finish off this turret. I mean, the first of the game before that Herald gets dropped. I mean, they have a 3-grub Tristana here, so they may be able to answer in return. But with Keria here, setting up a dive is going to be so tricky. They don't even commit to it. It's trying to find Ona or anybody here, but they're already caught.
Yeah, Glacial Prison comes down, and once again, Shun's just going to explode. No way out, and they are picking on this extremely squishy Zyra that just seems to be overextending now in this game.
And I understand the thought process here for Shun and for BLG. You lost the bottom turret, you lost your top laner in the side lane. You've got to make a cross map happen. Faker used his flash in the last play. Maybe you could drop Heraldess. You got to group, you got to push deep into the jungle. But T1 were already one step out of the play. They kill Bin, instantly reset and head straight to top lane because they know that's BLG's only option to try to make a cross map. And with the Herald being taken, they knew they had that extra buffer of time to get there. And now this game is wide open for T1. What was a small deficit early with the lane swap shenanigans ends up not really working out for BLG long term. It's a 3,000 gold lead for T1 now. A 3-kill Zeri can clear these waves so incredibly quickly. And Bin, you know, Cassante, we've talked about in the past what he can do with very little stats, with very little items, with low econ and lane swaps before. But against the Zeri, it's a different story.
Yeah, I agree. I think that T1 have thrown the correct spanner in the works. And as we know, they do like to experiment. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time it's Knight that's caught in a pretty poor position, but he's Tristana. So he has Rocket Jump, which is a ludicrous ability, and he's going to get out just fine. 50% health, but still going to be able to clear out the wave and get all that work done. Zeus has taken an inner turret on the bottom side of the map. That's a thing that can happen at 16.5 minutes, so, I guess, Wolf.
Zeri actually does clear turrets pretty quickly. You know, with her Q, she can just kind of zap them down, and she does a lot of damage to them. She has 3 grubs as well, but she has Shiv as well, and she's had it for a while, but Static Shiv isn't really consistently built in the top lane, especially in a tank meta like this where we have very slow clear. There's not a lot of split pushing happening.
He's not a top laner.
Yeah, I mean...
We've just got 280 carries. That's just how it is.
You mean 3?
Sorry, yes, 3. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Corki has been in mid lane for long enough for me to... I can at least conceptualize it. I can't conceptualize Zeri as a top laner. I refuse.
It's just crazy the value he's gotten out of it when given those kills by Bin. I mean, been really trying to greed for some plate gold there with the deficit he had. You can understand the thought process of why he would want to push up. Thought T1 were gone, but those 3 deaths really stacked up against him now. And you have a fed Zeri who now already has Shield Bow online here at 17 minutes. You have a Kaisa that also has insane wave clear with the Shiv. And this Corki that's so powerful in the mid game with Triforce. Shun?
That's probably not exactly what Zeus wanted, is he's going to have to flash out of the Stranglethorns. Of course, Shun still does a fair bit of damage here as Elk able to sidestep the Glacial Prison. I say... as Zona is probably going to miss that one, actually, as True Shot Barrage is going to sail towards Faker and Keria, but it's not going to take out any of these minions, and Knight's not going to be able to protect his turret here, as it will go down. So Faker and Keria getting themselves some plate gold, some turret gold here towards the top side, as BLG once again roaming up, but perhaps a little bit too late here as Keria is going to get missed by the hook, but still, they are going to get there. The Eclipse is eating a fair bit of this, but still Shun is going to be able to grab the kill onto the Leona. And BLG answering back, trying to take whatever they can here on the Rift that is left for them. Bin taking some damage from Zeus once again, but he's just going to dash himself away. Doesn't want to mess with this Zeri at all.
Finally, the Herald maybe going to get something done here in mid lane. Still a pretty healthy turret. We'll see how much they can take out. They're all grouped.
Yeah, that is going to be a bit of an interruption here as Shun is able to land the Grasping Roots onto Ona. He's going to flash, gets himself out of there as Faker teleporting right into the thick of things. Zeus is turned up as well, and Faker kind of frontlining on this one, taking Mystic Shots. True Shot Barrage is going to get flashed by Faker, and that is a good amount of respect. That thing does so much damage.
Great usage of the Herald here to set up for the Dragon. Faker, unfortunately, basically tanking all of that aggro to save the turret there. Isn't going to be able to make an impact. Did back. Of course, doesn't have TP anymore. Flash now down, and BLG will be able to take this one away. A great play
And it's all set up. Oh, whoa, that's a flash. Gumayusi going to have to flash in response as well as Keria just a little bit late to the play. And that is going to be out of turret in mid lane as well as that dragon. And BLG fighting back brilliantly, also getting some space here on the bottom side, and it feels like the tempo has shifted so quickly in favor of BLG off the back of that Herald play.
Yeah, and it all comes down, I mean, it starts off, it's a set of dominoes. Remember the top side turret being taken there by T1. True Shot Barrage came out from Elk, interrupts Keria's back, then he's delayed, then he's caught, then Herald gets dropped, and these dominoes start falling very quickly for T1. Their gold lead, for the most part, was in those kills onto Bin, and then the turrets they took early. So many turrets available here for BLG to catch up on gold. They pick up 2 of them in quick succession there, the Dragon as well as that kill onto Keria. They're back in the game, still a huge gold lead here, still a big Zeri problem to contend with, but at least fighting back to a certain extent here. I still give a huge edge to T1 in the current game state, but BLG showing that they can play the map, they can punish T1.
Absolutely, and I think that if you have a look at what this is going to turn into in the late game as well, I do think that BLG's team fighting is going to be absolutely terrifying. We know Tristana does so much damage as this game goes on. New items on the previous patch and just here in this season have really benefited her. And so she is going to be really, really huge, despite what people say about how Knight has been playing. Elk on this Ezreal as well. We know how good he is as a Grasping Roots is going to land once again. Stranglethorn's avoided, but it splits T1 and gets a whole bunch of flashes and cooldowns. See whether BLG can find an opportunity. Killer Instinct here from Gumayusi. Solar Flare gets flashed, and we're running out of these flash buttons on both teams now. But once again, it's not going to be a decisive fight.
Bin is going to get some extra time in the bottom lane here with all of this fighting here in exchange of those summoners. Does have his teleport available, so can just sit down here, get some additional gold, get some additional experience. So I think overall still a pretty big win here for BLG, especially for Bin. But a nice strike back there from T1, and On has just done such a great job of absorbing the pressure and peeling for his squad. When we see these re-engages come through for T1, Knight should be able to get out of here just fine. Doesn't have a turret. Yep. He has a jungler nearby.
Yep, and he's in Fog of War as, okay, Shun, he was also in Fog of War, going to throw the Grasping Roots towards Ona. As the plants are getting up, just a fight for the Rift Scuttler. Ona's going to win that one with his Smite. Knight not going to be able to kill the Sejuani or anything like that. Pretty tanky now, getting very close towards his Warmogs after that Zeke's completion. And True Shot Barrage just checking to see whether there are any people in the Tri-Brush.
Now, it has been an LPL Classic to start early Barons with this Zyra jungle pick, and I don't think he quite has the items just yet to be doing that, but they do have a lot of control over this, and T1 need to continue to group here. Faker, no teleport just yet, but coming up soon, but he has to rotate over, and BLG just fishing for a pick, fishing for T1, trying to clear vision, threatening this Baron here. It's going to allow them to take out their 3rd turret of the game here. And I gotta say, BLG, from a pretty massive deficit, have used this teleport that Bin's been holding, have used this control of the top side of the map to gain pretty significant advantages, and T1 have been a little bit slow to respond. You have 380 carries, but you only have a front line and a half. With that Leona, obviously you can tank a decent amount, but it's really hard to set up those engages for Kai'Sa when you don't have control, when you don't have vision.
And this is a thing that T1 have done for many, many years as well. It's picking for lane. It's making sure that you've got these answers to really get yourself stepped into a good position in the mid game. And sometimes they sacrifice composition in order to do so. I think the T1's comp still team fights quite well. You've got so many threats that you can sort of play around, and Leona and Sejuani will have so much CC just themselves that you can see how a team fight will play out. I do think, though, like you say, the teleport from Bin is going to prove more and more valuable as this game goes on, as far as controlling the map, and as these really valuable neutrals get more and more vulnerable to the amount of items that these players are picking up. I think that Bin being able to push in a side lane until he's required is going to be very, very strong.
I think the LDR pickup here for Zeus is a really big spike for him into this Cassante, and is going to make it a little bit easier for him to team fight front to back as long as they can set up the counter engage coming through. But it, again, relies a lot on vision control. Time's running out on this spawn of the 2nd Infernal Dragon. Now, T1 more grouped bottom side here. Faker has his teleport back. They were able to get vision on the Baron here, so I don't think it's going to be a trade of objectives, but BLG are definitely fishing with the idea of this. They do have that Zyra. They do have pretty fast clear here, so T1 constantly having to stay vigilant between both objectives here. and they have no real map control. They've got great follow-up for a Sejuani ult, for example, for a Solar Flare. They've got some poke coming through from Guma now, but here we go, starting this up. Full control for Baron.
Shun is going to annoy Baron just a little bit here, who's just going to be one-shotting these plants. Does get rid of them. So going to replace those seeds, but does collect the Rift Scuttle vision, which is what BLG were looking for in that moment. Now just keeping control of mid, playing this one out, seeing who can get that push, who can then get the right leg up in these river positions, be it around Baron or around the Dragon, making things very dark for T1 though.
Yeah, you can see the Observer showcasing how little vision there is here for T1. Even the Ezreal ult is significant poke here.
Oh yeah.
And Elk is just kind of playing with his range advantage right now. Zeri, fairly low range, obviously, outside of her Extendo Beam, but Elk can continue to push these waves through. And T1 just aren't able to skirt around. And this buys enough time now for the Dragon start for BLG. So Tristana, another power of Tristana, she can do Dragons very quickly with this Zyra. T1 will clear vision, but they don't have the speed to trade this. So they're unfortunately just going to have to give the Dragon up. But it's just been mid-prio that T1 has been so far behind on. You can really feel the weight of the lack of teleport here for Zeus in this game.
No, I agree. I actually think that it's starting to become a little bit of a worry. The apprehension that you're sensing here for T1 makes a bit of sense, and BLG a little bit more decisive with these plays in the neutral. Now moving towards this top side, and what we want to see is a little bit more of the T1 we saw in the early game, right? The T1 that was making proactive plays, that was just going for it and pulling the trigger. That's what gave them their initial advantage, and now they're trying to hold onto it instead of pushing it forward. True Shot Barrage going to sail by. That's going to get some extra vision, which is, I assume, what it was looking for.
And stopping any single back there could have staggered T1 to a situation where, you know, Keria has to then flash out or something like that, and then it's just an easy Baron start here for BLG. But again, T1 walk away with no vision. Now, the weight is on Faker's shoulders in terms of dealing with this bottom lane because he's the one who's got the teleport. He's the one who could be far from Baron, whereas otherwise you see T1 are just constantly grouped, constantly fighting for vision, which means Ezreal gets to keep pushing these mid waves in, and it's a constant juggle of vision that BLG is winning. They have the 2 Infernal Drake advantage, so that's some additional stats for the Ezreal poke as well, really starting to be a big problem here for T1. With a gold lead, it looks like T1 are in a great position. 3 items there, but we're just not having a straight up 5v5 fight. BLG are not allowing it.
Yeah, Ona now possibly out of position. Does have Keria there, but there's no real damage follow-up unless they can create some plasma here for Gumayusi to react to. There is a snare, and the Void Seeker not going to connect. Hook as the re-engage does come in. Glacial Prison is decent, but the shutdown onto Zeus immediately, and BLG, they might use this to start off the Baron, at least Elk, that's what he's decided he wants to do. Still, Void Seeker is going to make it seem like it may not be the best decision to make, and BLG looking for a turn instead. More poke coming through here, as the more you hit, the more you can throw. Gumayusi still just firing them out willy-nilly. Still, it's going to be a wait for Zeus to come back up. 25 seconds on that one.
Yeah, no teleport, no barrier for this fight if it does break out, but at least the Void Seekers, like you say from Guma here, the accuracy of them good enough to actually deny BLG from starting this up. But you know, Atlas told you already, Zeus, you're not a top laner, you're not a tank, you can't be that far up on Zeri into a Nautilus. He got punished so hard with his positioning there. Again, it's not something we normally see Zeus play. In fact, we've never seen him play it professionally here. He's pulling it out at the Esports World Cup. It gets punished, his first death of the game, and that control for BLG does continue.
And that's a lot of money going over to the carries of BLG as well. Elk going to go back and complete his Bloodthirster. So 3 items done for both 80 carries on either side. Gumayusi and Elk is who I'm referring to there. Zeus has had 3 items for quite some time. But Nash's Tooth and, of course, the Ginsus and Static Shiv are a bit cheaper than what has been put together here by Elk so far, as T1 possibly looking for a fight, but on. So incredibly tanky. 1-0-3 on this Nautilus, and he is feeling like an actual tank.
Yeah, it's looking like a Senna Nautilus situation here with how well On has peeled this game, how incredibly well he's played around these choke points. Sendo Beam going to hit him pretty hard in this moment here, but he's got the Warmog, so not going to feel too bad about that. You know, meanwhile, Elk continuing to control this mid lane, out-pushing the Kai'Sa consistently as he just offers more and more poke. Even with True Shot Barrage, you can see these Qs really stacking up.
Yeah, well, another Glacial Prison goes down here as Faker just going to grab that kill onto On, and as we praise him, we caster curse him. And he is going to be taken out there. So 1 killed on the side of T1 into 1 killed on the side of BLG. BLG weren't able to push the envelope too far after their last pick. We'll see what T1 can do with theirs.
It's such a neutral fight here over Baron Vision. It just continues to rotate, and one pick alone isn't enough to actually wrestle it back. In fact, it's often the team that gets the pick that uses more resources than has to pick up some items, and then the other team juggles it back. And we're just constantly playing Ring Around the Rosie here in this river brush. BLG now taking their back timer. T1 will rotate over and grab control. We're going to move back to this moment on really far forward here. Not completely cleared that ward, but hitting it there gave Oner the information. He could look for that pick there, so well played by him. Good punish onto On after our little caster curse. But this really reminds me of the old, like, when Shiv first came out, we were seeing everybody build Shiv, and it was Shiv LeBlanc in the mid lane. It was just teams trading waves against each other. Does feel like that a little bit here, but BLG have constantly maintained that control, and the gold lead has shrunk ever so little. Every single one of these rotations, BLG is getting the better trade of it. T1 no longer really in the driver's seat.
No, and especially not if they lose out on this Drake, because that's Infernal Soul. BLG with a lot of control of the map right now because they can give up a Drake. You know, not the end of the world. T1, they cannot afford to. Giving away 3 Infernals and Soul is just kind of ridiculous. As T1, you can see, positioned to try and take this one down, and they're going to be fighting for the death for this one. As let's see who's going to be able to take it here. Shun taking some poke damage, and these Void Seekers also starting to do a fair bit as well. The rotation around from the Zeri, but the Dragon is down very, very low. There's a Killer Instinct. They take down the jungler, but can they win the fight is the question. That's the Dragon secured for T1. Carrier is just taking Bin for a ride, and the rest of BLG are just melting. Now the top laners are going to do battle. Yeah, Bin's going to win those as he walks into melee range of the Cassante. Still, it's going to be a one-team fight, and still T1 are going to look towards this Baron.
Yeah, T1, they win more than just the Dragon. They'll get that Baron. You know, you lose a support, you lose a pseudo top laner in Zeus and Zeri. It doesn't matter, though. T1 have the damage to rush this Baron down. There's no one left, really, to contest. Only Bin stands on the graves of his teammates. Just look at how this fight sets up. Look at where Zeus is. He's not even here initially. It's just a great collapse onto Shun, and T1's target selection in this fight is fantastic. Then Zeus swoops in. Knight can't actually turn or carry. Bin is denied entry back into the fight. This might have been a bridge too far. Unfortunately, Zeus walking straight into that Q3. But a great target selection onto Shun, taking the Zyra out of the fight, guaranteeing the Dragon, then having that follow-up, making sure Knight just doesn't have any agency, no way to pop off. And it's, Guma feeling pretty good, I think, about the secure on the Dragon. Sorry, Oner feeling pretty good about the secure on the Dragon.
Yep. And Oner looking like he just managed to secure the Baron as well. So as you can see, Baron going to be up for 2.5 minutes here. We'll see what T1 can do with it. See whether they can actually break open this game, because T1 have been the team that have found so many advantages in this game, but it always feels like BLG then find ways to take back control of how this map is going to be played. And so now with this advantage, with the Baron, they should be able to grab some push here. And the outer turret still standing in mid lane should be the first target here for T1. There's an inner on the top side of the map as well, but to really open up the map, it has to be through mid.
It does have to be through mid.
Yeah, we'll be taking down some of these wards around the map. Shun gonna get slowed down. There's a Glacial Prison as well. Special delivery of Gumayushi with the Killer Instinct, and there goes the Zyra. Massive tanking being done here by Carrier, but can't tank absolutely everything in the kitchen sink. And so he will go down, but jungler for support, you take those, especially if you get a turret along with it.
Absolutely, and that's just going to allow Zeus to push this top lane in as well. And this is really, again, great target selection by T1. Guma's constantly fishing for those Void Seekers because Oner is standing next to the Zyra. So look at the positioning here. Solar Flare comes out, you've got the Killer Instinct here instantly to follow it out, and then when the Sejuani ult comes through, he's as good as a dead man. Does try to get out, does flash, and will take Carrier with him. But so much control gained off of this one single pick. Again on the jungler, 6 deaths on this squishy Zyra.
And after such an incredible early game as well, as Bin is going to find the knockback onto Oner, but skating on in is Zeus. Bin now just going to have to book it out of there. On in so much trouble, walking the wrong direction. Oner going to finish him off. And T1 They're starting to knock them down now, starting to get a feel for how this game is moving closer and closer to a victory for them. And they'll push this wave towards the inner turret and really expose BLG's side of the map now.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually grab this inhibitor with the last 30 seconds of the Baron. They really want this.
Yep, Solo going to set up for the Zenith Blade. It's a decent Stranglethorns, but he's still going to go down. The follow-up just not going to be there. Another Glacial Prison, great buffer there from the Tristana, but Knight not able to offer any damage back, and that's going to be base broken by T1.
I think they want more.
Yeah, they ain't stopping here. There is still 15 seconds on this Baron buff. They're going to take at least one of these Nexus turrets as the minions are starting to run out. 4 members of BLG sitting here on their Nexus. And T1 still trying to push forward. Carrier, not sure about that one, but I like the gusto. Has been in a whole host of trouble. Faker taking matters into his own hands, but not enough damage to kill the Cassante just yet. Turret shots just raining down as Elk landing these pot shots and starting to make these health bars look a little bit lower.
Oh, the teleport flank from Bin.
Big old flank from Bin as he dives in towards Owner. I don't think Owner's too worried. The all-out does come through. If they kill the Sejuani, it may not necessarily be end of the world. 53 seconds on Infernal Soul for BLG though. And so T1 are going to have to book it as soon as Owner's spawned. They got to get to that dragon.
Yeah, they're going to have to rush through. You can see even with the super minion here, Elk is rushing as fast as he can, using True Shot Barrage to clear this mid wave so they can get prio for said dragon. Knight does not have teleport, but he's going to opt to back here to buy that 4th item. Now has it picked up. He's got an insane amount of damage he could do if given the agency. And I think all eyes are going to be on Shun here. This is a great play from Bin to come over here and look for the stop of the retreat here. Going to take Owner out of the fight. Now we'll see if this ends up mattering at the end of the day here when that fight breaks out. But obviously advantage BLG. They have the prio. And this is not just for an Infernal Dragon. It's for Soul for them. T1, no objective to trade for, but it looks like with no prio, no teleport on Faker, they're just going to opt to give this up. And I can't blame them for the choice. They have mid control with the inhibitor down. They can maybe grab a second one. That's the goal here if they can get it down quickly enough. But I think trying to walk head first into that BLG composition without prio was just not going to be a successful strategy. They won't get this inhibitor. Bin shows up, stops them from taking it down, and T1 walk away with nothing.
Yeah, not going to be able to get too much here, and Infernal Soul is a huge sacrifice for T1, and I imagine they are not too excited about heading towards an Elder Flip scenario.
No, definitely not, especially when you consider how powerful Elk is going to be. He has a Spear of Shojin now in his inventory. He can constantly poke and then set up to come in and collapse for the kills here. I think all eyes going to be on Shun when we do get to that potential Elder fight, which I do think will be the deciding moment in this game. But even before that, if he gets picked, he's the one who's consistently been the target here for T1. But otherwise, in neutrals, if he's not caught, no one else really can go down. On so tanky, and the poke here in neutral for Elk is much stronger than Guma's when you consider that Infernal Soul. 3 stacked Infernal Drakes. I mean, look at this, even alone, Guma's health bar going down pretty quick.
Yeah. It's absolutely terrifying. Doesn't have a whole lot of lifesteal in the build as well. Has gone for the full AP Kai'Sa to diversify that damage profile here on the side of T1. As Zeus, I hope for his sake that they're able to get a clean team fight, because we have been critical of Zeris that don't build GAs in the past. By in the past, I mean last week, maybe even less than a week ago. It was very recently. And we'll see whether he is going to be able to keep himself alive. It is massive damage potential here for the Zeri in the team fight. But if you lock her down, she could just be wiped out. And then T1 are without one of their very crucial AD carries in this next fight. See how he is going to be able to play this one out, sitting there with his Bloodthirster shield stacked up.
Yeah, looking for a big wraparound ult here. Could slide in. Potentially. Shin's positioning here relatively risky on the right side. Here we go.
Extendo beam, not quite going to land there. Neither is the Glacial Prison as BLG able to get themselves out of there. Bin at about 50% health, but he's the tank. He's not too worried. Solar Flare also not exactly hitting the sweet spot as Shun able to walk that one off as well. Still T1 winning in the damage trades.
Yeah, if you can hit every single Void Seeker onto squishy targets like Shun, I mean, this is going to really start to stack up. Corky poke, not as strong as it used to be, but still relevant here. as T1, I mean, the weight of the wallets, you can really feel it. Jun just trying to back away, get some healing. They're going to start the Baron. It's going to have to be a clean engage from On.
Yeah, there's the flash forward from On. Speaking of which, True Shot Barrage over everyone as Zenith played into the backline just to try to get rid of them. And now Gumayusi, that killer instinct really working out. Faker dashing in. It's a little bit split, but it's working as Gumayusi flashes over the wall. There's the double kill. T1 dealing with Bin on the top side. Zeus not going to be falling this time around. And T1, it's another team fight, and this one could be the end of the game.
Looks likely they're going to push down mid here. You see Zeus pushing top side, but he doesn't necessarily need to. He could just rush to join his teammates. They've got the clear here. Only one Nexus turret stands between T1 and winning the first game of the World Cup.
That's a big old flash forward as Knight's going to get slowed down. There's the Glacial Prison. Set him up and you knock him down. Carrier and Ona with some great initiation in this game. And there goes the first Nexus of the EWC League of Legends. T1 going to claim it. And BLG going to need to win the next one to stay in it.
What a game to start it off. Top Zeri, lane swaps, crazy comebacks. I gotta say, on one hand, I almost was more impressed by BLG's performance in this game as an overall big picture, considering how far behind they were, the picks they found, how well they played around lane prio. But T1, the target selection again was so good, punishing Shun in those critical moments, bringing the game back, ending it there. The team fight that was super clean, and going way too deep onto one of 380 carries was a bit of a mistake, I want to say, for BLG.
Didn't quite work out, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break before the boys in the studio break it down.
Well, T1 take first blood, winning the first ever game here at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Has a couple of key plays around key objectives, has the world champs up 1-0 against BLG. Thanks to the back of some huge plays here. Zay's getting that one there. And the Zeri pick has to be a big thing we're going to talk about. All that being broken down here in the area. Welcome on back. Digon alongside Ox and Valdez. And guys, that was a heck of a good start here for T1.
Yeah, and I think you can see why there's been a bit of a rise of red side priority, particularly in the LCK. We've seen that quite a bit because this counter pick potential can be really punishing. Lane swaps haven't been seen as much as in MSI, and we got one this game to try and counteract it. And honestly, BLG did a decent job of navigating it, but still fell short in terms of the gold advantage.
It's just insane that as the game goes along, you've got not only the 2 AD carries, but you got the third AD carry on top of it all, as the casters were talking about. It's just kind of insane how much damage and pick potential you have with even just a couple of CC ultimates. You throw them in, and then all of a sudden the guy just dies immediately. It doesn't matter what they're doing or who it is on the opposite side.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights. And I think we have the draft to kick things off here. Yeah, here's the draft. Zeri. Again, a highly coveted pick, but now being flexed to the top side of the map here, Ox.
Yeah, and I feel like it doesn't specifically have to be Zeri. You know, we saw the Vayne Hobbit as well, but essentially it's a mobile AD carry. Who's going to be able to free farm into the Cassante, and the Cassante's never going to be able to really reach you. And BLG had this great idea where they went for this lane swap, and you know, we've seen lane swaps nerfs. We didn't necessarily expect this. Owner definitely didn't. They're not only shutting around the jungle, but On actually looks for another opportunity. You see, he tries to move in. He's like, there's no jungler here. I've got Smite. Maybe I can get the Krugs. And he actually ends up dying for it. And the reason this is so punishing, if you look at the minimap in the bottom right, Shun is doing his red side jungle. He then crosses over to take Owner's red side jungle and completely locks him out. Gets a big lead. Counterpoint here, we do see Bin get dived as a result.
It does get dove. They were talking about this during the cast. The teleport comes in, and it's a little bit close, you know, some damage going the way of the T1 members, but it definitely does set Bin pretty far behind, and then eventually the Zeri kind of pops off in a big way in this game.
Yeah, and this one was, again, we sort of saw the momentum that had been achieved by Shun. It was looking positive. They had a gold advantage, but the vulnerability to Zyra is you are immobile, and I think Owen did a fantastic job using the ultimate to consistently find this pick potential and really claw their way back into it.
Yeah, that was the play that then T1 took the lead. Then here on the top side of the map, a little bit of oopsie as Herald gets taken.
Yeah, the Herald does go their way, and you know, you saw some picks go in the way of BLG in this one, but this was really a big moment for them because they were coming back in this game, actually, in this mid-game. They were down like 5,000-6,000 gold, but just kind of one by one the dominoes fell because people kept getting picked on the side of T1. The Heralds came in, took down the turret eventually, and a lot of big moments did go the way of BLG. They also took the first Infernal Drake in this game, and it kind of felt like they were going to come back in this one.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of the power of having not only the Zyra, who's difficult to engage into, but the Ezreal at this mid-game point can just kind of stand there in the mid lane, constantly fire off harass. It's really hard to challenge him. And this passage of play between the Herald and then moving down the Dragon where you had complete control netted them not only, obviously, that Dragon, but you see the mid turret just fell down, and they also secure that bot tower as well. So the deficit they sort of fell into on the back of some deaths from Shun and Bin, they really clawed back here.
Yeah, again, showing the nature of these two squads and the back and forth game that was happening here. But then finally, the decisive team fight where T1 takes a massive lead.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, they try to extend in here, but Shun, he was just isolated so many times. Like, you just land one Glacial Prison, the guy dies. And he had like 6 deaths after the mid-game and after a lot of these team fights. He gets picked, and eventually they just have way too much damage on the side of T1. Yes, we did see the Zeri go down eventually, but it was just way too much. I think they eventually went on to take the Baron after that fight, and T1 began to roll away with the game with their insane scaling with all the AD carries.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if the front line's able to create space for the side of BLG, it can be really difficult to approach when you have an Ezreal who's so safe, a Zyra that disengage. But I think T1's target selection was really excellent there, which is why they found the edge in those team fights.
Again, one of the counters that we've seen to the AP junglers that are less mobile, unlike the Nidalee, is the Sejuani. You pick a target, you blow them up, the Leona's there. And if you're on the side of BLG, you look at your draft, you got a lot of priority things there. You're feeling pretty good. What are some of the changes you want to see here in game number 2 here, Ox?
So I think going to the next one, you know, choosing to go on red side could be a big advantage. I think you can clearly see that Zeus is willing to use the red side last pick with things like the Zeri, things like the Vayne. There's a lot of counter picks that you can bring out. And we saw, even though the lane swap did net some advantages for BLG, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to compensate the fact that this Zeri was just free scaling. And so I think if they move on the red side, they can kind of secure that advantage counter pick for Bin potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal, especially I think Wolf was talking about it on the cast. You know, T1 can be very tricky with some of these drafts, and it's only a best of 3 here in quarters. So now BLG, with their backs against the wall, it's a very rough format to deal with, right? Where there's so much pressure now. T1 were just able to pull out this very weird combo with the 380 carries, with all this flexibility that they have with their players on the red side. I do agree with Ox. I think they kind of have to try their luck on the red side, see if they can throw a curveball into T1 and try to bring the series back.
Yeah, definitely one of the brutal aspects of a best-of-3 format. You don't have a lot of time to experiment. If a team has been cooking something up like a Zeri top, it makes it very, very difficult. That Kai'Sa last pick, again, surprising everyone. I was looking at some of the co-streams, surprising some of our co-streamers as well around the world who are watching this one. For T1 now, again, it's been so much success on the international stage. They find ways to continue to innovate. Did you expect something like this, Valdez, where they had something ready, especially given the fact that they lost to KT earlier last week?
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I think, you know, you kind of have to look at yourself within and say, okay, what did we do wrong? What went wrong in that best of 3 over in the LCK? And I think that coming into this format, where again, it's a best of 3, but now you get knocked out, you know, it's not a regular season format. You see it even in times where you have to deal with best of 1s. You want to bring out, you know, cheese picks or really interesting strategies, right, for the matchup, especially up against such a strong team like BLG. So I really want to applaud what T1 did with this first pick. Not sure if this was prepared or if they were just like, okay, we're going to see if this works, as sometimes they do that as well.
Yeah, you could see the players on the walls there, the teams on the walls, and how the contrasting team rooms are. We're about 90 seconds away. So final thoughts here on game number 1, what you want to see from game number 2 for both these squads here at the first ever Esports World Cup here, Ox.
Yeah, I think typically T1's been successful when they're able to play through strong either top or bot lane. We saw that kind of here, or the other top lane advantage. But the time when I really thought that BLG had a massive edge against them was last year's MSI, where Shun was able to impact the bot lane and drive that 2v2. I feel like as a trio, the bot lane and Shun are so good at setting up dives and really punishing, and Guma Carrier have been known to struggle against that before. So maybe finding a setup where you don't want to lane swap, you go for the traditional lanes and looking to punish on the back of that.
Yeah, Valdez, is this a product of the meta? Do you feel like Shun, who's normally good at suffocating and helping his team get ahead around the map, being hurt by this AP meta jungle?
I mean, you know, they picked the Zyra first pick for a reason. I think they had a lot of faith in Shun to kind of come in here, carry, affect the map in a big way. Maybe they saw this curveball and they weren't sure exactly what to do with it. It got started in such a good way. Like, he was affecting the map. He had a very huge lead in the jungle, but it kind of all fell apart very quickly. So I do think you have to play through him once again, but they need a new strap for game 2.
All right. Well, again, BLG's backs against the walls already, as T1 have found a victory in game number 1. Will they find another one in game number 2? We'll find out after this short break. Don't go anymore. More EWC after the bit.
Hi everyone, this is the STC Gaming Hall check-in, where STC Gaming Hall is a huge sponsor for the EWC event. Let's take you around because this is all very refreshing and new to me. Towards my right-hand side, there is a lot of choices for how you would like to relax with your friends. I believe there's some people playing some cards there as well. But as we walk towards the left, there are multiple activities that you can utilize to play some games. I believe there is race cars, and there's also a machine that makes you coffee. But the most important thing today is that today's main theme is League of Legends. And towards the left-hand side of this building, we have a huge setup for 20, 30 people that is free to play, and you're more than welcome to join in to experience how it is being a professional player for League of Legends. It starts at 11 p.m. and you can bring your friends who are aspiring professional players and see what it's like to be in the spotlight.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. No, it's not as good. I can't do it like Tyler. I just can't do it like Tyler. We are getting ready for the draft for game number 2. BLG looking to fight back against T1 after they suffered at the hands of top lane Zeri. I think in a game like that, I think it's very easy to look towards Shun and the fact that he went 1-7 or something like this on the Zyra. It didn't quite work out, but the early game did. And I think one of the biggest problems that you can look towards is the fact that, Bin teleports to the bot side of the map and then dies instead of picking up all that experience. I think that was the main moment where things were really kind of messed up. So hoping that we can see a cleaner early game from BLG and something that can really propel them into a mid game where they can actually have some control. Because we saw that even when they get a semblance of a grip of the game, it's very difficult for T1 to find ways in.
Which is what I think they initially wanted to do with this draft, but they couldn't actually bring it to fruition because they decided to opt into the lane swaps instead. Can certainly be a bit of an issue with the draft, but let's see where they go here, blue side or red, into game 2, because red side's going to give you that opportunity to take a very, very strong counter pick in R5, but at the same time, so many prio picks for first pick are really important here as well. They will take us to red side. Not surprised by this in the slightest, and we'll see what T1 are going to prioritize, because I don't think it's going to be a Zyra first pick for them. It'll be a ban, in fact.
Yeah, and I think you still have that degree of flexibility in the bans when you are on the blue side. One really difficult thing when you're on a new patch in a tournament playing the very first time is that side selection isn't necessarily intuitive as you go from patch to patch, right? You don't necessarily know what picks are going to be the strongest and what picks aren't necessarily going to work out. And therefore, it's really hard to determine whether blue side having that first pick, getting that really strong choice is going to be the best thing, or whether it's more about answering what your opponent's going to do. And so far, we've seen that red side has kind of worked out with T1's very eclectic draft, and we'll see what BLG is going to do with the red side this time around.
I love that Sejuani ban to come through here by BLG, because some of the real big issues for them when they were trying to press their advantage, their control over the map, was punished by Glacial Prisons and, shouldn't being out of position, getting caught by Owner. Then follow-up came through from Keria, weakens the Kai'Sa pick substantially.
Yep.
So of these 4 bans we've seen until this Kalista, that was my favorite so far, as Kalista will be taken away from Elk. The Rumble will once again be gone. Where do T1 take us is the big question right now here in this first pick. Could just be a safe Tristana lock-in. Skarner, we haven't seen just yet, is laning taking a big hit with some of the stat stick nerfs we saw from him or on him on this patch. It'll be the Senna that's left open as well. And the tax of taking away the Faker Azir, right, the Guma Sejuani, you can't give Rumble over, is that this is a Senna lane that we have seen T1 dominate with so many different supports. I mean, this is T1's bread and butter.
I mean, it's also BLG's bread and butter, so they know exactly what this is capable of. The Corki going to go into Knight's hands. I think when it comes to the tier list of, Knight being comfortable on 80 carries in the mid lane, this is definitely his best. Even on the Corki, he hasn't necessarily had standout games. He's had some pretty standout KDAs, and they still have a gigantic win rate with him piloting the little plane. So looking forward to seeing what can happen here as another Yordle being considered. The Tristana here for Faker taking the other side of the matchup. We saw the mid lane. It was a bit of a wash, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, I'm going to take the other side of the matchup and I'm going to beat you in it this time as well. It was more of a wash. It was more about how these team fights were played out as the game went on. And so a lot of power picks here going to be picked up.
The Nidalee, I think, is pretty self-explanatory in this draft. And if you were going to get your pick of the litter for AP junglers with double 80 carry, these were the picks we were always going to see. Tristana, Nidalee with that Senna. We haven't really seen T1 do too much AP jungling, especially when you compare Owner to Shun, who's played almost exclusively AP junglers in the LPL. Now, his highest played is the Brand, his most played jungle champion of the LPL season. And it looks like they want to lock that one away before it can be banned here. A lot of stuff to talk about with how Brand interacts in early skirmishes, his damage output in the later game, and his fast clear as well. but he is somewhat vulnerable in a draft like this, the same way he was, of course, with the Zyra pick in Game 1. See how well they can protect this pick now, because this is the toughest part about banning supports away from Keria and a Senna lane. He can play anything. He'll play the Ornn, he'll play the Poppy support, he'll obviously play the Nautilus. They took that one away right off the bat. He's played Wukong in this position.
He's played Lee Sin.
Lee Sin. Yeah, there's so many different ones he can pick.
Yeah, there are definitely plenty of choices that that Keria can go towards, but the Ornn, certainly the best one, and of course in the LPL as well, they are playing a fair bit of the Senna Ornn down there as well, and in fact, seems to be more popular than the Nautilus variant after what we saw at MSI, really proving that the Blacksmith has been very, very powerful.
Tahm Kench, the other big one, obviously, that is going to be taken away. These are the two you always see. So the Senna pick for T1 always takes 2 bans as well with it, because the power of the Tahm Kench, the Ornn, or the Nautilus with this pick is just too much to deal with. So we'll see what this final 80 carry ban is going to be towards Elk. We still have picks like the Varus to consider. We'll actually target this towards the Twisted Fate, and you know, K'Sante is available for BLG to just take away themselves instead.
I think it's very interesting that it's the Twisted Fate ban instead of the Ezreal ban, because Ezreal pretty obviously an option for Elk to pick up. Of course, did spend a little bit of time hovering some other options. But,
Smolder.
Yeah, fiery theme. You do like that. But I'm hoping that he just goes back to the Ezreal. Never mind, it's going to be the Ziggs. Thankfully, we have Orcs waiting in the studio to break this one down. Of course, as far as Valdanalist picks as well. I mean, they love the Ziggs mains. That means that we know exactly what the segment's going to be after this game.
Well, the answer here for T1 I'm really curious about, because Ziggs can push any support incredibly well.
Maokai's still up?
Still up. You know, relatively lower prio, it seems like, from whisperings we've been hearing on this patch, but it's going to be played, of course, in the support position in this game. And now will be Zeus's blind jungle, or top pick, excuse me, here. Twisted Fate was banned, so we could just go the K'Sante route here and be a front line for the double 80 carry. They've got great setup for the spears as well, but he's going to opt into Bin with the Aatrox blind. The bravery of this man.
Bin can just go for the Camille matchup, or he can go for the Gnar matchup. Of course, Gnar really, I mean, we've seen this for so many years, right? Aatrox into Gnar. It's not going to be that, though. Of course, he's going to pick Camille. He has to pick Camille, because this has been, and if I was a T1 fan, I'd be very, very scared of what's going to happen on that top side of the map, because of course the setup for Owner isn't exactly targeted, right? From the Aatrox. You do have some knockups, you do have some ways to try and get Owner in there, but Bin can be so tricky on this Camille. We know exactly how well he pilots this champion.
My concern with the Camille pick in this draft, though, is going to be the Maokai. The ability to lock this Camille down with the ultimate, prevent her from flanking, prevent her from finding those engage angles. Senna, very immobile. Nidalee, to a certain extent, can also be punished if she's caught by a flanking Camille, but the Tristana is going to be relatively safe. You know, isn't going to be necessarily, you know, it always feels kind of like, okay, well, I can lock down Tristana. She can't jump away. This is a counter to Tristana, but if she could just kind of keep herself at arm's length and make it really difficult for you to engage.
Is so good into Hextech Ultimatum. And I think if T1, like, if Faker just holds onto that ultimate, it's going to be so hard for Bin to do the Bin thing, right? Where he just executes on a flank angle and just destroys a priority target. He is so incredibly good at doing that, and Faker, he has to be the one to answer. He has to be the one that is capable of dealing with what Bin's able to throw at them.
Yeah, I am most concerned about how team fights are going to go. I'm not worried about Bin's laning at all. I think he will be, this is going to be a really exciting one to watch. 2 iconic picks for 2 of the world's most famed top laners of all time. So that's an exciting one we get. So as a caster, I'm really going to enjoy it. But in team fights later on, I think he's going to have a big edge, or he's going to have a lot of side lane control. The Ziggs damage output also against double 80 carry is going to be a little bit low in terms of damage throughput. You have a Corki, you have a Ziggs, so you don't have a lot of long-term damage in team fight. You have a lot of upfront damage, and if Corki has that front line, maybe he can get something done, but a risky draft to be sure for BLG.
No, I agree, but a fun one. This is going to be really exciting as we dive onto Summoner's Rift once again here for game number 2. It is do or die for BLG. Remember, this is single elimination. This is like so incredibly fast, and everything can be taken away at a moment's notice. Any hesitation and you could be absolutely punished. And remember, the prize money is just doubled every time you win. And so it is absolutely gigantic. If T1 are able to win this, then they move into the semi-finals. look to await their next opposition. BLG, there are 2 games that they have to win if they want to keep their hopes alive for putting their frame on the totem.
2 for 2 for Owner Spears, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
That's the start you want to see.
As, well, I mean, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. As Faker is just going to jump on top of Shun. Shun may have to flash extraordinarily early in this game, and he does so. Faker still looking for a little bit more, but a Brand without flash, that is very, very scary for BLG.
Already squishy, already so vulnerable. No pot on this Brand either. And it's going to be able to regen with a little bit of the changes to the jungle pets and how you can get your health back quickly, even if you are chunked down. But the lack of the flash, as you mentioned, is the real big one here. And, you know, they will be able to normally clear here. It's not going to be the end of the world for Shun. We're not going to see, you know, a follow-up here from T1 to punish his flash early, very likely. But still, just off of a little bit of aggression from Faker, feeling really great about this one. Now, it does, of course, change how Faker can trade with Knight at level 1 because he did go for the rocket jump first. So Knight's going to be feeling a small bit of a nice feeling for this one.
Yep. And I mean, it used to be the thing that you used to do on the Tristana just in general, take rocket jump early. And we saw Faker getting a bit of extra damage down for that. Of course, now in the Corki matchup, he does like to just press Gatling gun and stand there. And so often the explosive charge is pretty important, but Faker will have that level 2 pretty quickly. And you can see so far trading relatively effectively into this Corki. And I find this matchup so fascinating because there have been so many different takes around the world as to who's supposed to win this. In the LCK, we see Tristana pretty much dominate as Satchel Charge going to come on through here. Carrier going to use the Twisted Advance to try and get himself out of the way as the Piercing Darkness comes down onto On. And that's confusing as Hook is going to connect down to Gumushi. He has the barrier to avoid that damage, but On may have overextended. Titan's Wrath comes in. Elk just free firing with these rockets. Rockets? More like bombs, Atlas. You silly Billy. But On's still able to get out of there. Flash now burnt, but Flash had to be used by Carrier there as well. Relatively even on that trade, and On gonna have that back interrupted momentarily.
Yeah, I feel like this was not the exchange that Elk and On were looking for. Obviously, Ziggs can do a lot. He has a lot of burst damage, even in these early levels. You hit the Satchel Charge, but Ascena is going to be able to maintain that damage, and her Q is going to be able to offer a little bit of sustain. Ends up getting both of them with that one, so some additional damage coming through. I don't think that On and Elk calculated for that one, so really quick reaction from Carrier as well to turn things around. As On
going for a pretty early run here, as he does get sent back home pretty early. Elk is now completely out of mana there towards the bottom side of the map, so he's probably pretty keen on getting a reset angle himself, but not before Knight gets a bit of support, potentially, in this mid lane.
It's common to see...
trying to go for an invade.
Yeah, it's common to see the roams here. Okay.
Yeah, Hook gonna get the flash out of Ona here, actually. Not able to transform in time to get the pounce to avoid it, and just doesn't want to mess with On.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable flash there, so big value. You know, I was going to say it's common to see a roaming support with the Ziggs because he has teleport, right? He's just going to sit there under the turret, farm it out, then back and teleport back to lane, grabs his tier here and a refillable. So going to be feeling pretty good about that, but feeling much better about the fact that On is able to grab a flash away. So 2 junglers now flashless after the early game. This top lane we haven't watched all too much. Been trying to trade, of course, with his shield a little bit here, but finds himself a little bit down on CS, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, the early game is always going to be a little bit more difficult for the Camille. There is ebb and flow in this matchup, but Zeus is very, very good at the Aatrox as well, so you can understand why it's going the way it is. Definitely, I feel like it's going better for Zeus than I was expecting moving into this one, but still, I'm not going to count out Bin on his very famous Camille this time around. Gumushi getting some vision down as Carrier trying his best to just exist as a tree in this bottom lane, and it is proving difficult. The landmines being thrown down by the Ziggs, quite frustrating. And Gumushi will come down for some healing support as BLG given an opportunity to move into the river now.
Yeah, see Ben just going to be able to comfortably catch this wave here. We're going to see a back from Zeus. He's not going to actually commit to any sort of mid lane play.
Faker probably not wanting to rocket jump right then, but the Hook is going to go entirely wide as the minion wave was there to protect Faker from that one. And so not perturbed, just happy to continue fighting and brawling as Shun comes on over. Pillar of Flame is going to connect as the stun just barely not able to land onto Faker. But Faker is playing with a lot of gusto, man. Like, this guy is not looking afraid of anything at all.
No, he's certainly not. And, I mean, knowing the minion wave is there feels relatively safe against a potential on gank.
Zeus hitting the sweet spots here. Owner is here, he's seen. Bin is going to have to respect it. Yeah, you can see Zeus just trying to thin the wave here as much as possible as Owner is slinking around, as cats do like to do. Now I wanted to come over and catch any sort of rotation here for Shen, who is on vision as well. Spears flying through, not connecting, as that's a decent Infernal Chains connecting onto Bin there, who does get the shield back, doesn't get very much use out of it.
That's such a valuable ward because it allows Zeus and Owner to communicate about the trading patterns here and say, look, keep trading with him. I'm closer. I know exactly where he is. I'm going to try to slow him down with a spear. He can't all in you because I have the fast track. And not only is that going to lead to a good trade in the top lane, but it's also going to allow T1 to take advantage on Grubs. Knight coming over now, but it's going to be tough to contest. Hex Flash will get on closer.
Oh, Owner's even able to grab the third one there. Kind of huge, as I think that T1 utilized this the best. I feel like they prioritize Grubs so highly because the amount of souls that come out of that thing, and Gumayusi going to be able to grab all of them. And so once again, T1 going to look to try and push ever further as Gumayusi coming towards that top side. Finn getting that ward down, but Zeus just holding him in place. Hextech Ultimatum is there, but it's not going to be all that useful in this moment. He is able to get himself out. No teleport. He just back to lane.
Yeah, that's the timing of this. He just TPs back to lane, but because T1 have that topside grub control, they get a huge advantage. Now, cross map here, they are going to be able to take away this red buff from T1. That's a bit of a trade here in mid, but does feel like a huge win for T1 in every regard. Bin is being put behind significantly now in this early game. The wave is away from him as well. And you have 3 grubs for a Tristana. Denied those from a side laning Camille. And even though it's an even gold game right now, T1 picking up all the big advantages.
Yeah, it's feeling like that. BLG should be able to get this dragon, though. That is certainly going to get them into a much better position. As Ocean for first, we're hoping that it's Chemtech for second dragon, then we're guaranteed a pretty spicy soul, which we would very much like. Smite comes down, that's going to be Mountain as dragon number 2. As now T1 just looking to catch this wave towards the bottom side. And scaling's a really fun conversation to have in this game. Because
absolutely.
There's Senna who scales to infinity, we know that, right? Faker's gonna draw beads, utilizing his passive on the Tristana. We mentioned the Tristana scaling a lot. It's gonna have to hold that thought for a moment. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes down as in Gumayusi in so much trouble. The Nature's Grasp comes in, but that is going to be the first blood going over to Elk on his Ziggs. On, gets that shield back as well as the flash from Carrier. Needs another auto and he will not find it, and now Elk at full health should be able to take down the tree, and there he goes, 2 for nothing on the bottom side in the 2v2.
Yeah, big miscalculation there from Carrier, and I think actually looking for the smash timed with the shield expiring, but actually messing it up and putting it into that shield there really costs him, as he needs that extra auto and he won't have it. Flash down for both bottom laners here for the side of BLG, but it's traded for T1s, and Shun is going to be fine here. Traded for T1s, and they end up getting 2 kills for the Zig, so he is now massively accelerated in this early game. It was a little bit of a chess game between these two teams in terms of positioning, in terms of the trading we were seeing, but now it's getting a little bloodier, and BLG take a 1K gold lead off the play.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive, and maybe that conversation about scaling is less and less relevant, as Zeus thought he was in a 1v1. He is absolutely not, as the World Ender comes in. Owner is here to try and help out. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive, but the answer is no. There is so much damage, especially coming out of this brand, and BLG will take their third. They are starting to run away with it.
Oh, they really are. Now a potential punish here.
Yeah, Owner pounces over the wall, and it looks like we're going to have backs channeled. Not too much else gained here, as T1 were thinking about it, not actually able to make it happen. Bouncing bomb flies down, and Elk just going to be able to clear this wave out at his leisure.
Yeah, now even with that kill going over, it went over to the brand, which is quite common, obviously, with how the champion works. Does steal a lot of those away. Doesn't go to the Camille. Still ends up being, despite Zeus' death, a significant advantage for him in the top side. He's still up 15 CS. He's actually going to be able to walk back to lane and not utilize his teleport, so that's an extra tool he has in his arsenal right now. So big win for BLG, but T1 not down and out just yet, able to get some small edges from this. And with 3 grubs to T1, we'll see how this next set of grubs shakedown goes, because this is where you can really deny Camille a lot of side lane power and make the Tristana a huge threat later on if T1 can secure these. As they spawn here, you're going to see a big group up. Elk does have teleport as well to potentially join this fight. Keria can match, and BLG, with the prio they have right now, it looks like T1 not going to mess with this one. They're going to be happy to trade 3 for 3.
Yeah, Shun is able to take these so incredibly quickly as well on the Brand. Pillar of Flame doing some pretty mean damage at this point in time. So it should be 3 for 3 once again as we move towards Herald coming up next here in this Baron Pit. Spear not going to be able to take one. I like the opportunistic play there from Owner to see whether he can possibly snipe something, but not able to do so. As once again, it feels like T1 had this explosive beginning to the game, and despite the fact that it didn't result in any kills, it was still them with a fair bit of control. And then BLG finding their answer back. This time around, though, it was a lot earlier.
Yeah. Some first strike value coming over to Elk here in this lane. I really like that choice of rune. We didn't really talk about it too much. We've seen a lot of different runes on Ziggs depending on the matchup, but in the Senna one here where you're facing off against a Maokai that you can constantly harass when it is just you against the Maokai alone, it's going to generate a lot of income for this Ziggs that's already so far ahead.
Well, might be getting taken down a peg or two here as he is looking to run away. Spear not going to connect. Nice sidestep there from Elk, but still the swipe damage is decent. As Owner is going to heal himself back up. As another ulti out of On as he moves towards this topside bin, can throw down the Hextech ultimatum. And now Zeus nowhere to go. Finds the sweet spot. It was decent. Worldender is doing a fair bit of work, but On still able to tank that turret shot, and he will be A-OK. Meanwhile, here on the bottom side, Shun is going to be punished. Owner almost taken down there. The Brand passive is so dangerous, but he's still going to be able to take this Gromp down, and T1 still able to get that cross map off.
Yeah, no ult here for Elk to impact the play further, so it is just going to be a little bit of a steal away on the jungle. Zeus unable to flash during that moment topside there with On. If he gets that flash off and gets away, maybe he could have traded one back. He played it so beautifully, but ultimately is still taken down with all that lockdown there, the Nautilus and the Camille. So Zeus now the lead kind of withering a little bit. As you can see, the damage is coming through. We'll watch this play here, bottom side. We missed the beginning of it. That's just Shun getting caught here by the end of Keria's ultimate. The teleport comes through in response here from Elk, but nothing he can do on the play.
Yep. Pretty cool that Keria is also utilizing his ex-teammate Juhan's skin as well on the DRX Maokai. Very, very cool stuff.
Do love to see it.
Yep. At least I believe they were on DRX at Simple.
I'm not 100% sure about that.
It might have been, unless... Wait, were they on Humble Life Esports at the same time?
I don't...
No, that was Johan.
Yeah, you're thinking of Johan, Arthur. That was a different time, but we digress.
It was definitely a very different time. And yes, we are indeed digressing.
Old LCK casters, you know, sometimes we just gotta remember the old days.
Old LCK casters that remember things wrongly sometimes. As flash out of the way from the phosphorus bomb here from Faker, really respecting Knight's damage as he was trying to get some more plate gold. Turret is going to fall there on the bottom side, and of course Ziggs, he is always going to win those. And now
he's so ahead.
Looking for even more. So this inner turret is now under fire. Keria dealing with the minions. No, there is one melee minion still left alive, and Bin is able to grab that kill, and they can keep pushing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like Keria's ult was just coming back online. I don't know if it really would have saved him, but it might have been able to buy some additional time. But T1 are just going to trade it for topside here. But it is going to be 2 turrets for 1. BLG with a massive gold lead, an insanely fed Ziggs, a Brand that's about to finish his jungle item, or rather his pet, already picked up the Leandries early, has been clearing like a madman. Yes, Uner has cleared more minions, has been able to clear more of the jungle, but in terms of the impact here, it's definitely been Shun who's been the bigger winner here. So BLG completely in the driver's seat. Now T1 will get beyond just that top turret, the Herald topside objective that comes with this.
Yep, they will be able to take that one down as On just moving on in here. He's going to get pulled back, but Knight is there for the defense. Gumayushi is so squishy. Has to be very, very careful. Able to slink off into the mist and will be all right. But I thought that On might actually be a kill opportunity as Zeus sitting in this brush here. He's actually going to go back home and let On just get that vision in.
They had no idea, I think,
more than he could shoot.
Where Shun was, so they were just a little bit too scared to actually commit to the play. That movement there from On is so deceptive. It's like, why would he be up here? This is so insanely risky. Doesn't he know we're backing right here? He's alone. He must not be alone. We're not going to do that. We just lost a flash, and they don't commit any further. The game here is still playable for T1, especially if we consider it's an Infernal Soul again in game 2. And if they can stack those up, they definitely have a really, really strong late game win condition. But this Ziggs, how ahead he is, how much he can impact sides, and also what he can do in a team fight burst-wise just before the fight even starts off. And then some of that burn from Leandres can win you an objective fight before it really even takes off, especially if we consider the engage here for T1 is relatively lackluster. They don't have an engaged jungler. The Maokai can help set up things, but he's not going to be the realistic, or rather the consistent engage that the Nautilus is going to be on the side of BLG. They've got the Camille as well, so definitely really liking the game state here for BLG.
Yeah, me too. Able to just walk up and take that outer turret in the mid lane as well. The Ziggs doing that execution with Satchel Charge. And Faker spending a bit of time there towards the top lane will be able to push that towards the inner turret that BLG now has to attend to. But this is such a long lane that Zeus is in right now. They get a glimpse of vision as Hook is going to connect there onto the Nidalee, and she'll just explode. It's a gank squad from BLG. And now Zeus, he knows that it's his number up next. Shun going to be the one to throw that pillar of flame in. Will get knocked up as Worldender comes down. 1 versus 3 is going to turn into 1 versus 4 very quickly. And as soon as the stun comes in, that is it for Zeus. BLG, I mean, I think they got an inch earlier on, but they have definitely got a mile now.
Yeah, this is a much bigger lead than the small lead they had in game 1. And unfortunately for T1, the path back into this game is so difficult. And the reason why that bottom side play transpired, excuse me, the way it did was because of the lack of vision there for T1. Zeus had an idea that obviously something was going to go on, but didn't know the angle and was cut off from his teammates, so couldn't really rejoin. And they just get collapsed on. As at least this back will commence here for Carrier. Picks up his Merc Treads, but man, Atlas, it's so difficult to even describe how much power in these objective fights BLG is going to have, as the engage is not onto the Aatrox, but onto Owner, who's trying to cut a shadow and give him the opportunity to bring this back. Zeus is at least able to get a flash out, but is not able to collapse onto a kill.
Yeah, and Bramble Smash going to be decent disengage there as On does decide to go in.
I mean, you look at
going to be able to utilize that.
If you look at the items here, I mean, Senna obviously takes a long time to get online. She's, stacking up and starting to become a little bit more of a threat, but she's sitting on a, nearly completed item, whereas Elkazon 2 has both, some additional burst with his ultimate and poke. And with the prio that BLG have right now, this Drake spawns in 30 seconds. I just see no way T1 can contest this.
Well, Carrion might also be in trouble here as the hook is going to land once again. Nature's Grasp comes down. They're going to look for the re-engages on. Possibly overextended, and indeed will go down. T1 grabbing themselves a pick. That could be huge with the Dragon coming up.
Yeah.
The BLG are still very scary.
Very big opportunity here for T1. They're going to try to drop this Herald to get some additional prio here, and it will take BLG some time to deal with that. Dragon hasn't spawned just yet. It's up in 5. They're just going to opt to try to defend this turret instead, get some additional time for On to respawn and rejoin. T1 don't have a big wave here, no way to take this turret out, so BLG will just weather the storm, regroup for that Dragon. So small victory here for T1 on the punish, but the objective still looks very much BLG's.
Yep, it's also the shortest of the death time is on the side of BLG as well. So On back on the Rift very, very quickly. So like you were saying, that is going to be Soul Point being picked up for BLG. And T1 are just trying to get as much time as they can. I don't know whether it gets better by doing that. I think giving up this Dragon is something that they have to do, but they might have to give up the next one as well. And yes, they managed to beat BLG with an Infernal Drake in game number 1. I think the game state is going to dictate that it's going to be much more difficult to replicate here in game number 2.
Yeah, and there's just not a lot of space for Faker to get value cross-map. He's sitting on 3 grubs, so that's a decent push with this Tristana, but the Ziggs is a really much larger threat in terms of turret destruction here. And when you look at how team fights can go, obviously if On overextends and he pushes too far forward, the re-engage is good from T1. You can punish that. It's not tank Nautilus, it's not the actual farming Nautilus like the Maokai is, much tankier. It's a bit of an error there of judgment by BLG, but there's just so many different ways to peel, for example, of T1 collapsing on somebody when Carrier goes in, Faker trying to get that reset, because you've got a Camille, you've got the damage output of this Corgi, so T1 really have to play passively, but like you said, it doesn't get better from here. You have to make some sort of proactive play, but the BLG's vision control in both games has been so phenomenal. It's just hard to find an angle.
Yeah, it's just so hard to get towards a Ziggs composition, right? If the Ziggs is playing very well, these Hextech minefields, and with the backup of a Brand, I mean, you don't see that much of the Brand Ziggs combination. It works out very, very well as far as controlling space, not to mention putting a Hextech ultimatum on top of it where you just don't get to leave.
It's only Elk's second time playing the champion this year as well. It's not like this is a big mainstay setup that he picks a lot of the time, but I think considering how this game is shaped out, it's been way more valuable than the Smolder they considered, which has been kind of an old classic scaling counter to the Senna. The Ziggs winning out this early is exactly what you want.
Oh, Ona's able to pounce his way out as another Nature's Grasp comes on in. More defensively utilized here for T1 as there's 3 minutes on this next Dragon. Baron up and available here, but has only been around for about 45 seconds. That means that it's not exactly an easy task to take that one down, even though BLG do have that 3,500 gold buffer over T1 right now.
Yeah, T1 trying to get some control over the Baron pit, but we're still only 21 minutes into this game. It's a Senna composition, and yeah, you've got Leandries on the Nidalee, but you don't really have the opportunity to threaten a Baron, so BLG can just kind of come over. They have insane wave clear with the Ziggs, and the Brand as well can kind of help out here. Just say, well, you had vision control for just a moment. It's mine now again. And Bin is about to become a much larger side lane threat than what they've been dealing with thus far.
Yeah.
T1 just trying to find these small opportunities. Maybe on overextends. Maybe we can catch Elk if he's trying to look for a little bit too much poke damage. But it's just so methodical, so clean the way BLG, both games, again, played around this same scenario, clearing waves, getting prio.
As Elk throws down another Mega Inferno Bomb, that one's going to be entirely avoided there by T1. So on cooldown for a little while, but ability haste coming through here for Elk, so we'll have that one up relatively soon, and we'll definitely have it for
power move
fight around this Infernal Drake. Exactly right.
So I don't need my ult.
You got to send a message.
Yeah.
You know?
What a power play.
And it would have been a lot of damage if it had landed there as well. So definitely good that T1 are able to sidestep it. Total gold, you can see Elk and Knight, both carries for BLG, really starting to rake it in. And a Ziggs that is accelerated is a very scary thought because he just does so much damage in such a wide AoE.
I mean, look at how far behind on the curve Faker is. It's really, you know, it starts to feel doomed here for T1. It starts to feel unwinnable. And we're not at that game state just yet, but you know, Faker sitting on 2 items here, if given an opportunity, absolutely can pop off and get resets in a team fight, but the oppressive vision control is hard to circumvent. Now, T1 are just going to do the Hail Mary Baron because they got to pull BLG to them somehow because BLG is playing back and playing safe.
Yeah.
Bin does have TP.
He does have TP, but he's just continuing to walk. They just trust that they'll be able to get them off this Baron without actually using the teleport. You can see now he's in the minion wave. He's on vision. T1 going to try and keep this leash. Just a flash forward from Carrier, gets the flash out from Shun. He's trying to keep himself in there. Into the pit goes Zeus. Carrier goes down. There is the Baron secured. But can they actually keep themselves alive as Faker's just going to get thrown around like a ragdoll? There is the takedown onto Bin, though, who tries to get it. It's a double kill for Knight. Some redemption for the mid laner here as Zeus and Ona walking the wrong direction, trying to get themselves over these walls and into safety. They have the Baron, but how many will be able to keep it and tell the tale is the question.
Looks like just Owner.
Zeus, there's a few too many bad guys around him at this point in time, so Owner killed the Baron, and he's the only one that gets to keep it.
BLG played that so clean, constantly threatening the teleport, but wanting to keep it, because if you get T1 off that Baron without actually committing the Camille teleport, you also get more turret gold as well in the bottom lane. You probably open that one up. T1, he kept hiding in the bottom lane, showing maybe I'm teleporting. You don't know, I could have a flank ward. T1 held firm though, they held strong. Carrier looks for the flash engage play to push BLG off of it, but it's a great ultimate there from Bin as well.
Oh,
another fight.
The hook comes in from On. Hex Flash was utilized as everyone used their flash in that last fight. There is not a lot of summoner spells left available as the Hextech minefield. They just can't walk through it. And T1 are going to give the Infernal Soul again. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to be avoided, but at least Gumiushi didn't stand in the middle of it. Still takes massive amounts of damage. And so BLG, from strength to strength, and just incrementally this gold grab up and to the right for BLG. Despite losing out on the Baron, it's only plus 700 right now on that power play, so not really feeling too powerful.
No, I feel like there's a pretty good chance it's going to go into the negatives once this turret starts to fall. At least Zeus is trying to push the bottom lane. But Keiria's engage opportunity here is really thin. He's punished instantly. The ult from Guma does do a decent amount of damage, but look at Bin getting over the wall here onto Faker. You talked about the Buster Shot interaction, but the fight is completely split. Nothing T1 can do, using everything they had to try to take down the Baron. And it feels like it's BLG that has a Baron buff. They don't, but gonna force Zeus to TP.
Oh, that's a big TP flank here from Zeus. Let's see what they can actually do. Remember, they're fighting into an Infernal Soul. So, yes, it's a gold lead, but it's even more than that. With the Infernal Soul available, now Nature's Grasp coming in. Can they actually line them up, find some of these snares? There's the triple root from the Malphite. Boom goes the Dynamite. Down goes Knight as Faker rocket jumps his way to safety. Bin going to be eviscerated immediately as the Mega Inferno Bomb goes to Narnia, and that's not going to kill anyone. It's a spear connecting for the double. As Shun, he's still alive, and as it turns out, he's actually enough damage, kind of by himself. At least with Elk there as well, raining down these bouncing bombs. As T1, I think they won that fight, but it doesn't feel like a lot of control.
It doesn't feel like a lot of control. Gold lead still 3,000. Faker?
Oh yeah, still going to go for it here as Shun wants to be able to land the abilities, and he does so. Ona going to get slowed down as the minefield comes in, and that was weird, Wolf.
That was definitely not it. Faker seeking an opportunity here, saying, look, I'm Tristana. I'm sitting on nearly 3 items. That's a Ziggs. He doesn't have the damage output to trade with me long term, but the burst is good enough. They have enough AP damage there to just wipe them both out. Pretty puzzling decision, as this is a great ult setup here for Keiria. The ultimate as well coming through from Guma, the Dawning Shadows, is going to be enough damage to make it look like maybe T1 have full control here. Faker bounces out, gets healed up by Owner, but you can see his reluctance to re-enter the fight because there's just so much damage there. He's like, if we could get a pick, if I could get resets here on my jump, maybe we find something there, but he backs out, takes his opportunity in mid lane and completely fails.
Yeah, and Knight didn't get a whole lot done. Of course, he popped pretty early in that fight, but you could see Elk and Shun really carrying those damage numbers.
He picks up a Death Cap and is halfway to a Void Staff as well after those gifts in the mid lane. He's been big from start to finish.
Well, hookshot comes through from Bin, but doesn't find Zeus with that one. Control ward going down as BLG look to suffocate T1 out of their jungle. And yeah, T1, they had that Hail Mary fight. They did find a few options. In like the isolated team fight, things looked good. The aftermath, not so great. And BLG retain all that control on the map here as Faker on that top side of the map, just trying to push out, getting towards his Infinity Edge one step at a time. But he still needs a BF sword and the recipe completion, as Gumayusi going to be pretty annoyed that that one landed. Looked kind of like he was out of it, but he was not, and takes about 1 trillion damage there from Elk.
And it's just
new cool hat.
It's rinse and repeat here for BLG. I mean, T1 made some proactive plays. That top side attempted teleport flank from Zeus obviously really helped stem the bleeding, but then the mid debacle where Faker and Owner committed and ended up losing out and giving more gold to this Ziggs means that we just kind of go back to I push mid, I push waves out, I got a Camille in the side lane. We're setting up for an Elder fight in 2 minutes as...
All right, another Nature's Grasp comes in. They think that they found Knight. He is going to flash. Zeus had pre-ulted here as well. 2 minutes until the Elder, but it's 44 seconds on the Baron. BLG full control of that top side, as we can see.
It's going to cost Zeus more than an ultimate here for this flank attempt, as Camille is bearing down on this inner turret, and they're just going to wipe it out. Still 1 minute and 45 here. T1 put everything that they had into trying to make that play work. Another flank from Zeus, but that's all they've got. With the lack of engage we've been talking about, your best engage is going to be a flanking Aatrox, who now hits level 16. 90 seconds until Elder, but the poke is real, the wave clear is real, and BLG are just set up to walk to Elder, sit on that prio, and it's come at me, T1. I mean, look at this damage.
Oh my God, yeah, the bouncing bombs are absolutely gigantic as Ona almost just going down. He does have the Primal Surge. He can get that health bar back up incrementally, but this is Baron control in a nutshell here for BLG, and I don't think that T1 even is allowed to approach the area. Teleport to come forward here as Knight cleared out that bottom lane. And this Baron, uncontested this time around, BLG will be able to take it. And then they can use the extra pushing power in order to get those lanes full of minions, moving towards T1's base and then full control of that Elder.
And I think taking the Elder and the Baron, getting Exodia, was never really something BLG thought were going to be on the cards until T1 kind of walked forward, looked for that attempt, and then you saw that damage come out. You saw Elk's ultimate, and with T1 getting that low, just off of a little bit of poke from the Ziggs, they're like, okay, well, we get Baron, and now guaranteed, we already had Elder prio, but now we've got it even harder here. You've got Bin with teleport, Baron buff. T1, how do you even walk towards this Elder? I mean, it is looking pretty doomed. It's an 8,000 gold lead here, nearly 7.5K that T1 have to face. And BLG, they're just not going to drop the ball in this one.
Yeah, it's looking like avoiding every bit of poke. That's going to be important. Carrier doing a decent job as now Zeus
once again
flank angle once again, and he's teleported in, utilize that cooldown in order to get this opportunity, and let's see whether it's going to work out. As BLG not really taking too many risks at this point in time. T1 with a lot of healing, actually. Piercing Darkness and Primal Surge together. And now Nature's Grasp is going to come on through. Zeus wanting to find those knockups, but the push away is just too strong. Carrier still getting into that backline, and so is Zeus, in fact. But Bin's going to turn up, and now Zeus is in trouble. Knight is able to take him down. Carrier delivering Bin into the backline. May not be exactly what he wanted, and somehow he finds the wall with that hook shot. This should just be the wipe, and BLG will even out the series as Faker is flashing to try and get out of the way, but the Anchor of Destiny from On will be able to pick him out of the air. That's the ace, and BLG will even out the series.
Looks like we're going to that game 3 we all wanted, Atlas. Beautiful satchel charge from Elk and Bin. That team fight was almost perfect. They don't even have to take the Elder to take this one. BLG striking back in a much cleaner, more one-sided game than our first. And we're going to the conclusive game 3 after this. What a way to start off the first Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, Atlas. And we saw the Ziggs get accelerated. It was out of control. They took full map control, insane wave clear to constantly have prio, and T1 just had no options. They tried, but they couldn't find the angle.
Couldn't quite figure it out, but that means we're gifted with another game. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to hear from the boys of the studio about that game number 2.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
after game number 2, it's all tied up, so it's do or die time for BLG and T1 after BLG take a decisive game number 2. Big plays from many of the players that we were asking to step up on BLG, giving T1 no options, no answer, except to look forward to game number 3 to keep their hopes alive for victory. Faker not able to make any plays on this one as BLG march their way to victory here in the second match. A great matchup here between two Titans. Welcome back to the area. It's Digon alongside Ox and Valdez. And y'all, third game is going to be our decisive one here, Ox.
Yeah, and it was a hype run. You know, we saw the red side coming out pretty clutch for the side of BLG. Bin bringing out the Camille, which is something that, you know, over the past year or two hasn't been that much ingrained in the meta, but worked really well for them to set up some of those plays.
Yeah, the draft was definitely pretty interesting. We saw the Brand and the Ziggs coming out both, and we thought maybe it was going to be too much AP, but certainly it did feel like that the counter pick with the Camille coming out last felt pretty good for the side of BLG. Won't be surprised if T1 move over to red for game 3.
Yeah, here it is, the draft on your screen here. One of the big things, though, like the play of Jun, like given the fact that he played so poorly on the Zyra in game 1, bounced back in game 2.
And, you know, I love compositions like these into things like Senna, Tristan, and Idli. They all can be quite long range, quite hard to pin down, but you have Nautilus and Camille with the great equalizers. You press R, they ain't moving. There's no way you get away. And then you have the likes of a Ziggs. You can throw the ult on top. And it just meant they constantly had this pick potential, and they were the ones setting the pace of the game.
Yeah, and it's so hard to itemize against this as well, especially when the Ziggs get so fed and Shun's having a good game as well. It's like so much AP damage. You need MR, but then you've got the Corki, you've got Bin popping off. It just becomes too much to handle.
And on the opposite side for T1, we've always talked about the Nidalee card here in the LCK. And generally, Canyon can play it whenever he wants. If you're not Canyon, it's always a little dicey, and this time, you know, there were times where Owner was able to land spears, get damage down, but not necessarily able to get the damage to get the kills.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Nidalee's definitely a pick where, you know, you have to be playing at a high level to make it work. But speaking of playing at a high level, Elkanon in this bot lane 2v2, they shouldn't be winning this. You know, this is a misplay from T1, but also just them finding a great angle. And here, Carrier thinks he's able to find the trade kill. The shield cooldown comes up, the disengage is there, and they end up getting a 2-for-0. And Elkanon have been such a good bot lane on this BLG roster. And I love seeing this matchup because Guma Carrier typically strong in the 2v2 as well, but they got outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, the Ziggs getting that much farm and kills this early on was just way too much, and we saw immediately On's on the map. They're making plays, they're going top, Zays gets shut down, Bin's getting fed, and Owner, you know, he's trying to put out fires all over the map, but the fire was in the hands of the Brand and in the side of BLG, and there wasn't really much that he could do individually.
Yeah, and obviously having a Senna, having a Maokai as well, you know they're going to scale up well. The Maokai with farms is going to be super tanky, the Senna is going to get all those souls later, but if you're losing that hard early to a Ziggs, it means the Ziggs is setting the pace of the game, and it's just going to take way too long before Senna's online.
Yeah, and so once you're on the back foot, then you got to make some tough decisions, sometimes some bad trades. That's what we see here in our second highlight. It was a tower race on the top side of the map. T1 still working on the outer. Here on the bottom side, BLG getting the inner tower and Carrier.
Yeah, this is the power of Ziggs. You're so good at taking towers that any race in this situation, you're winning so much. You know, they took the first tower, T1 still finishing off, and the fact that you can take a second as well just shows how quick Ziggs can demolish these towers. And they even brought Bin down with the TP to fully commit to the trade.
Yeah, and then eventually we see, you know, Bin, he's sitting in bot lane, he's putting on a lot of pressure, and it actually becomes a big part of how BLG eventually win throughout the mid-game Baron fights and the later stages of the game as well. It just felt like a little bit of desperation from the side of T1, just trying to get what little they could get with that top outer turret.
Speaking of Baron fights, that's our next one on the top side of the map. T1 call for Baron. They know they're falling behind, and Bin's been in this position before. He patiently waits before TPing.
And the thing is, you really cannot Baron well against a Brand and a Ziggs, and T1 clearly just wanted to bait the TP to eliminate that side lane pressure, but it gets so low in health, they have to commit, and that's when B comes in, when T1 are already all in. Yes, they secure the Baron, but the ensuing fight ends up going in favor to BLG. They have the cleanup potential, the health bars are already low, and honestly, I think the decision from T1 made sense, but BLG were just so patient and just didn't crack under the pressure.
Yeah, it was actually perfectly played from BLG. I mean, you really have to give them a lot of credit. T1's play was a little bit too obvious, perhaps a little bit of desperation in this position. They were already pretty far behind, and then eventually, you know, even staggering the death on Zeus just leaves Owner the only guy with Baron up.
Right, which made it so difficult for T1 because the Dragon timer for the Dragon Soul just spawned. T1 tried to look for a fight there, weren't able to find it, but we're able to find a fight in our fourth highlight around Baron. You're thinking, okay, it's going to be very, very tough for them to find anything, but as BLG try to take the top inner turret, T1 with a huge, huge flank.
Yeah, and this is the point where T1 know they're behind, and they start trying to get creative in ways they can approach the team fight. And this is a great idea. You know that there's this super strong Ziggs in the backline of the brand as well. So they're finding these flank angles. And initially, it looks great. The root connects onto the Corki. Immediately, Knight gets one shot. But the problem is they're in this choke against this fed Ziggs with Infernal Soul. And they're trying to go in and out to get these kills. But look at the damage in return. They're just getting decimated.
Yeah, it just shows that even with T1 having pretty much the perfect setup, you get a root on 3 people, the perfect Aatrox flank. It just doesn't matter because against Infernal Soul and a Ziggs that eventually ends up safe, he's not one of the guys that's rooted. He's totally safe, way in the back, towards the Baron, just dropping in bombs and nobody can get to him, and it just doesn't matter.
That's right. And then in our final fight, we saw that Elder Dragon was on the cards, and there really was no way in for T1 given how tanky the team was and how ahead BLG were. As we take a look at it one more time, you saw it in the highlight as we came in from the break, and it's just so difficult. And this is exactly why Herox.
Yeah, and once again, a creative flank, but you see here on blocks the Maokai ult from hitting any key targets. This stasis comes out there from Shun to avoid the return damage. And then immediately, as soon as the flank is failed, look at all this damage coming through. Bin finds a great angle to nearly take out Guma, finishes him off there. And even though he does go down in the end, it's just clean sailing from there.
Yeah, I think the target acquisition is just insane. You have the Nautilus, you have the Camilla you were talking about. If anybody begins to try to run away on the side of 2-1, you've got Bin coming over the top, On's flashing on top of you, and eventually, you know, you've got so much damage to just put the layer on top, the cherry on top of the sundae, and it was just way too much for them to deal with. So really big credit to the side of BLG for this game.
Yeah, that's the story of game number 2, given the fact that, you know, through highlights here. And now it's time to turn our focus to the do or die match, game number 3. Ox, you brought up a great point while we're watching this game. Both these teams were struggling in their domestic league, but the compositions that have won have a pretty clear similarity.
Yeah, I feel like this one more than the previous games, but both comps, the way they were piloted was very much around finding picks. You know, game 1, we saw Shun constantly picked on the Zyra, and this one, the setup was there from the Nautilus and the Camille, so you had the follow-up from the Ziggs, and it was basically see champion, kill champion. And given that both these teams have come off the back of some domestic struggles, I think it makes sense that we're seeing the easy-to-execute game plan working well, and in game 3, that might be the strategy that leads a team to victory.
Valdez, who wins?
Oh, that's really tough. I mean,
a hard one.
I was talking with Ox actually right before we went live. I think T1's going to take it. They get red side, and I think that counter pick is going to really help them out. I think they've seen, you know, what happened in game number 2. They'll be able to adjust and adapt, and I feel like BLG still won't have a great answer for what they threw in there for game number 1.
All right, well, let's find out. Game number 3, just a bit.
Nothing's gonna stop me now. scream, I'll whisper, la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of this two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper, la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Shoot, take it, chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper.
You to take off. I'll be back in time.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to dive into game number 3, the deciding match between T1 and BLG. One of these teams will have their keys shattered after this game. One of these teams will advance.
Two of our big tournament final or
favorites.
Yes, not finalists, not quite yet. We're a bit ahead of ourselves on that one, but this final draft, I think, is going to be so pivotal because both games 1 and 2, I think, were defined in a large part by the draft. And T1 in game 2 at a draft that felt so rickety when it played out on the Rift when they fell behind that it was just impossible to take any objective. They gave up another Infernal Soul. They just couldn't contest for Elder, couldn't contest for Baron. And what BLG has been able to do with wave control, with Prio, their vision control game has been phenomenal. And the T1 need to find an angle here. Ox was talking about simplicity and ease of execution. I think T1 is definitely a team that can execute on more complex compositions like the one they played game 1. But I think that we're going to have to see them go to red side here. I want to see them stick to a game plan that suits their play style. I'm kind of with you. You and I have been talking about it. The Nidalee pick's not one I'm really feeling too great about here for T1. I'd rather see something that allows Owner to have a little bit more oomph, a little bit more engaged, a little bit more playmaking.
Yeah, I mean, I live perpetually with Chronicler's voice in my head saying you need setup to play Nidalee. And there's only one player that we trust to be able to do that. He's at this tournament, but he's not on this team. And Owner, he has been able to do it in the past, but I think that you need to have an extremely explosive early game, and into BLG, I just find their ability to restabilize a game is just too strong. And so I think that you need more than just having sort of that Nidalee that can sort of control how the tempo is played in the very early stages of the game. So now, like we already said, with counterpick available on the red side, T1 are going to be in a better position to protect themselves from Bin's Camille and possibly getting surprised by the Ziggs coming in and really ruining their day. So We'll just have to see how this draft is going to play out. I expect it to look very different from games number 1 and 2. I don't think that we're going to see Triple AD carry again. And even if we do, I don't see BLG fighting it the same way that they did in game number 1. I think they're going to have renewed vigor moving into this game number 3 to try and keep themselves alive here in the tournament. Remember, prize money doubles every time you get to a new stage. It is absolutely massive getting from the quarterfinals to the semis. And you got to keep your key alive. You can see right here on your screen, T1's key. They don't want to put that into a hydraulic press straight away.
No.
That's too early, Wolf.
It's way too early. Remember, these teams traveled as we did, all the way from Korea, all the way from China, all the way to Riyadh. 2 of our big favorites, right? We have, I think, 4 major favorites in this tournament. 2 LPL seeds, 2 LCK seeds. Gen.g, the main favorites, they'll be playing tomorrow, of course. But these are 2 powerhouse teams. And when we saw the bracket, we knew one of these teams is going home after just one best of 3. All the prep you put into this tournament, all what you've done to try to prepare for this patch, getting ready, living up to the first Esports World Cup. You want to be the ones lifting the trophy at the end, not the first key to be crushed. And whoever loses this 3rd and final game is getting back on a plane and going home empty-handed.
Yeah.
And it's wild, you know, to think about that when you think about how League of Legends tournaments have been run historically. But I think it raises the stakes to an insane degree here. There's so much pressure on these players, and both these teams play in their domestic leagues with, you know, a round-robin system. LPL historically was. Now they've got the group stage, but you play against a lot of teams. You play a ton of best of 3s. You don't have this sort of finality ever this early in a tournament, but both these teams are faced with it now. T1 having side selection is going to be pivotal. I think there's no doubt in both of our minds. They're going to go to red side. They're going to look for that R5 counter pick. Last time flexing Zeus onto the Zeri. Ends up working out pretty well for them. See what their bans are going to be. I think the Zyra, in particular, probably a ban you can skip going into this 3rd game because Jun didn't look that great on it.
Yeah. We are having a few issues getting into the game. We will have draft for you very, very soon. That sense of anticipation. I feel like the PCs, they've felt it, and they want to give us a little bit more time to really try and understand exactly what's going to go down in this next draft. Because we've already seen that the amount of curveballs that T1 want to throw are quite large. But the thing that I'm frightened about is the vibe of the series so far, and that is BLG being the team that is in the most control. That's what it feels like to me.
Both games, you know, that's why I said after game 1, even though T1 won, it felt like BLG played the more impressive game. At the end of the day, T1 made the clutch plays. They found the picks. They were able to punish Jun and destroy the Nexus in the end, but it was an uphill battle, even with a massive gold lead. And then in game 2, momentum completely shifts. The rest of it all to BLG, a crushing defeat for T1 in that 2nd game. And so I'm with you. I think right now, BLG feeling great. You can even see it on the players' faces. You look over at the T1 side, looking pretty stressed out. Okay, well, maybe it's a bad time to mention it because until this moment, BLG, well, all smiles, Knight was laughing. But the tension is real here as we do have that technical issue being resolved as soon as possible for you guys. But I gotta say, I mean, even this pause raises the stakes even further. And, you know, when you think about T1 at international events, they normally go through an earlier group stage against some weaker teams. You know, they don't normally go straight into the big hitters at the beginning. They ramp up, they learn the meta, they master the meta, they improve on it, they iterate. But that's not this kind of tournament. You've got to be at your best on day 1 on that first best of 3. And while we did see the cool Zeri read, otherwise, you know, it has looked like BLG's the better team so far. So T1 have a lot to prove in this final game.
Yeah, and I think that like T1 meeting BLG here in the first series of the tournament as well is really rough for them, right? Like I think that they would have liked to have had a little bit more of a run-up, a little bit more of a warm-up than jumping straight into the fire against the team that eliminated them only a little while ago, right? Like it's a very recent memory as Faker going for one of his longer reboots that we have seen. Of course, does this before every single game, has a little bit of time to meditate, and this time he's afforded a few extra minutes in order to make sure that he's completely ready to go. Zeus looking like he is ready to jump onto the Rift as soon as he possibly can, and hopefully we will have everything sorted out and ready to go as soon as we possibly can as well.
Indeed. It has been a pleasure to see the awesome crowd we've had here as well for our League of Legends here at EWC. You know, pretty loud as well, especially when we had our walkouts earlier. Cheering for every team. I think, you know, in this tournament, there's obviously no local representative for League of Legends, so I think fans kind of picking their favorites. Some of the fans going for the European squads, some even cheering for North America. Obviously T1, BLG, and Top, I think, being the most popular teams, of course, given their international success.
And Gen.g have some really cool new jerseys as well, so I imagine picking up some extra fans there.
No doubt. I mean, defending MSI champions too, so it has been rad.
Yeah, I'd agree. And we do have everyone now sitting in their chairs on the BLG side. I think that is a really good start moving into this one. As Gumayusi just looking a little bit bored here. He's like, he looks a bit sad. He's like, oh, but like, I want to play the video games.
Well, anyone who's traveled, he's feeling better now.
There we go.
Anyone who's traveled internationally on a long trip like this and had a ton to do. You know, we travel for work, you get someplace, as it looks like we might be starting. I heard a little whistle, but
yeah.
Going back to the point, you travel internationally, you go straight to media day, you're filming a lot of content, you know, you're prepping the patch, you're jumping straight into as many scrims as you can get done, and it all leads to this one moment. You've got a whole tournament bracket ahead of you, but you've got to win the first game. You've got to take that first step, and when you lose a game like that, so crushing in game 2, and you're trying to get your mindset back straight, it can be quite challenging, actually, to screw your head back on straight and say, we've got to jump into game 3, we've got to play our best game of League of Legends here. It was a little experimental in game 1, game 2, a complete flop. And I'm not saying T1's out, but BLG definitely have all the momentum right now.
Yep. Just to confirm, guys, we have a couple of minutes and then we will be diving straight into this game number 3. Just making sure that we can get everything sorted out to make it as clean as possible. So thank you very much for bearing with us, and thank you to the players as well. You can see panning over, patiently waiting to dive onto the rift here, but it should be very, very soon, and we can get this one underway. Carrier waiting, and I think that one of the things that I recognize from a lot of T1 fans and what they say about what they want to see from this team is Gumayusi not playing center. So I hope that that is something that we're going to see rectified as well during this game number 3. I personally think he's a great center player. I think unlocking carrier is a fantastic way to approach the game for T1. But I know there's a lot of Gumayusi fans, and we've seen him pop off so many times on so many other picks that it could be cool to see him lock down something else instead.
Yeah, it wasn't for me the center pick in isolation that was the problem, but the fact that they opted into Aatrox knowing that Bin's Camille was up, and that's going to be a matchup he loves to play. The fact that Ziggs was open as well, they left that one. They gave too many opportunities in draft to BLG to have the ability to then outplay this draft, outdraft it, and have a powerful early game. And there were obviously some big errors of judgment for T1 in the early game that allowed this Ziggs to get so big so early and then take over the game. But I do agree that I think Senna is not a crutch T1 can lean on as heavily as they have in the past. You know, the Ornn used to be, okay, Carry is one of the only players playing it. That's really cool. That seems really strong. Now it's super calm. It's super easy to ban them out. They were super prepared because they're also a Senna team. They took the Nautilus away instantly. You know, in the LCK, you often get away with these picks because your opponent's team, some of the weaker teams in LCK, don't want to play the Nautilus into it, or they have something else prepared and T1 just gets away with it. You don't get away with this against Gen.g domestically. You're not going to get away with it against BLG. So I would like to see a bit of a different look. Maybe even ban the center yourself like you did in game 1.
Yeah, and I personally just can't wait to see what this hydraulic press destruction of one of these keys is going to be. Sounds very violent, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Of course, it is what's at stake here, right? You carry your key onto the rift every single time that you play, and you want to be able to insert the center into the trophy at the very end with some of the destroyed keys of your fallen foes as well.
Yeah,
so incredibly cool.
I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about whose keys you take if you win the tournament, and for me it would be every team I beat along the way.
I would assume so, yeah.
That's for me who I would definitely take, but I think for some of these other teams, you know, they might want to get some trophies of some other squads that maybe help them prepare for the tournament, for example. You get to hold on to if you're scrimming with
is
G2,
that like a shout out or something like that?
Yeah, you know, you could say that I chose G2's key because they helped us scrim and prepare, and yeah, they got knocked out in semis, but I want to keep their key as a memento because they helped us win this tournament. You know, something like that, because they're on the opposite side of the bracket. There's a lot of different things you can do. But yeah, I do think the key it holds some weight to it, right? When you see it on the stage, you know, we've showcased what it looks like when you put it into the totem. You know, you're going to be immortalized for future World Cups to come. And
you can see that trophy in the middle of the stage there as well. It's what all of these players are playing for. And one of them going to be able to make it complete here at EWC presenting League of Legends. We'll see which team it's going to be. And one of these teams could be the ones. That's if we ever get through this technical pause, which I think will be concluding.
It clearly says
soon.
it's finished shortly, Atlas.
Oh yeah, sorry. I you know, I struggle with reading comprehension.
So, you know, the format of this tournament is quite unique, and I've heard a lot of people saying, you know, it's best of threes. My favorite team might get eliminated early. I don't like that. I want to see my team play more games. But I think you can really feel it in this series. Our very first series went to game 3. The momentum's against T1. T1, arguably the most popular team in the world, most popular team in this tournament for sure, even though Gen.g is defending MSI champions. T1's legacy cannot be overstated. And you can feel the tension as this pause goes forward. I mean, for me, I'm getting not hyped by the pause, but hyped by the tension that's building, right?
So we'll throw it over to Kitty.
Super excited. So, I wanted to ask, who are you supporting today?
T1.
T1. Who are you supporting in terms of players specifically?
It's a Faker. Yeah, Faker go.
We are currently sitting at 1-1 in this best of 3. So, how are we feeling? Because it's tied.
Yeah, I feel really excited to see Faker face to face. It's my first time. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I have a chance to be here. Yeah.
That's awesome. And of course, for the deciding match, do you have any specific champions that you would like to see?
Like FaZe or Riz.
Rise, a Faker classic. Well, thank you so much for joining the interview. And can we, for the final thing, say T1 fighting?
T1 fighting, Faker, go, Faker, go, T1 go.
Thank you so much, Kitty. That was very, very cute. I like that she asked who she was supporting, even though there was Faker right there, written on the sign.
That's a good interview technique, though.
Exactly.
It
exactly
is. You know, you gotta lead into the question, and let's be real.
And also, the sign was facing away from Kitty, right? She didn't know, but it was a clue given to us as the viewer, and I loved it.
I think if you asked almost any fan, if you picked a fan at random out of the jar of marble of all the fans in all League of Legends, and you asked them the same question, I think odds are they'd say the same thing. But it's awesome to see people traveling here to Riyadh as well to support these teams. I've seen, you know, walking through the Cube Arena here, so many fans that have actually traveled to Riyadh to actually watch these teams play, and not just T1. I've seen some Fnatic fans, BLG fans are here, and the stakes are high. The tournament is so cool in terms of what we're going to see. I mean, it's a mini repeat of our last international event here.
Yep.
And, you know, I was leading into it before Kitty came on. The single elimination tournament, I live for these moments where one team's key is going to get crushed. It's all down to this. There's no second chance. There's no extra life. And you know,
we're gonna just be eliminating teams every single best of 3.
Day.
Like
twice a day.
Yeah, right. It's a lot. It is absolutely a lot. And then we'll have our top 4 that will be coming after tomorrow's matches, and we'll be able to see whether it's entire regions that are going to get eliminated, whether we're going to have a representative from each moving forward, or whether it is going to be only a couple of them that will make their way in. Because, you know, there's a chance that we get all China versus Europe coming up immediately after this. It could be Korea versus North America. Like, you never know what's going to happen. Or it can be one representative from every single region making it through to those semifinals.
And that's the other side of the coin on that is, you know, like you say, we could have, after tomorrow, no Korean teams left in the tournament, or no Chinese teams left in the tournament, no North American teams, etc. So your entire region could be eliminated after just 2 days of play. So, you know, the way this bracket shaped up, love it or hate it, it's what we've got. And, you know, BLG versus T1 has been delivering on the hype for our first series here. And
yeah, the fact that we get a 3-game series moving into our very first game here at EWC is absolutely fantastic. Feels like a bit of a treat here. And T1, BLG, we'll see which one is actually going to be able to win as we get ready to dive into this. The next
back
one.
on.
Yep, headsets back on.
Always getting closer when you see that, you have to think.
Yep. And it seems like we are trying to make sure that all of the audio between the players, coaches, and refs is working out just fine. And it looks like we're doing some tests, trying to get it done. Bit of a smile on Faker's face there as well. And you can see not too much tension here for the players as we look to get into game number 3 as soon as we possibly can.
As soon as we possibly can. You and I are no strangers to long pauses.
We've done a pause or two in our time.
Yeah, together many as well, apart as well, across multiple esports. You know, majority of them are at Esports World Cup broadly here, actually.
I mean, it is really difficult to run these sort of offline events as well, because you're all on new equipment, different equipment, stuff's all having to work in tandem, and you don't get that much time to make sure that all of the kinks are ironed out.
When you imagine how many games we're running here, how many stages we have here as well. You know, the vehicle of esports, as In Control once put it, you know, sometimes you do have to make sure it's all running smoothly.
Exactly.
It's
Shout
not
out
just
to one of the goats.
Yeah, one of the goats for sure. We got a GOAT on the stage.
Indeed.
His tournament life on the line. The player who Kangas gave the biggest announcement to is deserved.
I love those introductions, by the way, man. I love them. I kind of, I'm a little bit sad that our weddings have already happened, you know, because we could have got Kangas there to hype us up as you're walking down the aisle.
I'll recommend him for my next friend that gets married, you know?
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to have to happen. I assume he's willing to travel, which for us, he'd probably have to, as we are getting very, very close. But first, we are going to throw over to Kangas, who's waiting alongside.
Thank you very much for that one, Atlas. We have a little bit of time while we sort out the technical delay, so I figured let's hear from the audience a little bit, because this has been a fantastic audience so far at the Qiddiya Arena. And I know that you know who you're cheering for, but I want you to prove it. We're going to start off with one team, okay? I need you to say this with me. BLG Jayo! That's not bad. That's not bad. But we do have another fan base here that I've been hearing throughout the day. And I want to hear from them. And we actually have Fancy somewhere over there to ask them how they're feeling. Fancy, how are the T1 fans feeling?
Honestly, everyone is cheering for T1, and everyone is excited to see Faker and everyone from the roster play on this stage. Keep in mind, this is a tiebreaker. Whoever loses this match will not continue in the tournament, and whoever wins will move on to the semi-final. So, right now, all we have to do is cheer for T1 to make sure that they win this match. So let's hear it from the crowd. T1 fighting! T1 fighting! T1 fighting!
Not bad.
That was good.
Not bad. But I gotta say, I don't think we have a definitive winner yet, because at the end of the day, it's who cheers loudest for the team that they're supporting. So we're gonna do a battle chant, okay? We're gonna start with BLG, and then I wanna hear T1 fighting as a response, okay? It's gonna sound like this. BLG Jayo, T1 fighting.
Let's do it.
We all get it? All right.
Everyone on board?
Now, if you're cheering for one of these teams, make some noise, because this is determining who's got more fans in the arena. BLG Jayo!
T1 fighting!
BLG Jayo!
T1 fighting! T1 fighting!
Thank you so much, Kangas and Fancy, for that one. I don't necessarily know whether we got a definitive winner at the end there.
I guess we don't know who's going to win the series either, do we?
Yeah, I think maybe what we're going to have to do is play a best of one between BLG and T1 to decide. It was going to be based on fan reaction. We were just going to play one game of each and then the fans decide. But instead, we're going to play a third game here to determine who the winner is going to be. Whose key will remain alive and whose will be getting crushed and who will be staying in the tournament. So we've got the draft. Here we are. We're in. We're doing it. It is game number 3 time as once again, same bands to come through apart from that Sejuani.
Yeah.
She's going to be taken away instead on the side of BLG.
The Senna ban I was calling for, you and I were discussing, is going to come through here on red side. We'll see what that final ban here for T1 will end up being. Again, the Zyra, not a huge issue here necessarily. You know, they had problems with it in the early game, but they were able to circumvent it. This is a ban I'd rather see. And
oh, yeah.
The Camille was so pivotal in setting up some of those fights, locking Faker down on Baron, and is once again going to be Knight going over to the Corki. Let's see what T1 have in mind this time around. I think the Tristana obviously is a given, but this time, as you mentioned, Owner won't be able to go back to the Sejuani. Looks like they're going to take the Zyra away themselves here from Xun.
Yeah, that's actually a big one. Owner hasn't really been much on the Zyra hype train, but it has certainly been picking up steam in the LCK, so obviously has been putting a fair bit of time into it. Xun, just wondering what his flavor of AP damage is going to be, cycling through quite a few options before he does decide, and we'll see what it is going to be. As Xun's Nidalee is pretty famous, and this time around, there is a Renekton that they could pick up alongside it. We'll see whether they do go for the old favorite.
Yeah, that's definitely a strong pick they could go for here. Would just have their top side locked up and make the rest of the draft pretty simple to execute on. We'll see if they do commit to that, though, because there's a lot of trade-offs of picking this Renekton early. You could try to protect it in the draft, but Zeus will have the opportunity to counterpick right away. So, going to be the Ashe that's open really here rarely, but it is going to come through. Locked in for Elk now, very likely. Could be played in support, but not too much these days. So that's going to be some guaranteed lockdown for a Spear, at least when we're setting up for objectives. And the follow-up damage will be there.
I like it. I also think that that adds to the amount of setup available as far as this Nidalee is concerned. So gives you another avenue with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming on through there. Then you can easily land your spears and get in amongst it.
The Ezreal pick, I feel, is still quite strong in this position.
Oh, Jhin.
Now, this is, if you're a T1 fan, this has always been a pick that's made you grip your chair a little tighter.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those, like, I'm holding on real tight here, Wolf, here in the caster booth.
It does fit with the Zyra, you know, in terms of the setup they have, and in double 80 carry metas like this, you don't have to rely on Jin's damage output as much necessarily. It can help you secure picks, help you secure those resets for the Tristana, but a very risky pick. But given the Nidalee pick and how there's not that much hard engage to get onto the Jhin right now, it's one of the safest places you could pick it in the draft.
No, I would agree. And I'm just hoping that it's not picked alongside a Yuumi. That's the only thing that I ask, and I have a feeling that that is not going to happen. It's also not going to be picked alongside a Leona, because Kerio was fantastic on that pick in game number 1, even though he went a little bit more ham than we could have otherwise assumed. It still was very, very pivotal in locking down these key targets. So we'll see what is actually going to be left up as far as the support pool is concerned. I kind of assume that Kerio is going to be able to have access to support counterpick, but with Bin being so scary, there aren't very many safe picks.
There really aren't.
That Zeus can go for, so maybe they have to pick it on 4.
The Cassante feels safe, I think, in a lot of situations where you have this second ban phase to kind of protect it or lead into it, because they're going for the Blitzcrank and the Nautilus, the scary engage, you know, supports many of them that still exist here to take out this Jhin. You do kind of have to pay that tax. The Cassante, though, the safest pick we could have seen, ends up being banned right away. So,
ooh, Big Bad Brad.
Okay, well, this is a classic, the Jhin Bard bottom lane.
I like this more than Jhin Yuumi, Wolf.
Yeah? I do too, but it is still, you know, giving you a little bit of feeling of, will this work out in theory? You can set up the Zyra so incredibly well with Bard, and there's so many cool angles you can take with a magical journey to get her into a flank. The Rakan felt like it was going to be pretty obvious considering they banned the Leona. Nautilus is already taken away, and they took Cassante instead of going for another support ban, so that one felt pretty easy, and it's very strong into Jhin. And this feels pretty safe here, going for Jax. You already have setup for the Jax. You can follow up Counter-Strike. You've got the arrow, you've got the Rakan ult. Great to set up Nidalee as well in the top lane. So it's also safe into Twisted Fate, for example, that we've seen Zeus play so many times. The Jace could be a
It better
really
be Gragas.
cool
It needs to
callback.
be Gragas, Wolf. It needs to. It has to be Gragas.
Right? I mean, he's hovering a G champion here in Gangplank, so pretty decent chance, but that's the safest pick he could have in this. Suits the damage profile as well. The double 80 carry. Sure, you've got an AP jungle, but Gragas is so safe, but he's really hovering this GP.
Yeah, just keeping his eye on it. Na is not a G champion, even though it starts with G in the English language, so he's going to skip all the way over there. So it's going to be Na locked in. Definitely one of Zeus's best champions, was his debut champion, in fact, when he started on T1. So going to be taking that against the Jax this time around. I personally am a little bit Gragas biased as far as how well it does in the Jax matchup. But we know that Bin doesn't really care what the matchup is. He's just really, really good at Jax.
I was a T1 predictor. I was one of the ones who said I think it's 55-45. I think that their current form, even though they had that shaky loss domestically to KT Rolster right before flying over, I thought, okay, BLG looking a little bit rough around the edges. Knight in AD mids, not as dominant as he otherwise has been. But I look at this draft in Game 3. Look at the setup. All the different types of engage, the follow-up damage with the Jhin on the other side. I gotta say, Atlas, I'm really leaning BLG in this final draft. I think they got everything they wanted. The Jhin pick came out relatively early as well, wasn't hidden. And so they have the ability to now lock it down, blow it up. They've got the Rakan, they've got the Ashe, the Jax follow-up with that setup CC with Counter-Strike is so strong. And, you know, we talked about Bin's Camille. His Jax is also legendary.
Yeah.
I think T1 really taking a risky draft here with this one in the final game. Didn't really feel like it came all together for me.
I mean, it's true, but I love this top lane matchup just for one, just to like pull it aside, because it's Bin's Jax versus Zeus's Na. Like, this couldn't be more iconic unless you compare it to the last game, which was Camille versus the Aatrox. I think that this is getting a little bit more to ultra comfort between these two, so very excited to see what's going to happen there. Ona taking the Zyra, though, for one of the first times here. We saw it in game number 1, and it didn't quite work out, which is, I think, making us feel like it's not going to be quite as strong, but we know how oppressive it can be. And if you've been watching the LCK, you know that it is feast or famine. And we saw Canyon show the feast side. We saw Purshik discover the famine side. We'll see what it's going to be for Ona here, who we do trust on a lot of jungle picks. And the Bard for Keria, like, this guy is an absolute genius when it comes to utilizing a lot of the toolkits of this of these champions.
That's what I was
Bard is certainly one of them.
I think he's really going to have a big role to play in this game. His ultimates are going to have to be huge, can definitely get them out of dodge, but also really help them set up for the Zyra engages. And in the lane, in the 2v2, he is going to be the one thing to stop the Ashe Rakan lane. He's going to be able to offer a little bit of healing, obviously a little bit of push, because if this Jhin gets dove early, if this Jhin gets collapsed on, the setup is there with the Rakan knockup for the Nidalee Spear, and they fall behind, this Jhin might be less than worthless moving into the mid and then late game, and that is a big concern. Guma, positioning is going to have to be everything on this Jhin.
I 100% agree. He's a fantastic Jhin player, though, and now it is time for us to get onto the Rift for the third game of this series. One team will be heading towards the semifinals, and one team will be going home. Not empty-handed. The hand's not going to be as full as their opponent, and their keys will be crushed as well. Part that I'm very much looking forward to. We'll see it's who's going to suffer and who is going to be victorious here in this game. As once again, of course, the LPL has been playing with the Fearless draft, so they're not used to seeing Tristana versus Corki every single game. Only generally in the first game, Wolf,
That's right.
is when that one comes out. But now we get treated to it every single game. We'll see who's going to be able to take it this side. Of course, I think in other series, we will see this matchup actually get looked at, but I think there's just a lot to ban between T1 and BLG. As Faker going to spot on, the bone plating will be taken down here. All right, Faker going to get slowed down, does have to skill the rocket jump once again, as Keria now going to be the one in trouble, and he's going to have to heal.
This is the power of Ashe Rakan at level 1. If Faker's got to take W, Keria's got to heal. Faker greeting a little bit there as well. Really did not want to lock in that rocket jump, was playing with fire, but ultimately takes the damage and then locks it in. So not only does he have to start it, which again isn't horrible, we saw him manage it earlier on in this series, but takes the damage there as well. So Knight can push aggressively. Faker?
Yeah, actually diving on in, trying to make sure that he's able to trade back with Knight, but still has to sacrifice a lot of his health bar, as we can see. Still just going to be farming. We do see this a lot in this matchup, but Knight really starting to utilize that health lead that he's picked up. And Ona might actually be called in. You can see he's moving towards the blue side jungle of BLG. A very difficult thing to do without lane priority, as we can see here. We know he is absolutely going to be fine because Shun nowhere in the area. But Faker down to about 100 health, and it is looking a little bit rough here for the little Gunnar Yordle.
I mean, one more auto and Knight can flash kill him, so he has to play respectfully, and he's going to back off. This was, I think that rocket jump, that second one there, really hurting Faker as he has to back and try to catch this wave. Okay, fortunately for him, Knight will back off.
Yeah, at least for now. Faker going to be missing a little bit of CS here, as the minions do help him out with that last one. Checking in here on this bottom lane. We saw earlier on, BLG were able to put on a fair bit of pressure. Sneaking these volleys in through the wall there was Elk. Do like that cute little play. But T1, they have a fair bit of safety here in this lane, despite the fact that the CS numbers aren't looking too good. This is a big stacked wave moving towards them as Elkanon retain some control here. So it's not exactly T1 starting off on the right foot, as Faker going to dive in once again. The explosive charge going to go off, and he does get that reset. But still, this is looking scary for Faker in mid.
It certainly is. Shun also here, but not going to commit. Just going to go for a heal onto Knight. This is so awkward for Faker. Yeah. Against him, so really awkward for him to CS, or he may just be killed, but he doesn't want to back here and TP in. It'd be an awful scenario, so you know, he's not down and out, but it's a huge edge here that Knight holds. So we're going to fight over Gromp.
Yep, Carrier moving in. That is going to be T1 securing the Gromp. As the grasping roots come on down as well. Shun able to grab the blue buff for himself, of course. Ona was able to steal his away, so it is going to be a 1-for-1 as far as those blues are concerned. But still, would have liked to get that 3-buff start there for Ona if it was possible. And On looking for an angle here by the looks.
Yeah, great start here in the bottom lane using that Pride to grab blue. And here comes On a ward though.
Yeah. Teleport back from Knight as he gets towards the mid lane. That picture-in-picture is Shun going to collect some shellfish for himself. That's going to be a double scuttle for the Nidalee. And yeah, scuttles definitely have some of the best mechanics as far as avoiding skill shots. So understandable that he's not going to be able to find that spear, as the popcorn chicken will be taken down there. Shun comes in to try and grab a couple, but Ona eats pretty quickly, and so he's going to be able to secure the majority. As here on the bottom side of the map, I'm just talking forever because there is just action all over the place. Elkanon taking a fair bit of damage as Magical Journey gets Carrier out of there. Meep Slap working out, and then not going to be responded to because he has that ability to move. So T1 able to answer back quite well. And this is an isolated 2v2 once again. They know what happened last time. Going to have to be definitely very respectful towards On and Elk here.
Even though Guma's Jhin has been relatively controversial in terms of his international performances on the pick, he's very confident on it. He's picked it up, obviously, in a lot of high-stakes moments like this one. And you can see he does know how to pilot the pick. So you will see a back here for Knight to grab plated steel caps and rush back to lane. No TP. Faker will be able to push this wave and might be able to deny a little bit of CS. Meanwhile,
yeah, there's a grand entrance. Carrier going to be the one knocked up here. As we can see, T1 still able to do a fair bit of work, but Carrier is the one that's taking the brunt of the damage. Needs to put down as much hot cocoa as he possibly can. Keep them in this, but they're running out of mana down here. Carrier looking for that reset first. We'll leave that cup for Gumyushi as it is filled right there. And now Counter-Strike going to come on through. Zeus able to hop his way out of it. And here on the top side, it is once again Zeus with a lane lead. We'll just have to see what Bin's going to be able to do as this game goes on, because we know from last game and from just Bin in general that it is never a good idea to count him out.
No, I mean, Zeus has the range advantage in this matchup. He obviously has...
There's also a huge wave, so...
Huge wave, level 6.
Not be that much of a lead.
Had Meganar. Like, Bin can't really do much here alone, and Zeus going to try to push him in with the last bit of that, but very scary prospect under the turret. Not quite able to get the plate, but the range advantage here in this matchup.
Is the plate going to go down? Yeah, the plate goes down without Zeus actually being there, so that's kind of big here for BLG.
Definitely a big deny there, as he just doesn't get the advantages he was looking for on that play. Now we're going to fight for grubs.
Yep, first grub going to be taken here for Shun. That's all he really wants. Majority of the experience going to be available there. Spear is going to connect onto Carrier as Faker's taking matters into his own hands. Explosive charge onto Knight there. He does have the reset in hand as the Buster Shot gets the Corki out of there. Magical Journey from Carrier isn't exactly the greatest as he wants to find the Cosmic Binding, doesn't get it. As the Battle Dance is going to be there for On. And BLG still just looking for these spears, looking for the opportunity to go all in, but not actually pulling the trigger fully.
Oh, you can see this game is just on such a knife's edge right now. Every single exchange is so close to being swinging to one side's favor, but it is going to be the grubs that do go over to BLG. On and Shun are going to be able to take all three of these for a Jax, who's now proxying, as he was able to get a ton of prio up there top side. Feels fantastic. As Owner is going to come over here and shadow Faker.
Yeah, there's the grand entrance. Faker gets out of it as the Grasping Roots connect on to On, but it's not going to do too much. Got to stop saying on to On, Wolf. That's it's a difficult one. As now, a little bit of a look towards the Dragon as the Flash Cosmic Binding's going to connect. Gumayusi trying to hold him in place, and now the curtains have been called. Shun going to get slowed down there as On. He's his big target. Fourth bullet is going to connect as the arrow sails by. It looks fantastic, doesn't do a whole lot. As T1 also not able to grab their prize as well, but they'll get themselves a Rift Scuttler, and that's at least something.
Crazy no flash is used from BLG despite Carrier looking for the play. On blocks the follow-up. Get down, Mr. President, as Elk looking for the 1v1.
Yeah, Gumayusi able to get into the fog of war there, into the brush. And now Carrier making his way down. Elk playing very aggressively. Dancing Grenade, fair bit of damage, is not able to keep him in place there. So T1 not able to kill Elk just yet. Still has cleanse, still has flash, is absolutely fine.
Yeah, no flash from Carrier on the earlier play, plus there's a cleanse available here for Elk, so there's no opportunity for Carrier to really make an impact there. Good read from Elk, knowing that he was ultimately going to be safe to take that, even if Carrier did, show up. Nice back tonight from On. On is having an amazing series, Alex.
Yeah, he really is.
You and I we spent more time talking about it off the cast than we have on the cast, but the guy is just out of control good, stopping these backs, denying engages, the peel in games 1 and 2. Pretty incredible.
It's been very, very impressive. His Nautilus, incredible in the last game, and this game already showing that his Rakan is no slouch. And Elk will just have to see what he's going to be able to do on this Ashe as well. We know it's a pick that's been banned a whole lot, almost perpetually in both the LCK and the LPL. We haven't necessarily seen it have ridiculous performances, as, speaking of which, now it's Zeus that could be in trouble. Gets the double hop as Shun still looking for it. Gets the smite off. And still, Zeus going to have to flash to get out of the way. All right, they're going for a dive. They're going to be able to get that first blood, and Bin was capable of tanking up the turret, and if in doubt, just brute force it, Wolf.
I mean, classic Bin Shun. Who cares? It's an R under turret. Doesn't matter. You got the Counter-Strike set up, you buy enough time, and Shun has the damage output. Just with Faded Ashes alone, they get it done, and Zeus down a flash, killed here, and his lead is massively diminished as it looks like we are back in a little bit of a technical issue for just a moment, but meanwhile, T1 are taking the Dragon. Very hefty cost for Shun to look for that play with Ben. As we take a look at this replay real quick. Zeus uses his hop here, scared of the follow-up. Smite comes through, the slow is there. The damage output is really scared of the follow-up from Bin. Decides to flash, but that flash early means he can't do anything here under turret. No hop available, and Shun and Ben read it so well.
And he also missed picking up his boomerang as well, so wasn't actually able to use that for the extra damage underneath the turret, and more importantly, the slow. So the juggling, absolutely fantastic. The fact that Bin knew that he's capable of utilizing his ultimate, tanking up the turret, and getting on in there. We'll have to make sure that we'll let you know as soon as we find out exactly what is happening. It's a little bit of a peripheral issue as someone's mouse is having a bit of a problem, unless I misheard and there is a mouse in the building, right? Which there definitely is not, because people play with mice in their hands, and that's what it's going to be. So we're just making sure that everything is all right with the mouse and getting it underway. So it's not the same situation that happened previously. It was a very long one. I think this one should be sorted out relatively quickly.
Yes. Player peripheral issues are usually very easy to fix, and players often have backup peripherals as well, so it's really usually a non-issue.
Yeah.
Of course, there have been times in esports where the peripheral issue creates a controversial moment because, it might have affected one decision you make, but ultimately peripherals are your own responsibility.
Yep.
And it usually ends up being pretty easily resolved, as you say. Game state here feels pretty good for the side of BLG after that pick onto Zeus. You know, considering the damage that Zeus was trying to put on there in the top lane, had that big wave crashing through, missed the plate, has a significant CS lead, but a lot of the wind is out of his sails now. And, you know, I think the demise of Knight's mid prowess on AD champions, I think, has definitely been overstated. When you consider how well he's been laning this game against Faker's rocket jump start.
And Faker has looked a little bit shaky as far as the performance in the early game is concerned, but we know Tristana can really ramp things up as you get further on into the game. We'll see whether T1 can hold themselves in it this time, because we need to see like a control of areas, right, with this composition. It's something that BLG had huge advantage in game number 2, and now it's T1's turn to try and utilize that with the Zyra, with all these plants, and also with the Jhin, with the Deadly Flourish, locking players down, as well as having the Bard there to isolate certain champions on the enemy team.
And it's no shade to Owner, but I feel like he hasn't had the impact on this Zyra just yet that we often see from players like Canyon, that we've seen from Shun, for example. Whereas the Nidalee, you know, we've always been touch and go in terms of the Nidalee here in the LCK. Shun's iconic pick, you mentioned it in the draft, but how he's utilized that bottom side pressure, how he's utilized Zeus trying to get advantages top side, his punish play has been great, his warding clean. He was able to react quickly to the blue buff taken away from him. He's playing the Nidalee around the pressure points they have on the map so incredibly well. This is what a good Nidalee game looks like. He is really showcasing what the potential of this pick is. And even though he didn't get the setup spear after the Counter-Strike, for example, wasn't able to quite line that up to be a big impactful moment, you can see what it can look like if an Ash Arrow hits later on, and how much he's going to be able to control neutral objectives with that spear poke when we get to the late game. Something that there isn't really a whole lot of on the side of T1 poke-wise. So a little bit concerning potentially here. It does look like it's a Knight issue.
Yeah, it looks like Knight having a very good time while his mouse is getting repaired and sorted out and checked and everything like that, just to make sure that everything is in fact working.
You know, funny story about peripherals and mice.
Yeah.
The hardest ones to replace are the left-hand mice. Knight's, you know.
Oh, true.
The golden left hand. We've got to make sure he's got that working and set.
Maybe that's exactly why everyone brings their own spares. As you can see, Knight giving the thumbs up that everything is good to go, and refs will be able to unpause the game, I believe, relatively shortly, needing to get the sign-off there from T1 to make sure that everyone is ready to get into this game number 3. But yeah, no, maybe that was the reason why everyone had to bring their own backups instead of just going into the bargain bin of mice, because as soon as you are, and I'm left-handed, but I play with a right-handed mouse.
Same.
I think that I would be better at video games if I had have started off playing with my left hand.
Well, maybe
that's why I'm not a pro gamer, Wolf.
Maybe you and I'd be sitting where Knight's sitting now if we had just picked up the mouse on the left hand.
Should have realized that it's actually a superpower.
I'm also left-handed like you, and you know, everyone always told me, oh, mouse goes on the right hand. My grandfather was a left mouser.
Really?
Yeah. Every time I visited his house, he'd be like, "Oh, I got the mouse in the same place you like it, right?" But unfortunately, I always took it and moved it to the right side, and I would always, you know, leave it there on the right side when I left, forgetting that he'd always know when I went to use the computer.
Yeah, there you
play
go.
a cheeky game because I'd leave the mouse on the right side by mistake. Didn't get away with it.
And it's a fun fact as well, for a little factoid for everyone at home, is that most of the people in the LCK on the commentary team are in fact left-handed. And it's just kind of weird. Statistically, that's not a normal thing. As T1 are going to be able to grab that dragon, as we were talking about. Jumping back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is almost a 1,000 gold lead for BLG. Nothing insurmountable at this stage, but still that element of control that they've been demonstrating throughout.
Let's set stakes here a little bit. You know, notice that Faker is nearly 400 gold behind. First blood went to Shun on that top side play, but he's also massively ahead in farm, even into a Zyra. And they ended up knocking Zeus out. His flash back available now, but man, the game state here is rough.
Ooh. That's a big old arrow flying towards Carrier, and that will land. Knight is able to get over the wall as well. Shun's able to take down the Bard, and Ona has to flash to get himself out of the way. Elk, man, the sniper from downtown going to be able to get a kill.
It's just that simple. I mean, the follow-up for the Ashe arrow is there. You have a Recon, you have the Nidalee Spear, and this is why Ashe is so heavily banned right now in a meta that has so much CC.
Oh, okay. Bin has the counter-strike. Buster Shot comes in. That's going to answer the lead really, really well. But still, I think Bin should be all right. The curtain call, not going to get enough done. And he's able to walk it off with that Grandmaster's Might helping out.
Clean movement to get away there, despite T1's best efforts. Knight gonna grab an additional plate. These lane advantages really starting to stack up, as meanwhile up on the top side.
Yeah, Tempered Fate does come on down. Good Cosmic Binding there to connect onto On, who's taking a lot of damage. Elk still offering a lot back as well, as T1 do defend their outer turret and those underneath it. At the same time, Azaius does have Mega Gnar on the way, so he's feeling a little bit more frisky, able to get up towards this lane. But it feels like T1 a lot of answering and not a lot of dictating here in this game.
Shun also happily just taking these grubs in return, backs off of the top side play and says, well, we were playing for these anyways. That's going to be 6 grubs for the Jax. That's so deadly in a side.
Yeah.
Guma was able to pick up 1 plate bottom side. That's all T1 were able to get otherwise here, though. Faker, level advantage.
Yeah, and Knight, not a whole lot of mana to his name here as well, as the explosive charge will go off. And Faker just clearing out the rest of these minions, not looking to actually grab any kills or anything like that at this point in time. Of course he would if he could, but not quite able.
Yeah, Knight has TP advantage, so Faker just trading with him there is actually an advantage to Knight, as you mentioned, low on mana. Can just head straight back to the mid lane. Next objective is going to be a Hextech Dragon in 2 minutes and 30 here. Well, of course, Herald will be spawning 130 as well.
Yeah.
So Portal combat for just a moment. And I want to see T1 take a decisive call on contesting the objective instead of just avoiding this Nidalee Jax, which it feels like they've been doing the majority of this early game. As Knight just continues to stack advantages, looking for even one more plate, won't quite get it this time.
Yeah, just playing with the turret range very effectively there as he walks his way out. And so BLG not able to get that third last plate.
Look at the lane assignment. I mean, they put Bin bottom side here. He didn't even teleport, so he has the TP to go top if he needs to. And he has 6 grubs, so given some time here, they need to answer this. Guma usually will, but this Jax on the side already this early in the game is such a big threat that T1 will have to respect. And it feels like just like game 2, I mean, it's not the same extreme advantage, but BLG just have control everywhere. Look at the deep wards here on the top.
Oh, that's a big old Gnar underneath the turret as Elk does immediately have to cleanse. Now able to get that follow-up, but still a lot of value there given to T1. With Flash and Cleanse both now being down for the 80 carry spear. He's going to connect though as Shun dives forward, looks for the pounce. Good flash from Carrier, gets him off to the side, but the Grand Entrance comes in alongside the quickness onto the mini Gnar. Swipe not connecting though, and BLG not able to make that play work, but they still get rewarded with this free time in the top lane.
Free time in the top lane, turret plate's going over. Guma rotates mid to try to cover mid. Guess who's bottom lane with 6 grubs? It's Ben, I just mentioned it earlier, so he's gonna put some pressure there. He has teleport, so it's really difficult for T1 to try to make a rotational punish play here on this topside turret take for BLG. They're getting plates here topside, nearly get the turret. Plates fade here, so Ben doesn't get that much gold, but given enough time with this turret, with the Void Grubs coming out, looks like he's just gonna take the whole damn thing. And Atlas, this is such a fantastic early game for BLG.
And it's just playing the map as well. I mean, yes, they've had some fantastic plays outside of that, but even with some slight mechanical fumbles, it doesn't matter because they're making plays at the right times in the right places and putting their pieces down where they need to be. Like the game of chess that is this early game, it's being played beautifully here by BLG thus far. That being said, still some opportunities here for T1, and with the fact that there's an Ashe with 0 summoner spells as this Drake is coming up, it could be an opportunity for T1 to find something here. And they need to. They really need to start trying to move the needle in their direction. Otherwise, they're just going to start bleeding out.
The collectors start here for Guma. Does have some really nice finishing power if they can set up the CC. There it is.
Grasping Roots comes down. That is a lot of damage onto the Nidalee, who pounces over the wall. Primal Surge gets that health bar back up again here for Shun. And T1 not able to lock him down completely as Faker going in, looking for Knight, who gets into the brush very nicely, and the Gatling gun really working out. Buster Shot gonna be used, and there's the flash forward. It's just too easy here for the golden left hand. And the turret gonna go down as well. Icing on the cake for BLG.
Clearly no mouse issues there. Faker making a missed call.
And Gumayusi also able to play with the fog of war, but the ward goes into the brush. Now On looking to come in. Now the curtains have been called. Can they actually lock down any kills here as the Tempered Fate goes wide? The plants also not really helping out. As now On kind of looking to turn it here by the looks of things. T1 looking a little frazzled here in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, so desperate here in this final game. Good footwork there from On and Elk to avoid everything. Tempered Fate does miss. Now Zeus is able to get the turret bottom side, so they are going to come up with one big win here on the map, but this mid turret's going to go down in exchange, and potentially more here. Shun also taking away some of these camps here, taking the Raptor camp away, setting up more deep vision here behind the Baron. They were also able to pick up the Rift Herald. So again, this gold lead is significant, but more significant than the gold lead is the threat of the side laning Jax, the threat of the map control that BLG has had really all 3 games. When they get this much control, T1 look like they have no options. You're still playing a Jhin that's very fragile, now down both summoners. Just no way to get out of these engages, and there's just so many of them. Faker's mistake topside as well, really compiling the lead that Knight has now. 1.4k ahead, Shun 1.2k ahead in terms of the gold advantages here. And yes, Zeus has a lead over Bin, but that's not going to change his ability to crush turrets, his ability to follow up on CC.
And that's been halved as well. It was to the tune of about 20 CS. Now that is starting to evaporate, and now Zeus is under fire. On is going to get over that wall, finds the hop grand entrance, doesn't quite get in there, but the quickness is still going to charm him, and there is the counter-strike. Bin going to be able to take down his opposite number, 101 now on the Jax, and that was the strong point.
That was the strong point. Now, all 5 lanes with the lead. He picks up the turret, picking up a kill. Carrier.
Magical Journey gets himself out. That's going to be fine. Just some barred things, but still, this is an inner turret being sieged at 17.5 minutes. And BLG, they do not want out of this tournament. Arrow going to be sailing in, goes wide, but it still just guarantees that this inner turret is going to fall. And T1, they're going to have to do something. They're going to have to do it fast if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, and they look helpless in this one. And I feel like this series may be remembered as a complete stomp, even though T1 won game 1, and they had the cool Zeri top. Everything was unique. It looked like, wow, T1's got this great meta read moving into this tournament. But the next 2 games have just looked like otherwise a complete wash. It's not over until it's over. But with a Jhin sitting on 1.5 items in this game against an Ashe who sits on the similar level of items right now, basically on parity, has so much utility, it's going to be rough. At least the Tristana is getting some alone time with this topside turret.
Yeah. Ona also off to the side here. Will get spotted by the Hawkshot as On playing some defense with Bin, and they will be able to save this outer turret for the moment. T1 backing away. Deadly Flourish goes wide. Cosmic Binding is decent. No follow-up onto that one, as now T1 cut their losses, move back into their jungle. And Kerry actually looking for Elk here. Tempered Fate is going to connect. The Cosmic Binding is so good as he takes matters into his own hands. And now Faker's able to help lock down that kill. There are the resets. Special delivery of Knight as well. As T1 in this team fight looking good, but in comes Bin. Can they actually deal with it? Knight now getting taken down solo. There's a shutdown gold given over to Gumayusi. We said they had to come alive, and I think they may just have.
I think they just have. 2 kills to Guma. The snipe coming out. We're not done yet.
Oh, Carrier finds a meep slap. As Shun, he has to flash. Deadly Flourish, too scary, coming through the floor. And T1, they're going to augment this with an outer turret take as well.
Suddenly the map is all opened up. Kills, turret going down, and BLG trickle into the waiting arms of T1. Overconfident on their ability to turn. All starts off with Knight going low, right? Bin is able to get the stun here onto Zeus, but that's the go button for T1. Knowing Counter-Strike is down, they can continue to push the issue. On is just trying to sacrifice himself to save the rest of his team, but even Shun has to flash. Mid turret's down. Gold lead here, still BLG's, but T1, signs of life.
Yep, they've also managed to take 2 of these Drakes as well, and
it's Infernal Soul 3 for 3.
It's just triple Infernal Soul. That's just what we're going to do here. Maybe the weather does actually play a part because, you know, you remember at the beginning of summer, we had some cloudy days, a lot of cloudy Drakes and Ocean Drakes and things like that. This time around, it is all fire for our first series at EWC. And I think T1 going to be pretty happy with being able to threaten that as... Okay, Bin just waiting, not giving away his position there. As Carrier moves in.
He's able to pick up IE off of that last fight.
Collector A is a big spike.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be hitting really hard if they can set up more engages, if they can punish BLG again. Carrier, the man in control of those setups. Zeus Meanwhile, you know, pushed in the top lane, just farming it out. Hasn't had as big of an impact as Bin has, but Faker once again, given time in a side lane, Tristana could do a lot. Pushing that top turret now, bottom side here, forcing a TP.
Yeah, getting that teleport from Knight, actually a big deal. As now Bin moving towards Carrier. He's very quick with the amount of meeps that he has picked up, or the chimes at least. Counter-Strike going to be utilized. Deadly Flourish going wide there as BLG do start off this Dragon. It's them on the back foot, though, as this Rift Herald getting a little bit confused about where it wants to go. T1 holding onto the Dragon 4 now, but Knight on that flank angle on moving in.
Zeus doesn't have TPs, dealing with this Herald, so BLG have full control. Faker.
Yeah, there's another charge as the inner turret just barely survives. Faker, though, like you say, in trouble. Able to get a few autos on, down to 50%, but Faker holding onto that rocket jump. See whether he's going to be able to utilize it. Tempered Fate not going to find the mark. Neither does the Cosmic Binding.
Zeus back with Narbar too. BLG need to be very careful about how they approach this.
Yeah. Zeus definitely going to be turning Mega here, so BLG could just bide their time, but it looks like they want to start this one up with that control of the area that they do have. Narbar down to 50%. T1 going to have to pull that trigger relatively soon, as Spears not quite connecting onto that Gnar, and you can see BLG, they're not wanting to do anything until there's a mini Gnar once again, and now it comes through. The Dragon going to be picked up. On in actually a lot of trouble as the curtains have been called. On just going to be sniped. No one was there to protect him, and now Elk is going to get slowed down. Shun is here with the rest of the team, but Bin is nowhere in sight. Everyone's a squishy, and there's a Deadly Flourish onto the Nidalee. Now the teleport's coming in. Bin's going to be able to join the other three. The BLG are getting closed in on, and this is not their side of the map.
Certainly not.
This is getting real dicey. There is another snare as the Cosmic Binding locks down Knight. He's the target, and the Hyper Proc is going to do it. The Gnar into the wall, the wallop there from Zeus, and he hits that Mega Gnar at exactly the right time. And T1, they just team fight so beautifully, even with backs to the wall.
Backs to the wall. The teleport comes through from Bin. He wasn't there. That was a big part of why T1 was able to secure the Dragon. He was so close to getting TP. He wanted to put some pressure on in mid and potentially head topside, get some push going, and just leave the Drake to T1. But as BLG close in and he teleports over, T1, very careful team fight there, so measured. And Gumayusi doing the big damage. He went from irrelevant to 305 on this 2-item spike, and now they're going to get Baron. They take a gold lead for the first time in this final game. Zeus in a side, and T1, a huge comeback here in this final game. We had nearly written them off, but all it takes is one good team fight, one pick moments before. Never count T1 out.
Absolutely, and I'm feeling like maybe it was just abiding their time, but it was also a looking for that opportunity. And BLG, a team that's so good at not giving them.
Look at this position.
But once that opportunity is there, T1 strikes so well. And these shots from the curtain call from Gumayusi, absolutely fantastic. And I'm not a Jhin fan, but I am now.
His positioning was so good, and they have Zeus to protect from the bin engage. On was too far away to punish. Zeus says, get back over here, grabs that leaping Nidalee, and nothing else can do at the end. You could see desperation here on the faces of BLG. This game was completely theirs, but it is very quickly T1 favored now.
Oh, Cosmic Binding not going to quite land as the Tempered Fate does go down, but Elk not going to be too worried about it. Carrier still just going aggressive. Bin's just going to kill him. Not entirely sure what the game plan was there, but Shun's still going to take so much damage. Faker just straight up Goomba stomping him. As another bullet, there's the flash from On this time. He's going to be respecting it now. The quickness comes in. Faker with the sickest flash, and the double knockback from the Gnar is going to be there. Still, T1 losing as much as they're giving here, as this game's getting bloody.
It's getting bloody. We're doing a little bit of mechanics testing here, limit testing, and we're getting deep into these fights. There's a nice try there, but it's not enough from Faker. Root here onto Knight. The turret will still fall as this gold lead for T1 now ballooning into 3,000. It's this time their sole point here for Infernal Soul. This fight gets really awkward, really messy after Carrier goes down. They trade the kill onto Shun, and Guma forces the flash. His aim on these curtain calls has been fantastic, but then this, unfortunately, is a step too far. On trying to save the play with the re-engage there, but fails.
And it was almost super sick from Zeus, but the quickness from On actually delays the Gnar, so that he's not able to get 3 into the wall. And I don't know whether he intended it, But honestly, I'm going to give it to him because it was very, very well timed to make sure that it wasn't just everyone destroyed.
He's just so down to sacrifice himself to
Maybe
try
we're
to make
just the
a play.
biggest On fans. I'm happy for it, though. I'm down. He's having such an incredible series.
Yeah, he really is. It's not over yet, but it is certainly T1 favorite. In 75 seconds, that dragon is going to spawn, and BLG need to be there. They have a 6 scrub Jax. Jax has teleport, but unfortunately they don't have enough control over the map to utilize it to pressure T1 very easily. And there's no outer turrets of gold to threaten. It's going to take a very deep push in order for Bin to make that happen. And I think he wants to rather group with his squad here and contest for prio. But if T1 are able to get the smite on this dragon, they have so much map control. They have a Zyra that's super big.
Look at these items, Wolf.
3 items spike for Faker at the same time.
And the rapid fire cannon comes in for Gumayushi as well, so he is he's doing a lot of work. I mean, there is a lot of power with the 3 items that he has picked up already. And so T1 feeling like they're in a pretty good spot. Grasping Root's not going to connect on. As I say it again. And now setting up 25 seconds.
No TP flank angle here for Bin. He's just going to have to play this one straight up. There's no flanking here. They're going to have their eyes on you the whole time. Zeus, a level up, can just track him and zone him out. This gives Guma so many opportunities to set up for a big ultimate here. All that poke. Faker.
Arrow going to connect, but it's a great buffer right on top of the hot cup of cocoa. You love to see it there as Faker gets himself into the right position. Grand entrance avoided by the magical journey. A lot of cooldowns being thrown out. Not a lot of joy being picked up from either side as far as initiating a fight. As T1 moving towards this dragon that has just spawned. Infernal Soul on the line, the first one for T1 for this series.
Faker can burn this down so quickly. BLG have to be quick.
Yep, all of them do. Stranglethorns in hand here for Owner as well as they manage to hold them all down. There's the Infernal Soul, and the curtains are being called now as well. There's the Tempered Fate. It does get the stun on tonight as Valkyrie's now going to be utilized. Magical Journey comes on through as there's the Gnar. Zeus very delayed once again, but it's a bloodbath, and it's being delivered by T1. Been trying to get what he can done, but the Buster Shot's too good. Is this going to be a pentakill for the GOAT? No, it's not, because Gumayushi, he wants his piece of the pie as the Raptors don't get angry at Elk, but he is still running the wrong direction. And I think this hunting party from T1 will be able to take down their prize. Unless, well, Magical Journey does come on through. Volley from the brush gives away his position, and Elk is buying a lot of time.
They're not losing any time here in the mid lane, though. T1 just pushing it down right away, just taking this inhibitor. Elk buying a lot of time.
Yeah, Grasping Root's going to be there, and Ona gets the kill.
I mean, it's just going to delay his respawn ultimately here because T1's still going to grab this inhibitor. There's no Baron to take, so they don't delay anything like that. As On's looking for a punish here, but T1 super measured in their approach to this inhibitor. Take it down, back away. Topside control is theirs. And once again, a beautiful team fight from T1, despite BLG's best efforts and Elk's positioning in that fight. His kiting, his cleanse, not used, not needed because his flash was so great there. And I mean, you watch Elk in this fight as well. Look at how well T1 set up for this. Look, they're trying to push Zeus back. Gnar only hits on. Look at Elk at the top side of this fight. Kiting back super clean. But Faker gets on top of him, does that damage. Bin's isolated, and Guma is sitting at full health in all of these team fights. There's so much peel for him. He's got so much range to work with. Elk, best attempts to try to delay the inevitable, but the mid inhibitor is going to go down. Infernal Soul, now T1's before the Baron spawns in 10 seconds here. As you can see, BLG rapidly trying to group up to get that prio for this.
Yeah.
They take a miracle, though, to secure it. 5,000 gold down.
Yeah, last-ditch effort as the arrow is going to sail through T1. Opportunistic plays is exactly what BLG are going to be looking for. As Zeus doesn't want to wait for that. Curtains are going to get called once again. First bullet doesn't land, but the second one rings true. Third one down, and On takes the fourth. And now engaging, it's going to be a little bit more difficult until that Warmogs gets some work done. The flash forward, and Carrier once again takes matters into his own hands. The flash over from Faker, and he will wait for that Zhonya's to wear off. On now, having to battle dance his way out. Owner is absolutely unstoppable, and Faker, he's just diving in. He doesn't even mind if Bin takes him down, but that's not even going to happen as the double kill comes in as the Stranglethorns come down. There is the ace, and T1 will keep themselves alive here at EWC. And unfortunately, the keys for BLG not looking like they are going to survive. I think it's going to be hydraulic press for them.
T1 in a 30-minute game, an impressive comeback here, and the one that matters the most. keeping their hopes alive in this tournament. They didn't make it easy. That certainly did not give the fans hope in the early part of this third game. Game 2 was rough. Game 1, they almost lost control, but what a fantastic series to start off EWC's League of Legends, and T1 will be the victors, the ones to walk away. Signs of relief on the coaching staff and the players' faces. They knew they were just one mistake away from walking out this tournament the losers. For BLG, they're going to have to earn their right to return for 2025.
Exactly right, and it's a bit heartbreaking, right, to have to say goodbye to BLG, an absolute titan of a team. But sometimes these draws, and especially when a single elimination like this, that's just how it falls, right? And if you're going to win the whole thing, you have to beat absolutely everyone, right? You have to beat the best. And T1 with another opportunity, BLG unfortunately going home early. Not empty-handed, but not as full-handed as they would otherwise like to be. And also not able to keep that key alive for too long.
T1 crossed the stage first, the first victors of our quarterfinals here at EWC. Again, a bow to the crowd, but I think also to their fans back home in Korea, saying, look, this one was close. I'm sorry for making you worry.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they are able to take it.
A lot of drama in this one, Wolf, even within that final game. But now it is time to throw it over to Kangas on stage with Zeus.
We're going to hear his thoughts after that match, but first, we have to ask the captain of BLG to please present the key of BLG to Zeus, as you were able to finally defeat them in a best of this year.
네, 이제 BLG의 빈 선수가 이제 제우스 선수에게 이제 키를 가져다 줄 것입니다. 아, 저기 저쪽으로 가져다 줄. 아, 네. 됩니다.
All right, Zeus, you finally were able to take down BLG. I know it's been a long history between your two teams so far this year. What was the difference this time around from MSI?
일단은 BLG를 상대로 드디어 격파를 하게 되셨는데 제우스 선수 BLG를 이렇게 마침내 MSI를 뚫고 이제 MSI의 그 복수를 하시게 된 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 사실 마지막 판도 좀 많이 불리해져 있었는데 그래서 게임이 좀 힘들 줄 알았는데 생각보다 너무 팀원들이 잘 해줘가지고 저는 그냥 하던 대로 하니까 이겨서 너무 좋았던 것 같습니다.
So even for the last match, it was a tough start, and I thought I was going to lose, but our teammates and I have done better. So I think we finally overcame.
Now we saw a fun pick in game one with the Zeri in top lane, and I know that this is a new patch that you're playing on. How has preparation been for this event for T1?
이제 1세트 때 제리도 꺼내드셨고 이제 패치 이후로 좀 많은 변화들을 이제 좀 준비하신 게 많은 것 같은데 좀 어떤 준비 과정이 있으셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 제리는 사실 크산테 카운터 픽으로 좀 옛날부터 많이 해왔던 픽이라서 되게 자신 있게 좀 제가 어필해서 꺼냈던 것 같고 막상 대회에 오니까 좀 생각보다 저는 것 같아가지고 근데 그럼에도 불구하고 너무 팀원들이 잘 키워주고 잘 해줘서 이겼던 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, for the Zeri pick, of course, I thought it was a confident pick. It was an obvious counter to the Cassante. And even though I picked it, but I was kind of shaking because it was a little nervous. But our teammates helped me getting through that.
Well, final question. Clearly you weren't nervous playing your comfort pick in the Gnar. So my question for you now is, are you the best Gnar in the world?
그리고 나를 3세트에서 픽을 하셨을 때는 되게 자신감이 있어 보이셨거든요. 그래서 묻겠는데 지금 세계 최고의 나르라고 자신할 수 있으신가요?
네, 저는 제가 나른을 세상에서 제일 잘한다고 생각하고 근데 좀 버스 잘 탔네요. 그래도 네.
Well, I can't say I'm a best Gnar in the world so far, but for that match, I think I got carried a bit.
I think so. Thank you so much, Zeus, for coming on. Thank you, everybody, for making so much noise one more time. And we're going to be right back with more Esports World Cup featuring League of Legends after this break.
Adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
The first ever match in the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends is done and dusted, and it's the reigning world champions, T1, getting it done 2-1 over BLG. It took a huge effort as BLG were a valiant squad, but they struggled to close it on out as T1 found the answers, and there was nothing left for BLG as T1 will move on and BLG will have their keys crushed, unfortunately, and that's just how the cookie crumbles in this one. Digon alongside Ox and Valdez, and let me tell you, these LCK analysts had no doubt that T1 were going to pull this one out. Right, guys?
Didn't you say BLG at the start of the
I don't remember the beginning of the show, actually. It was a long time ago.
Memory issues, yeah. They'll save him here. I feel like really this series, especially in the best of 3, you don't have much time to react to turnaround. This kind of showed a lot of resilience from T1 because they lost that second game and they were looking like they were going to lose that third game before they bounced back.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a crazy game 3 as well, because we were assuming that BLG were going to win after the big early lead, and then T1 were able to come back in a couple of crazy team fights, but kind of showcase what they had in their composition, even from behind, to get it done.
Yeah, especially given the fact that in game 1, Jun looked not so great. In game 2, he looked immaculate. In game 3, we're thinking the same thing. He's making plays as they were very much in control of the early game. We could take a look at this draft as well. When we saw this draft, Ox, it was very, very surprising because I think many people were like, the draft on the blue side looks a lot easier to execute than the draft on the red side.
Yeah, I think immediately, especially any T1 fans, will see Jin Bard and be like, oh god, what's happening? But I think we're kind of seeing some of the issues with the Nidalee. Shun's a really good Nidalee. It was one of his pocket picks back when he was on his first team in the LPL. He was really strong on this pick. He'd get early leads. They wouldn't always translate. It was IG. That was his first team in the LPL. But I think the issue is when you're playing the likes of an Ashe into this Jin Bard, it's so hard because once they open up with the ult, you're immobile. You don't have an easy way to escape. And we constantly saw that was how the fights would break out. And BLG would try and protect their Ashe. And suddenly it goes from being, oh, AD carry is picked to, oh, the whole team is dying.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look at the first set of highlights, this is where the fear was happening if you're a T1 fan, because BLG just did a great job making early leads and picking on the top lane to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, this first kill was kind of insane as well, because you think that Zeus, maybe he gets away here, but then eventually Bin's like, no, I'm just going to dive him under the turret. I don't care. And that's kind of what the Jax in Italy does offer you, the ability to dive under this one, especially with the Jax ultimate. And there were so many great plays here from the side of BLG at the beginning of this game, right? They get the first kill. They're able to set up a second one here in the jungle. They get another one down on the bottom side of the map. And eventually they just run away with this game in a huge way, or at least...
كيف لعب نار بهذا الفايت بيرفكت بلاي صراحة دايما بالمكان الصح دايما الميجا جاهز احمد خبرني شوي عن هذه المباراه خصيصا.
صراحه زي ما قلت انت زوس كان اون بوينت صراحه، احنا رفعنا في بن بشكل كبير. بن صراحه لاعب لا يستهان فيه، ولكن في هذا السيريس انا هروح مع زوس وانا مغمض تماما. حتى يوم شفناه يوم اخذ الكاونتر بيك بالكميل وهو كان معاه اتروكس، شفناه شلون تركيز عليه بشكل كبير، ومع ذلك كان متقدم. نفس الكلام في هذا الجيم، تركيز عليه بشكل كبير ومع ذلك متقدم. صراحه زوس كان طبعا الوردز ام في بي، يعني ما يحتاج نتكلم عنه. الوردز ام في بي جاي اليوم يثبت نفسه، يثبت انه البيتر توب في هذا السيريس.
يا ومتفاهم انت نقطتك، حكيت انه كيري هو الام في بي، خاصه بالكليب اللي شايفينه قدامنا، هو اللي قادر يجيب البيكس اللي فعليا انهت الجيم. فكيريا بالبار تبعه خرافي. الليونا يعني بما يعني احنا ثلاثه قاعدين نتكلم وكل واحد عنده راي مين هو الام في بي، بيحكي لنا قديش البرفورمانس تبع تي 1 كان خرافي. وايضا اجين حابب احكي عن قديش الفورمات تبع التورنمنت بروتل. بي ال جي برا وتي 1 بيكملوا معنا في السيمي فاينلز، وغالبا يلتقوا بالفائز من المباراة القادمة. ووصلني خبر مين هو الام في بي، والرجل اللي كان صح درام رول بليز، خوليو اونر هو الام في بي لهذه المباراة، وفعلا بيستحق هذا اللقب لانه سوى شغل كبير في المباراة.
دي حقيقة الصراحة، يعني زي ما اتكلمنا، يعني تي 1 جيم 1 ما كانوش هيكسبوا من غير اونر، صح؟ كنا بنتكلم في ان كل ما الهايلايت ترجع جيم سجواني خرافي، والجيم ده جومايوتشي وكاريا واخدين اللقطه فعلا، بس الفولو اب بتاع الزايرا دامج على البلاي الاساسيه اللي طلعتهم عامه من خلينا نقول المأزق اللي كانوا فيه، كان سببها الاساسي طبعا كاريا بالسيت اب، جومايوتشي بالسيت اب، بس بعد كده الفرشه بتاعت زايرا بعديها هي اللي رجعتهم للجيم. فالصراحه اونر بيثبت لنا ان هو ممكن يبقى خلينا نقول جاي يكسب التورنمنت كلها يعني
اونر طبعا لعب كتير منيح، الام في بي تبع السيريز. حاب احكي معك احمد عن جون والاداء تبعه، يعني هل صار فعلا جنجل ديف درافت ديف، لانه يعني كان مسيطر بشكل كبير؟ هل هو كيريا ديف ممكن؟
شوف صراحه لين اول 20 دقيقه كانت الارقام مع بي ال جي كلها، شفنا تقريبا 5000 جولد ليد. صراحه تحرك في الايرلي جيم، شفنا الندلي حقته المرعبه وكان مادي بشكل كبير، ولكن ما كان الضغط الكافي. احنا شفنا مجرد ما تحرك جوما وبارد من البوت لين على طول اكلوا الجيم تماما، خصوصا ان الانديفيدوال سويلينرز ادوا بشكل افضل في اخر جيم فيكر شفنا الاوت بلايز قاعد تسويها، زوس ضغط عليه بشكل كبير وما كان متاخر، فهذا هو اللي اثر عليك بالجيم هذا. T1 صراحه يستحقون الفوز بشكل كبير، خصوصا رجعتهم من هذا الجولد ديف اللي جاهم في اول 20 دقيقه.
صحيح بالضبط النقطة اللي أنت بتتكلم عليها. أول ما تحركوا من البوت لين جوما قدر ياخذ دبل شت داون بالميد. فيكر المديتيشن تبعه كيكت ان فجأة صار مجنون، يعني خاصة الاوت بلاي اللي عمله بالجنجل الفلاش تبعه كان خرافي. صار ياخذ دبلز وتريبل كيلز وفولو اب على الكيريا ستانز على طول، فبرفورمانس خرافي من هذا الفريق. اخيرا قدروا ياخذوا الريفنج تبعهم ويحطموا قلب BLG فعليا معنويا. شو هالبطولة يا خوليو؟
لا الصراحة يعني لو عايز بداية للبطولة مفيش بداية أحلى من كده صح. عندك BLG T1 لحد جيم 3 توقعنا 2-1 لBLG بس طلعت 2-1 لT1 فT1 مكملين معانا للآخر يعني.
بالضبط صراحه هذا اللي شفناه، والان قاعدين نشوف البراكت اللي معانا. لاحظ معي T1 2-1 راح يلعبون ضد الفايز من فناتيك وتيم ليكويد. صراحه انا اتوقع انه السيريس هذا يضمن لك الفاينل على طول، خلاص انت وصلت الفاينل، انت بس باقي لك البي والSK اللي في الجهه الثانيه اللي هم gen.g وتوبي سبورت صراحه. فهذا اللي اشوف انا الان T1 لازم يصيرون متجهزين، لانه الان صارت فرصتهم اكبر بكثير بعد ما تعدوا هذه العقبه.
يا اوريدي يعني بنشوف فروقات، بما انه بنقدر نحكي نفس الفرق اللي كانت بالMSI اوريدي، يعني مش حسميه ابسط طبعا لكن اختلاف في النتائج. T1 بيقدروا ينتصروا، تيم ليكويد وفناتيك راح يلعبوا اليوم بعد فتره، والفايز منهم راح يقابل طبعا T1. انا شخصيا يعني حابب احكي شوي عن البطوله بشكل عام، بما انه وي كفرد هذه المباراه تقريبا، والف مبروك لT1 على التاهل. حابب احكي عن البطوله بشكل عام. انا عملت فوت وهو غريب شوي، يعني انه مين حيفوز بالبطوله كلها؟ توب اي سبورتس. شو رايك بهالحكي؟
الصراحه توب خلينا نقول هو التيم الوحيد اللي جاي البطوله غالبا انديفيتد، ما خسرش ولا جيم في LPL بليسمنت بالفيردلس درافت بكل حاجه. فتوب اي سبورتس الصراحه يعني مخيفين، بس حاسس ان gen.g الصراحه ما ينفعش تقول ان حد هيكسب البطوله غيرهم، لان gen.g دي حرفيا الميتا بتاع الكانيون. هو فاهم يعني كانيون دلوقتي تحس ان هو قاعد يظبط الباتشز على مزاجه والميتا على مزاجه وقاعد دلوقتي بيلعب الجيم يعني.
اوكي يعني بس يعني ما في ثقه انه توب اي سبورتس ممكن يسووها يعني؟
لا في عادي، في احتمال يعني. مش بنقول ان gen.g يكسبوها 100% لان انت عندك T1 عندك توب اي سبورتس عندك G2، بس يعني 50% شانس زي ما هم قالوا، بس يعني اي احتمال وارد صح، بس الافضليه ممكن تروح لgen.g.
اخر سؤال قبل ما نروح البريك، انت مين برايك حيفوز البطوله كلها؟
البطولة كلها صراحة تتوقع BLG، بس الآن طلعوا BLG فأنا راح أروح مع gen.g مرة ثانية. أنا أشوف الميتا الآن فعليا مع gen.g. اللي بي جنجلرز راح تكون مع كانين بشكل فظيع. لا نتكلم عن ليهنز، نتكلم عن جوفي، نتكلم عن الباقيين، فأنا أشوف gen.g هو الفاينل بوس لهذه البطولة.
مخيفين للغاية فعلا، هم اللي فازوا بالMSI آخر مرة. أعزائي المشاهدين عندنا بيست اوف 3 قادمة في طريقكم بين تيم ليكويد وفناتيك، لكن قبل ذلك خلونا ناخذ فاصل ونرجع لكم بعد فترة. عدنا إليكم أعزائي المشاهدين بعد انتصار مباراة متقاربة أو سيريز متقاربة وتي 1 بيكملوا معنا، وبحب أرحب بالأناليست اللي معنا. بنودع أحمد لهذا البست اوف 3 الثاني، وبنرحب بالسيد سمولي. كيف حالك يا سمولي؟ ومبروك، بعرف انك فان لتي 1 وانك حضرت السيريز من الستيج. خبرنا عن الاكسبيرينس تبعك هناك.
اهلا يا كول سيستم، اهلا بخوليو. صراحه حضرت مباراتين وسط الجمهور، خصوصا يعني الجيم الثاني كان محزن لما خسروا تي 1، لكن الجيم الاول صراحه انك تتابع تي 1 لاول مره في مسرح زي المسرح اللي عندنا هنا، شيء صراحه كان مره ضخم. والجيم الثالث كنت جالس معاكم وقاعد اتفرج في الباك ستيج، يعني صراحه يعني تي 1 يفوز عندنا هنا. توقعت انه تي 1 راح يخرج، يعني الجيم الاخير من البدايه حقته يعني شفنا كيف تي 1 كانوا يعني شوي يعني متراجعين في الجولد، لكن مجرد ما اونر مسك زمام الامور انتهوا بيلجي.
على حسب الستاتستكس تبع السيد خوليو 90% الفرص كانت انه بي ال جي يفوزوا. هذا معناها انه الستاتستكس هي مش كل شيء. تي 1 على عكس الفرص اللي قدامهم قدروا يعملوها يفوزوا. وطبعا هلا عنا بيست اوف 3 اخر بين تيم ليكويد وفناتيك، وحابب افتح النقاش معك يا خوليو عن هدول الفريقين. خبرني بروز كونز، شو بدك تشوف، مين تتوقع يفوز؟
بص، في حاجات كتير قوي نتكلم فيها. يعني خلينا نقول ان فناتيك جايين من تلت لوزنج ستريك من ال EC، خسروا قدام هيريتكس، خسروا قدام BDS، خسروا قدام G2 بعد يعني 6-0 ستارت. يعني خلينا نقول ستارت انبيتابل. اخر اسبوع ده خسروا 3 ورا بعض، وجايين البطوله دي على طول يلعبوا تيم ليكويد، فممكن نقول ان المعنويات بتاعتهم مش احسن حاجه. الناحيه الثانيه تيم ليكويد كونسيستنت في ال LCS، عندهم خلينا نقول ستار بلايرز، عندهم فيترن، عندهم كل حاجه حرفيا هم محتاجينها. فاوفر اول حاسس ان السيريس ممكن تبقى كلوز عشان NA و AU، يعني نو اوفنس، بس يعني ممكن تيم ليكويد لاول مره NA يبقى عندهم ادفانتج قدام AU يعني.
على سيره تيم ليكويد، طبعا في اثنين من لاعبيني انا المفضلين في هذا الفريق، تصورت معاهم امباكت وكورجيجي. لقيتهم كانوا عم بيلعبوا بلاي ستيشن ضد بعض. فريق بصراحه انا بالنسبه لي هدول يعني اثنين ابطال عالم بنفس الفريق، هم الاثنين كوريين طبعا عم بيلعبوا في بفريق تيم ليكويد. وهم اللي طلعوا فناتيك من الام اس اي اذا ما خاب ظني، او نزلوهم اللوزرز براكت. فناتيك لوزنج ستريك، تيم ليكويد اوريدي فازوا عليهم. هل برايك انه التاريخ راح يتكرر، ولا في قصه ثانيه ممكن تكون انه فناتيك جايين ما عندنا شيء نخسره، خساره ورا خساره، راح نلعب مش فور فان يعني، بس انه بيكات جريئه خلينا نحكي ويفاجئونا؟ شو رايك؟
يعني زي ما قلت انه صراحه لوز ستريك راح ياثر عليك يعني معنويا ونفسيا وذهنيا. يعني كفريق فناتيك ضد تيم ليكويد شفناهم في الوردز خسروا 3-1 من التيم ليكويد. وزي ما قلت انت الفانز اللي انت تشجعهم اللي هو امباكت وكورجي، انا عن نفسيا اول موسم حضرت فيه الليج، يعني اول ما دخلت العب ليج اوف ليجند كان يعني امباكت مع تي 1 لما انا فاز بكاس العالم، فبالك الان انا قاعد احلل على لاعب او يعني ناس من هذا الطراز العالي.
وعلى اعطيكم شويه انسايد انفورميشن، انا سمعت انه تيم ليكويد الكوتشنج ستاف تبعهم عندهم ثقه كبيره 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 انهم راح يفوزوا هذه المباراه 100%. فانت ككوتش سابقا لما يكون عندك هذه الثقه، على شو بيكون اساس هذه الثقه؟
على اساس حاجات كتير، على اساس سكريمز بتتلعب، على اساس باتش ممكن بيجهزوا له شايفين ان هو صالحهم، على اساس حاجات كتير قوي صح، بس على اساس اكتر ان هم واثقين في الحاجات اللي بيلعبوها صح، لان تيم ليكويد بيلعبوا حاجات عامه مميزه، يعني بيلعبوا حاجات الناس مش متعودين يلعبوها دلوقتي. بيلعبوا لوشن نامي في البوت لين، من اكتر بوت لينز بيلعبوها، ما بنشوفش لوشن نامي دلوقتي خالص. يعني خلينا نقول الستايل بتاعهم في الميد جونجل بالاخص يعني تحس ان هو وان دايركشنال قوي، لان هم ما بيلعبوش ايبي جونجلرز النهائي، بيلعبوا مع كاي سجواني مع تريستانا كوركي ميد لين، دول اكتر حاجه بيلعبوها وما لعبوش غيرها.
بتحكي عن تي ال؟
بحكي عن تيم ليكويد.
اوكي،
الجونجل بتاع تيم ليكويد امتي ما لعبش غير مع كاي سجواني حرفيا في الاس اس لحد دلوقتي.
ريسبكت صراحه، يعني شخصيات في الجنجل، يعني شفنا كيف اونر اول جيم بسجواني كان ضده شخصيه في الميتا قال له لا زايره ما اعرف هذا الشيء، انا اعرف سجواني اضغط التمت عليك وناخذ الكل. فالجيم الاول يعني زي ما تقول هذا اللعب العربي الصريح، انك تاخذ شخصيه ثانيه تقول لك خلاص انا اتحمل الضرب واخلي تيمي يكرروا الجيم.
شوف انا دائما يعني بحكي ما بعرف، يعني بحب اكون عكس التيار، خلينا نحكي بيكون عندي ثقة بالاندر دوغز. بنشوف قدامنا طبعا تيم ليكويد بيوصلوا وبيدخلوا الى هذا المبنى، ابتسامات على وجوههم، الثقة واضحة نفس ما حكينا. لكن حابب احكي عن فناتك. يعني انا مش عارف، دائما عندي هذا الاحساس انه الفرق اللي ما عندهم شيء يخسروه، واكيد طبعا عندهم شيء يخسروه اللي هو يعني دورهم في البطوله، قلبهم ممكن يتحطم، لكن بحس انه ممكن يعملوا فوضى، يربكوا الخصم بطريقه غريبه. سمولي انا وانت كندريد مينز، وين كندريد؟ انا بحسها قويه في هذه الباتش.
هي صح، يعني الشامبيون نفسه قوي، لكن تحتاج يعني زي ما تقول عوامل تساعدك انك تلعب الشامبيون. شخصيتك تعتبر ايدي كاري في الجيم، في نفس الوقت يعني رزق شفناه يلعب بشخصيات، شفناه يلعب جريفز، يلعب فيجو، يلعب كندريد. هذه الشخصيات يعني تعتبر هي الاي دي ميتا حاليا، لكن زي ما تقول انت الميتا هي اللي زي الموضه، زي الفاشن اللي قاعد يمشي هنا، لكن يعني شخصيات زي كندريد ما اعتقد ان راح نشوفها.
وبنشوف طبعا دخول فناتك الفريقين داخل المبنى الان، وراح يتواجهوا يعني قريبا. خلينا نحكي الفرص مع تيم ليكويد، التاريخ مع تيم ليكويد، توقعات ممكن نبداها الان. يعني نحكي بشكل عام، شو رايك يا سمولي؟ مين راح يفوز بهذه السيريز وكم راح تكون النتيجه؟
شوف انا بحاول يعني اخذها من بلفه كده، يعني عارف احاول ابين لك. يعني شوف فناتك عنده خبره كبيره صراحه، عنده كاس عالم، عنده ام اس ايز، يعني فريق بيشارك معانا في ليج اوف ليجندز سيزون 2.
استنى شوي، كاس عالم هذا انا بصراحه ما بعتبره كاس عالم، كان سيزون 1 اتلعب في بيسمنت هيك، يعني حسيته جمعة شباب يعني.
كان اكسبيكي والباك دور، هذا كان هو الشيء المشهور. في نفس الوقت تيم ليكويد عندهم خبره، في ناس كثير ما تعرف انه امباكت يعني زي ما تقول تقدر تقارن فيكر من ناحيه الخبره،
صحيح،
لانه قاعد يلعب يعني في كل البطولات متواجد دائما، فعندك شخصيه خبره دائما يعني تقدر تستند عليها، تقدر يعني تعتمد انه يعطيك الدافع المنوي، يعطيك الحماس اللي تحتاجه. حتى لو كان اي احد من تيم متوتر عندنا هنا في المسرح، تلاقي امباكت دائما موجود، بيقول له اهدى انا عندك متواجد. البكات اللي قاعد ياخذها امباكت يعني قاعد يمشي في الميتا، يعني موجود امباكت فعلا. انا بحسه صخره الفريق، يعني فيري كونسيستنت بلاير، شو ما بيلعب ان شاء الله لعب توب سايد بوت سايد، انت بتعرف انه لينو راح يمشي زي ما هو بده، ويعني فيري ستيبل توب لينر. اتوقع يلعب دور كبير هون. ما قلت لي مين حيفوز؟ صراحة ما بين تيم ليكويد وفناتك أنا أقول تيم ليكويد.
تيم ليكويد
خلينا نوقف مع العينين فرصة يعني لأول مرة
2-0 ولا حتكون حرب قوية 2-1 وكلوز جيمز؟
2-0
ستومب.
أنا لحد الآن البريدكشن حقي ماشي صحتي، وأنت توقعت يفوزوا.
حتى أنا
المريت حقي 100%. يعني ما ابغى يعني ما لا تطالع.
اسمع كم مره حاولت اساعدك، كم مره حاولت احكي لك تعال تي 1 وقلبت ورجعت غيرت.
المشكله ان انا جيت لك تي 1 فعلا ورجعت تاني بي جي بعد الدرافت، فيعني في قرارات كده بندم عليها كتير في الحياه يعني. بس خلينا نتكلم عن تيم ليكويد.
طب شوف خليني اعطيك من هلا يعني.
ماشي،
انا راح اعمل فوت قبلك.
تمام.
انا بتوقع انه فناتك راح يفاجئونا، راح يجوا بسبيريت جديده، راح يتركوا الستة جيام اللي خسروها على جنب ويجوا بروح غريبة ويفاجئونا ويكسروا تيم ليكويد 2-0. هذا رأيي أنا. أنت شو بتحكي لنا؟
أنا هروح مع نص رأيك، يعني هقول فناتك هم اللي هيكسبوا فعلا تيم ليكويد مش العكس، بس حاسسها 2-1. حاسس التيم ليكويد عندهم الستايل اللي مرتاحين عليه وممكن يشتغل مرة واحدة، بس عشان هم عندهم ستايل واحد حاسس إن دي ممكن تبقى نقطة ضعف قدام فناتك في البيست اوف 3. ممكن في البيست اوف 1 أو خلينا نقول في البيست اوف 3 في ال LCS تبقى مختلفة، بس حاسس إن هنا فناتك ممكن يبقى عندها الادفانتج.
أنا خايف إني أكون خربت على رأيك، لأنه إذا بنطلع على الورق تيم ليكويد المفروض يفوزوا، إذا بتطلع على المعلومات وثقة الكوتشنج ستاف المفروض تيم ليكويد يفوزوا. فأنا متفهم الفوت تبعك، لكن أنا إحساسي بحكي لي إنه فناتك اليوم راح يقدموا لنا شيء مميز. وخلينا نتكلم هلا عن كيف ممكن يعملوا هذا الشيء. شو لازم فناتك يعملوا عشان يتغلبوا على هذا الفريق؟ شو نقاط قوة فريق تيم ليكويد؟ حكينا إنه امباكت صخرة في التوب، عندهم 2 أبطال عالم، كور جي خرافي. شو ممكن تعمل عشان توقفهم وتهزمهم؟
بالضبط، يعني عندك الجواب بكل صريح. يعني الرازورك من اللاعبين اللي كونسيستنت بلاير، دائما رانك 1 عندنا في السيرفر اللي هي ويست. في نفس الوقت السينرجي.
Play along with EWC. Ox, prediction time. Who you got in this matchup? The number 1 from LCS or the number 2 from the LEC?
You know, I feel like as much as TL had a fantastic performance at MSI up against Fnatic, even though they've done good domestically, I feel like Fnatic had a big underperformance at MSI, and I'm confident, especially in the bot lane, I know they can bounce back, so I'm going with Fnatic.
I think it's a 2-0 for TL. I don't think it's even close, and I think the biggest advantage that TL has in this series is that their opponents speak perfect English. And so the Yapper is going to be able to yap and really get some control of this one.
Again, it has been covered every single time on the LCS. All chat has been a boon for this squad because he likes to talk. And I hope that we're able to get shots of some of the all chat that will be happening, because it doesn't matter who APA is playing, when he's playing, where he's playing, he'll always be dictating how they do. One of the matches over at the LCS, both of them, I think, had kind of goofy solo kills, and he's like, we should be embarrassed. Because he's impervious to lying and also impervious to, I guess, his own smack talk.
Yeah, this is his superpower, is the fact that if you say anything back, he does not care about it. And so it's all just damage coming out of him, and he's immune. He's like he's playing Mario and he picked up the star or whatever it is.
And you know what? People will say, well, can't you just disable all chat? If you do that, you've already lost, right? If you have to do that, you're thinking, oh, well, I can't see his messages, but I know he's saying them. He's in your head already.
APA's in your head, and to be in your ears for this matchup, let's send it on over to the casters for a quick look live.
Thank you, guys. I know I was just over there in the studio, but now I'm here at the desk. It's weird how quickly I got over here. I'm still Valdez, joined by Joshi. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling good. I am so excited to see another opportunity for NA to play up against EU. Team Liquid got him last time, but it wasn't necessarily the cleanest series, and this is going to be a great tournament because we just saw how exciting T1 versus BLG was.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath. I think 3 games, probably NA versus EU. Back to you guys at the studio. Degon, take it away.
Thank you very much. He was Valdanalist when he was on here. What is he when he's Val play-by-play?
Valdez.
Valdez. We don't have a nickname for him when he's...
Well, he's always play-by-play, so he's Valdez.
That's just his job.
His name.
All right. Okay. Well, you know...
What's the name for Degon when he hosts?
Yeah, D-host. Duh.
No, well, then why didn't you introduce yourself as D-host?
Because we had to buy some time, so I wasn't hosting right away, you know?
Got it. That was a different guy.
Yeah. All right, we're almost ready for this second matchup of the day. Again, NA, EU. It's going to be so exciting between these two squads, and I can't wait to see how this one shakes on up. Let's take a look. The Qiddiya Arena getting set for the second series of the day. Team Liquid versus Fnatic. A rematch of what happened over at MSI. Quickly, what's the key matchup here between these two squads? What lane do you feel like it's going to be, or role you think it's going to be here, Ox?
I feel like bot lane's going to be really important. You know, we saw obviously a lot of back and forth on the bot lanes between in the earlier series. Sorry, you know, Carrier stepping up massively in game 3 and Elk having that great Ziggs game. So I think that will hold a lot of weight in this matchup.
I feel like it's the jungle. I'm looking at Umpty, like we've spoken about champion pool, right? Like his Maokai Sejuani exclusive in the jungle. Razok has been playing loads of stuff. Ivan included a different tree, if you will, but he's been playing lots of different things. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether Umpty can bring out something new.
Yeah, again, this Fnatic squad, that core of Razork and Humanoid have been together for quite some time. Oscarinin joining on in recently, and then the newest addition on the bottom side of the map. How will Fnatic do now that this is the first time they're coming into a series against NA after a loss? We'll find out as we kick it off. It is series number 2, Team Liquid versus Fnatic.
Hello and welcome back to the arena to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. We're getting ready for our second quarterfinals match, and we just saw our first quarterfinals match, and what a match that was! T1 getting revenge against BLG from their MSI performance. But we do have one more best of 3 ahead of us today, Fancy.
That is correct, and now we know that the first semi-finalist in the Esports World Cup presented by League of Legends is now on stage. And the next match is going to decide who's going to go against them. And it's not a match that's strange to international stages. because we have witnessed this match a few weeks prior to today.
That's right, at MSI, this is a rematch. We have back-to-back rematches here on stage for day one. And of course, this was Team Liquid giving Fnatic not only their first loss ever to an NA team in a best of series, but also maybe catching up a little bit because if my numbers are correct, Fnatic versus NA all time is 28-12. So
are
you
you
Fnatic fans out there, you're eating good.
Hold on, so are you telling me that EU is better than NA?
No, that's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth because last time Team Liquid did take it. But you know what? Let's see if they can do it and start introducing our teams for our second quarterfinals match. Up first, the first seed from the LCS. Please welcome Team Liquid! In the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, mid laner, Yapton my Yapton, APA. Bot laner, Yan. And support, Core JJ. Team Liquid is the second NA team to ever reach an international finals with promising recent performances at MSI.
And now, for their opponent in our second quarterfinal match, please welcome Fnatic! In the top lane, Oscar Renan. Roaming the jungle, Razor. In the bot lane, Noah and June. And in the mid lane, give it up for Humanoid! Fnatic has taken the loss at MSI personally, being the origin of their villain arc by taking the learnings from the international stage, rising from the ashes and going into the longest streak in the LEC regular stage since the region introduced a new format. And now they're ready for a rematch and to take revenge against Team Liquid.
Will the captains of each team please bring your keys to the stage and make some noise, Qiddiya Arena, for your second quarterfinals match.
EU versus NA, Team Liquid versus Fnatic. Let the game begin!
Early mechanics. Mechanics check here.
Not a good omen.
No.
I'm just saying that maybe we're going to have a different series than the last one. The speed in which those keys came in series number one was a bit faster.
Yeah, well, you know what? They were warming on up, you know? I think it took a little while for Core to get that one in. Now he's got the hair going, and he'll be good to roll here. Again, thank you so much to Kangas and Fancy for this kickoff between our two Western squads. Also, checking in on a Twitch chat. They said Valcast. Valcast works. That's right, chat.
Caught.
Oh, you know, I'm actually thinking.
You could say it, but like,
I was thinking while we had the break.
Yeah.
Valdez.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah?
That sounds really good. That sounds like it could be his last name.
That could just be his general name.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess the experts have weighed on in. It's time to set it on over to our casters for the second series of the day, Valdez and Joshi. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, guys, at the studio. Yes, I will go by Valdez, at least for this series, I guess. I am joined by Joshi, and this is going to be a fun one. NA versus EU, TL versus Fnatic again.
It is, yeah. The fact that we got to see this matchup already at MSI and we're just getting a rematch of it, I think is potentially the budding of a new rivalry, right? It used to be Cloud9 versus Fnatic. It was a little one-sided before in terms of how many times EU was winning, but this is potentially the new rivalry between NA and EU that we'll get to see over and over again.
Yes, and as an NA rep yourself, I'm sure you're hoping that TL can continue.
You cannot be doing this to me with Twitch chat, with the biased casters right at the very beginning.
Yeah.
You know, maybe a little bit. I am very excited to see how people are going to be reacting to the Corki pick because as we saw from our last series, T1 and BLG still said, yes, this is the most important character, and Fnatic is already removing most of the major tools in and around the core kit you're expecting. And so it's going to put a very different spin already on this series from the get-go.
Yeah, it's definitely going to. I think the series is going to look very differently from the LCK and LPL series. Outside of, I'm saying just in the drafts, I think it might be just as back and forth, but we see a lot of focus on mid and jungle here, nearly entirely. Even that Lucian could be put in there. It's just a third 80 mid they take away. And now thinking about the Rumble here, 4 impact already.
Yeah, generally this has been a major pick used to push out the Skarner in a lot of games. We didn't really see the Skarner get picked up in the first series at all, and with this Rumble already coming through, it does look as though Impact is looking to create a bit more pressure up in the top lane. We saw Oscar get the better of him quite a bit at MSI in the laning phase, but Impact, I mean, when you have this kind of lane dominant early game, you're going to have to make it work.
You're definitely going to have to, I was talking with Oscar and doing a little interview, and he said that they're thinking that the Lethality Varus is a big pick on this patch. He also said that the Skarner, might have fallen down a couple of steps, but should still see play. But so far, as you mentioned, we didn't see it in the first series. We're not seeing it yet here, especially with that first pick Rumble. I doubt they pick it into that, but we'll have to wait and see, as Umpty will be hopping onto Viego.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. A lot of teams that I've talked to so far have been looking at the changes to VARs and Opportunity and saying, yeah, maybe this isn't the angle to go for it anymore. That said, there is still a lot of tools, and I love this pick already coming out from Team Liquid. Obviously, it is one of the APA champions, Ziggs and Aurelion Sol, some of the champions that we are expecting to see him play over and over again, given the opportunity, but it can also be played down in the bottom lane, just like we saw Elk do previously, and you can use it to really push around VARs in the early laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it has a great matchup there. I think you can match range in that sense, but now, the Zeri and the Kai'Sa hovers, you begin to scratch your heads and you say, well, where is everything going in this one? They'll keep that a secret for now.
The fact that we've been seeing games with 4, 5, sometimes even 6 marksmen in every game does leave a lot to be questioned here. I know we've seen VARs up in the top lane in solo queue quite a bit. Kai'Sa has been played in the mid lane. I know Kai'Sa has been played as a counter to Ziggs historically in the mid lane, just because you have a lot of tools to push out the Ziggs early on with the Acathean Rain. But this is an opportunity right now for Fnatic to just create an incredible poke comp, and Team Liquid is going to have to decide whether or not they want to try and dive onto that, or if they want to try and match fire with fire, potentially pick something for Yon that can also play from long range, like a Jhin maybe.
Yeah, the Jhin could be a focus. I wouldn't be surprised to see some supports banned out here from the side of TL, just trying to limit what we saw from the side of T1 earlier today. But no, instead they're going to take away some options into the Rumble. The TF will be taken off the board for now.
And it is a very interesting pivot, right? We saw a lot of play coming out from Team Liquid where Impact was playing Cassante almost every single game at MSI. He's already putting out something different, and we know that they really pushed Oscar to a lot of the tank top lanes where Impact was very comfortable in that matchup. But this is definitely a spot where Oscar still has almost all of the champions he might want to play still available. The Poppy's there, the Zac is there. We saw him play Ornn as well. There's so many different things that we can play. It feels as though Team Liquid's like, yes, we want you to play those. I'm kind of expecting a Camille down here just to really push him in that direction.
Yeah, it does feel like that's what they're thinking about, but no, it will be the Nautilus, one of those supports I was thinking about. Just extra lockdown, extra pick potential. And it does look like they are going to be looking at Rel or Alistair here for June, just to bolster their pick potential and frontline with what is already a couple of marksmen and great poke.
It's a lot of damage coming out from the back line right now from Fnatic, and they have a very strong front line as well to complement it. And it really feels as though Fnatic has a very strong composition to kind of pivot in whatever direction they need to, right? The Varus and the Kai'Sa can both play the poke. They can also do a ton of damage with their on-hit style of builds. And it does mean that Team Liquid, as they're looking towards the Senna, it is the kind of composition that really likes playing a lot of these slower fights. However, I don't know if that's the kind of fight you can really afford to take up against something like Fnatic is playing, just because of how much damage their marksmen are going to be putting out.
Yeah, we see the Zeri locked in here as well. And I think we're going to see, as they are picking pretty much in order here on the side of Team Liquid, they say, well, we don't need to utilize swaps.
Take the, Zeri top lane.
Yeah,
it's still possible.
That is true, And maybe if we saw Senna, we could have seen like Senna Rumble or something weird like that, but yeah, especially from the blue side, not expecting it. And yeah, it is going to be the Rakan, the support that does come in, and immediately the Kassadin lock-in, just slamming it down into that Ziggs in the mid lane.
Wow. So that means that we're going to have something a little bit more unusual going to the top lane. I'm still wondering if it is going to be the Bars that is going to be going up there, or if it is going to be the Kai'Sa. That's going to be another opportunity to see more marksmen being played up in the top lane. I know in North America, we usually see Vayne if we see anything at all, but the fact that Humanoid is going back to this Kassadin, this is a Fnatic classic. We've been seeing this played from this team all the way since Xpeke was starting to play this in Season 1, right? This is the kind of thing that Fnatic is really showcasing what they can do, and I feel as though this is the perfect opportunity for Fnatic to showcase not just their own abilities, but also just their legacy that this team has had for so many years.
Yeah, it's really cool to see it here right from the get-go in game number 1, as we see once again more utilization of the red side here to great effect at the EWC presenting League of Legends, just because you get that R5, it comes out, you've already got some weirdness going on with the double AD carry, the marksman, you're not sure 100% where everything's going, and then they just finalize it with that great Kassadin pick. The Ziggs definitely going to have a bit of a struggle into that one, but we'll see if APA can handle it here as we are getting ready to hop into game number 1 of TL up against Fnatic. What do you think? Back and forth series, or
I think it's gonna be
maybe
bloody.
in your case you think TL gonna?
I hope it's a 2-0. You know, the easier Team Liquid just puts a nail in his coffin for this budding rivalry, the better it is going to be. But my biggest worry right now is I don't see great tools for Team Liquid to actually shut down Humanoid. A lot of the games that we saw at MSI, APA was doing a pretty decent job in the early laning phase at actually creating leads up against Humanoid, but this is the kind of thing where they can do so much more later on in the game, and you have a Sentinel already on the team. This is a team that is looking to scale a little bit.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see how this is going to go in game number 1, as you know, just a little reminder, T1 taking that first series, but now we are moving on to match number 2, I should say, between Team Liquid from North America and Fnatic from Europe, as we're getting so many cool shots here as we move in. Maybe some more emote usage in the SNA versus EU matchup. Wouldn't be too surprised.
I would love to see exactly what APA is already typing from the very beginning. He sees this cast and come out, and he's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this cantrick is coming out. Is that really what you need to beat me? Whereas on the other side, Humanoid, I mean, I don't think of Fnatic as much a talker. It's actually Noah. Noah is also well known for being a little bit of a gremlin in terms of the alt chat and everything else. So maybe APA and Noah can have a bit of a bombastic discussion.
I hope so. I really do hope so. Noah, he's not afraid to let everybody know what he's thinking on the internet. And yeah, I've actually cast a lot of these players, even though a lot of them are playing right now in NA and EU. You know, Noah and June, CoreJJ even. We got Umti here as well. Impact also making his way a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
Over to the LCS. But yeah, this is going to be a fun first one. I'm really excited to see the Kassadin coming through. And, you know, even though APA might be calling him a little bit of a try-hard, you know, saying, oh, you had to pull out the Kassadin, I think, as you mentioned, it should be very, very nice. The main thing that can lock it down is probably the Rakan, but so much mobility and not a lot of other lockdown here on the side of TL might make it a big issue for them.
Oftentimes when you see a Kassadin, you can try and kill just everybody else on the team before Kassadin can do anything, because he has to spend a lot of time like looking for that angle later on in some of these fights. But Team Liquid doesn't take these fights super quickly either. It's mostly going to be about whether or not APA can land those Mega Inferno bombs on someone like Noah or Oscar. But with all that said, I kind of want to touch again on this Bars up in the top lane. This is the second time we've been seeing the marksman played up in the top side of the map in just 2 series at this point. And what we usually would see from this Varus up in the top side is just the ability to push around melee top laners, and Rumble without a teleport suddenly becomes very vulnerable. You're already seeing that Oscar's doing a great job getting a push going through, gets the ward down, and Umti is not going to be coming to the top lane immediately, so it gives Oscar an opportunity to make sure this crashes and force Impact to play on his side of the map.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I feel like it's pretty healthy for the meta as well, just to see all these different picks going around. You get a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors effect. You get to see blue side not always dominating, because actually that R5 counter pick feels just so incredibly strong when you can play pretty much anything in the top lane just to counter your opponent. As we're getting a look very nicely at every single lane at the same time. Mid lane, obviously, early on is going to be a bit rough for the Kassadin, but this is always the way it goes. And then eventually, he's got a Doran shield. He's just going to sit back, relax, take a bunch of harass, and then eventually he'll be the one jumping onto the Ziggs, and it'll look very different in that matchup.
It really will. But Umti and Razork, Oscar's going to be the first one to move.
Yeah, already getting into the action here. Umti might be in a little bit of trouble as we do see Oscarinen traveling down the river, but APA first to move from mid. Not going to be enough as Razork and Oscarinen already getting to work onto the Scuttle Crab, and so that will be that going over to Razork.
And Umti already in the bottom side of the map. His bottom lane is going to be pushing a bit.
Very nice double knock up here. It is the Zeri though, so Yun will just get away. Not a big deal there, but June just practicing those very nice double knockups already.
And I love the fact that Noah and June aren't overcommitting to that. They know that Umti is going from the top Scuttle Crab to the bottom Scuttle Crab. He is going to be in the area. You don't necessarily want to do anything too brash, but Umti is spending a lot of time trying to fake them out. I was like, am I backing away? Am I not? He's actually still here. There's a war in the pixel, but Team Liquid not able to do anything with that, and it will just be a natural reset. So with our very first clear, I think the only major play that we've seen is the fact that APA is getting the better of Humanoid as we should be expecting, but probably a bit more of a lead than I was really going to be looking at, because APA is holding Humanoid here on almost no mana.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Conqueror coming out here. It's actually Barrier has to be utilized by Oscarinen, and that Torpedo is going to miss, but just holding the Flame Spitter on top of him. So Oscarinen now with no teleport and the wave pushing into him. He's already low. Perhaps not the lane he was expecting so far, as he was fine up until this moment, but now feels like Impact is in control.
This is a really good position for Team Liquid in general, because once you have this Viego with priority in both of your lanes, you can start playing really aggressively into Razork's jungle. And that's something that we're going to have to be looking for, is Impact does so much damage early on in this game. Whenever he wants to move around with Umti, you can create a lot of pressure. And Razork doesn't yet have anyone that can really create any game threat. Once Humanoid dings level 6 in the next wave or so, they'll have some opportunities, but APA is already warding him out.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good just to know exactly where that Sejuani is, right as Razork is getting closer and closer to hitting level 6. As we do see Yun trying to be annoying, trying to stop the back of June, but Noah able to help him out and push him away. The call picked up here for Yun is going to be feeling very nice. You know, Zeris that just get essentially a free laning phase, and they pick a barrier, and they just get to do whatever they want. Definitely set up for success when it does come into the rest of the game.
And honestly, they actually have a lot of freedom, but the big thing that they will have to do is be very careful about picking your moment, because there's a decent amount of point-and-click or functionally point-and-click crowd control on the other side. You still have June with the Headbutt Pulverize. Razork has some very straightforward stuns that they can put out, and of course, Oscar has it ult.
Humanoid going in for that one. Obviously, he does have June coming in from the top side, but now Umti's here as well. Double knockup just to disengage. As Razork, he's like, I don't care about what you guys are doing. I'm taking the grubs here.
Yeah,
and yeah, he'll get one, but he does have to eventually get over the wall. And, slight advantage goes over the side of TL, but not a huge victory at the end of the day, as Quarterfinals almost stops that back. That would have been very nice.
Honestly, here, Valdez, looking at it, I'm very hopeful for how Team Liquid is going to be able to play this one out. One of the things we were seeing at MSI is that Fnatic was generally getting the better of them in the laning phases. We are seeing right now that, yes, Oscar does have a CS lead up on the top side, but the gold lead is going in favor of Team Liquid, and we saw that during the last international event. Team Liquid was a little bit better at playing a lot of the mid game, but poor JJ does need to be a bit careful.
They're getting a lot of damage here on a core JJ. Razork again is like, again, I don't care about what you guys are doing. I am getting objectives, I'm getting money, I'm getting experience. Ooh. Now he's gonna find Core JJ in his own jungle. That's first blood. It does go over to June somehow, as he didn't even use Ignite, but that is still a huge first blood here for Fnatic to kind of catch up on some of the small edges that were going the way of TL, but now Impact in a lot of trouble, has to flash away as Oscarinen able to stabilize very nicely up on the top side.
Yeah, luckily the equalizer there will keep Impact okay. There will not be any huge pushes, but great play already coming out from Razork to create that first blood opportunity, knowing that Core JJ wanted to spend his time going back towards the bottom side of the map, but because That was Fnatic's turn. They used a couple ults. They used a lot of their pressure early on. It does mean that Team Liquid can take their turn, pick up this dragon, and keep the game slightly in their favor. They've got 2 of the grubs. They got the first dragon for themselves. It's not going to be an Infernal Soul, though. I think that was just a Series 1 kind of thing. At least NAEU, we're going to have to pick up something different.
Yeah, no, it's a bit hotter during the day. Now it's gotten into the nighttime. We're cooling off a little bit, maybe a little bit of a Ocean Soul. We'll have to wait and see what does happen, as it won't be Cloud Soul, at least. And I do hope that Ox is paying attention and we do not get a Chemtech Soul, the LCK special there. As Humanoid, you know, he's well and truly stabilized here in mid. He has his lost chapter. He's only down to 14 CS. That's stayed pretty consistent. Actually, it's only 10 CS as he does clear out that wave. And he will be totally fine as this game comes along, and will even begin to exert some pressure. We'll keep a watch on the clock to see when he does hit level 16 as well.
It'll be a while, but we did see that some of the games earlier did go a little bit longer than I think people were expecting. 40 minutes for T1 BLG Game 1, but this is about the time when Team Liquid's starting to take a bit more control the last time these two teams went head-to-head. All right, he's fine. Yeah. This is about when Team Liquid started to take a little bit more control, because one of the things that we oftentimes saw was that Fnatic were oftentimes reaching really heavily for some of these plays. But this one, they don't have to reach too hard. They have multiple strong ults that you could throw at impact, and he does not have flash.
Here we go once again as the charm is going to come out, and that's a level 5 Alistair. Dune in a lot of trouble, lands the stun, but he finally hits level 6. Doesn't matter, he will go down as Jan is taking a bunch of damage, but Noah is alone in a 1v2. The flash comes in, and Zeri picks up the double kill, as we did have action in the top side as well. Oscar Rinnan also going to go down as Impact gets a kill. That's 3 kills to TL in the span of 1 second.
What did I say, Brendan? This is exactly what we're looking at. This is a time when Team Liquid started to take over. I didn't expect it to be like this. The 2v2 just going in favor of Team Liquid in the bottom side, and having a great counter gank up in the top side of the map. Like you said, 3 kills and nearly a 2,000 gold lead just ballooning almost out of nowhere. There's also opportunities here to start picking up the grubs and get yourself an even larger advantage across the map. And it feels as though everything Fnatic just tried to do, they were reaching in too many places at the same time. But now Razork, not even going to try.
Yeah, just not really seeing the angle of CoreJJ also here. This is a 2v3 as well. We do have, though, and Yun both joining in for this one eventually, and they're going to push them back. And, you know, I know Wolf's not here at the moment on the cast, but we can easily stamp that as a huge Zeri moments in this game. Already has 2 kills and might look to carry this one, although CoreJJ very caught out. Okay, he's going to flash away and actually dash over to Yun. Meanwhile, Umti's just getting free grubs rather, on the top side of the map, and will be enjoying that very well.
Yeah, and I really like these lane assignments that we're seeing coming out from Team Liquid as well. Already putting their dual lane here in the mid. They're sending APA off to one side. Mom says it's his turn to start taking plates up in the top side of the map instead of the mid lane. And it means that you have all his pushing power in both the lanes that are really relevant around the objective of the grubs. And that means, hey, with 5 grubs already going over, we'll talk about that later, as Oscar, oh, it was not a counter gank, and they're trying again.
Yeah, they're looking for Oscar in, and he is in a bunch of trouble. Already taking some poke from the Ziggs, as the stun will barely miss him. But Umti here with his ult available should eventually get the stun, right? I mean, he's going to be rooted down, and he just gets taken down in the 1v1. Not like this, Umti. Because Oscar Rinnan's like, yeah, thank you very much for the free kill.
You know that Umti was trying to use the ultimate to counteract Oscar's, but it just never came to fruition. We just saw Oscar blow him up out of nowhere. We were just looking at everything that Team Liquid was doing, but Oscar doing a good job fighting back, as Team Liquid, even though Mom said it was Zig's turn to go towards the top side of the map, Team Liquid still doing a fantastic job really beating up on these structures across the map. And we finally get to... Oh, no, this is the top lane again. I
don't want to see this STC replay.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, that's just one of those, like, hands checks. Like, do you have the reaction speed to dodge out in the chain of corruption? And the answer this time was no. And now APA, can you handshake your way out of this one?
So Satchel going to be very important. He's trying to get away from the Alistair here, essentially. Can he get out of range? He eventually does have to flash. But you can see that it's going to be a very big summoner taken down. As the Ziggs, the Satchel is huge for getting away from threats, but no flash now might make side laning much more difficult for him.
Yeah.
As the action never stops here. I'm sorry, you don't get to talk too much as they're getting on in onto the Zeri. They get the shutdown and even get Cortej. As immediately this game is turned on its head again as Fnatic pick up 2 kills.
It's a complete script reversal immediately. Last time we saw that Team Liquid was so much better at trying to find opportunities where Fnatic was overreaching, but this time it's Team Liquid who's doing the exact same thing. They're trying to find moments to be very aggressive, and Fnatic are the ones who are punishing them for just finding out, right? They're sticking around just a little bit too long. Yes, they're gonna get themselves another dragon. Yes, they got 5 grubs, which means that Twitch chat will be on their side, taking these down. Oscar?
Yeah, that's the ult over the top as Oscar Innen is just going to be burned down. Has a lot of damage, but he doesn't have a very large health bar as immediately just 2 ults on his face. And it is Chemtech Soul. I thought Ox was paying attention, but I guess not. We might have more action in the top side. I would not be surprised, as NAEU does not disappoint. This is exactly what I was expecting, Joshi.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Looking at how these two teams are constantly looking to fight each other is very similar to what we were looking at before. Team Liquid has not turned down hands checks, and they are really playing with fire right now.
Yeah, they don't really have to stay here. I mean, they have a Ziggs in bottom lane getting huge amounts of value, but I guess they feel safe. They have the Rumble up there on the top side. 2 and 0 is Impact. And, you know, Fnatic are going to get that top outer, but they lose an inner on bottom lane as well. And AP is going to be just so happy with this trade, is maybe looking for a bit more. Oscar Innen does have flash, but even with that, he's just going to get flash on. There's no escape for him. Tries to do a bunch to APA, but it does not matter, as he will also collect a kill.
Yeah, really not going to be letting the same mistake happen from the first time they had to go and try and fight Oscar. Just going directly in this time around. But Team Liquid, look at this. It's the full court press, and Jan on the top side of the map, even creating a lot of pressure there. But the Yordle Demolition Derby is really starting to come through. One of the things that I've loved about watching APA over the past couple of years is just his ability to know how Ziggs works in a way that a lot of other teams really don't. You've seen him have incredible base defenses. He's like, yeah, I'm Ziggs. I have 4 items. You can't push even with Baron. I don't care. Yeah, we are going to push this out. I'm still Ziggs. I'm going to take down every single turret. I don't care that you're taking down my top side because I have people who are still able to watch the demolition.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs has played well. We already saw what it was able to do in game series number 1, rather. Game 2 between BLG. As, yeah, Oscar is just dead again. And again, it's Ziggs, it's Rumble, it's a Varus who's trying to side lane from the top lane. You know, Oscar Innen's just trying to do his job, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm Varus without flash. I guess I just die again.
My bad. This is one of the things that I had an opportunity to interview Impact before we actually came into this, and one of the things that he was saying about Oscar is that Oscar is a great laner, but not necessarily a great top laner, because Impact was saying he feels as though Oscar is oftentimes in the wrong place at the wrong time. Team Liquid has really been showcasing that right now as they've caught him out 3-4 times.
Yeah, you know, it might just be Impact's opinion, but I feel like he's doing a good job of proving that point here in game number 1, right? And look at this. I mean, you said the full court press is, yeah, Umti might go down, and he will, but it's a flash, and, you know, they get the kill, but they also lost their top turret. So it's just extra gold going in the pockets of Team Liquid, and the base is already going down. It's only 16.5 minutes into the game, and it already feels like TL owned this map.
Yeah, and I love watching Jan also, just when all this is happening, just like nickel and dime Fnatic for everything. It's like, Razork, I see you're going for those chickens, but I want a little bit of that, you know? It's like taking one out of the cookie jar and just making sure you can get a little bit. But for the rest of it, it really is just Team Liquid just trading up ever so slightly every single time we're seeing these two teams go head-to-head. And APA, because he's gotten both inner turrets in the top lane and the bottom lane, that's 1,400 gold going to just one little Yordle. That is the entire needlessly large rod. He is so close to the Rabadons that he's starting to build towards, whereas Humanoid doesn't even have the Seraphs.
Yeah. And, I mean, we talked about this Kassadin and, you know, how eventually it'll get online and might make the life hard of the Ziggs. But, you know, eventually, if AP just gets so inflated and the team's so far ahead, I don't think it's going to matter all too much. Because now we got a 1v1 between these two. Humanoid's like, I'm strong, I swear. But, no, you're only level 12, and that Rumble's pretty well fed. Impact's done a good job for himself. And everybody was trying to shadow down there on the bottom side of the map. They're losing another turret for free. Nobody's here. Nobody's clearing the wave. And TL say, thank you very much, I'll take another one.
Yeah, it's not often that you backdoor the front door. As we're seeing Team Liquid have opportunities to do that kind of across the board. That's the third inner turret that they've gotten while Fnatic was just elsewhere on the map. And this gold lead is becoming very rapidly insurmountable. The death cap from APA, the death cap, the third item at 18 minutes into the game. You know, Humanoid is technically 3/4 of the way to that level 16, but unfortunately, each level actually gets harder and harder. You need more and more experience. And I don't think Fnatic really has an easy way back into this. We're going to have to see something Herculean like we saw T1 do in their last series if we want to see any kind of turnaround from this. The Cassin pick that we saw coming out on R5 really not paying dividends at all.
Yeah, I mean, they just had to stabilize much better in the early to mid game, and it was looking okay. They were keeping it even, but, you know, just a couple of things went wrong, and all of a sudden, you know, they found themselves down 6 turrets to 1, and you don't really get to farm. I mean, they're losing their entire jungle. And yes, they might lose the Chemtech Soul. It's not a huge deal at this point in time, especially for the comp we see from the side of TL, but you know, it's extra dragons, it's extra benefits that will be permanent, and you're still going to feel good about that as Team Liquid. The only question I have is how quickly do they want to start up this Baron? As we do see Razork already trying to prepare for that. He's trying to get some deep vision in and trying to get some control over this map. But now we're just going to have a fight as it is, and Alistair out of position. And Young just going to avoid that one as now the TP coming in from behind. Humanoid is level 13. He's like, please, I want to do something in this game, but I don't think he's going to have a chance to do that. It's a very nice ultimate here from the side of CoreJJ. And now Umpty's getting resets. And this team fight is all Team Liquid all the way. As from downtown, you've got Rumble ultimates, you've got Ziggs ultimates, and nobody can get away.
We have an answer.
For very long.
We got an answer to that question. How soon will Team Liquid go for the Baron? Well, it turns out right on spawn. 20 minutes into the game, we see a couple more kills go their way. They're going to be starting up the big purple worm, and there's nothing that Fnatic can do about it at all. This is just honestly a kind of domination play coming out from Team Liquid. I was expecting that this series was going to be a little bit closer, but it feels as though Team Liquid's map movements have just been better. I can't wait to see a replay so we can see their map movements with their ring around the rosy, just keeping Humanoid at arms. Like, it's like that big brother, you know, palm on the forehead, trying to keep him away, and Humanoid never got a chance. He's not been able to get anything else, and we finally get to take another look at this because Humanoid teleports his way back in, and it looks like a fantastic spot. But the rest of Fnatic can't continue pushing Team Liquid towards Humanoid, and he has to chase them around this giant stone in the middle, and by the time he actually gets damage in, Team Liquid's already on the other side.
I was watching live as that was going on. Humanoid took the middle of the super and the Mega Bomb from the Ziggs, and now he's just dead, I think. I mean, he is going to Rift Walk away once, but not a second time. He's not level 16 again. And it's funny, you know, I was saying the comp from TL, well, they don't have a lot of hard lockdown for this cast, and it might be an issue. They just totally ignore him until they feel like killing him. Yeah. And, you know, he's trying desperately to side lane and to split push, but it's kind of funny just to watch it be totally useless in this game as TL are just feels like they're just trying to end it now. I mean, they have the Baron buff. They're trying to take down inhibitors 21 minutes in. Is that ult is going to miss impact? And Razork's like, man, I'm not able to hit this. I'm not able to get much follow-up. Although, finally the Rumble will go down as they do get that pick. But take a look at just the cue from the Ziggs hitting both Oscarinen and Noah. They're just out of the fight. And now Oscarinen, he is going to hold on to his flash, but I don't think he's holding on to his base for very long.
No, I mean, even with impact going down, this is what we were seeing with all the other structures. It's like, okay, cool, you get a kill, you get a little bit here and there, but Team Liquid's going to take even more. That's 2 inhibitor turrets and an inhibitor in exchange for just impact. And I feel like the thing that tells me the most about this game is what Oscar's second item is that he's building, right? The fact that it is the Seeker's Arm Guard, building towards a Zhonya's as the second item, just kind of tells me that there's not an opportunity for them to do enough damage as they just wail away on impact for so long, and it takes a 4-on-1 effectively before the rest of Team Liquid comes through, and then they still get all the objectives.
Yeah, it's also funny too because I was talking about the Zeri moments. Jan immediately got shut down after that, and you know, he's really fed. It just doesn't feel like he's the main character at all. They don't even really, you know, he's doing a good job. Not saying that he's not, but it's really just about the Ziggs, the Rumble, those two just putting in the poke damage from ahead. and essentially just bursting people down before anything really happens and taking the entire base. You know, their siege is incredible with just those two champions, not to mention the rest of the squad, right? So now trying to move in as a squad is Team Liquid. There is no inhibitor there, but just trying to
in the bot lane.
Trying to go on over to the bot lane.
I do like the fact that they walk in the mid lane just because it forces Fnatic to respond to everything else they're doing. You don't need minions to actually take down this inhibitor either, but we do have to keep in mind, even though it's still getting closer, it goes in.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of trouble, but immediately the follow-up comes in from CoreJJ. The poke is there. June is low. Razork is low. He's trying to get away. And June is not very long for this world. does get that reset. And again, the Kassadin's just behind enemy lines. He's like, guys, I swear I'm trying to help. He's not going to get much value there as he just gets pushed out of the fight. And Team Liquid maybe trying to, we had a very long game, as you mentioned before, maybe trying to give us our shortest game yet, as we're looking at 24 minutes, and they're already chipping away at the base. The Satchel going to take down a Nexus turret already.
The fact that they just walk in, APA throws down the Satchel, and then they do all the damage to the turret just shows how far ahead Team Liquid really is. They go there and they just force Fnatic into their own base, meaning that there's no opportunity for Fnatic to even think about trying to come out and contest this Chemtech Soul. Now, Johnny Depp has taught me that one soul is not always equal to another, but it's extra stats. It's always nice to have. We'll take another look at this last fight, and I think the biggest thing again here is Humanoid goes in, realizes this is not where I want to be, and never re-enters the fight, and so it just leaves June and Razork just by themselves. A little bit of damage over the wall from Oscar and Noah, but nowhere near enough to dissuade Team Liquid from anything they're trying to do.
Everybody come back.
And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how the rest of this game is going to go. It is going to be pretty interesting to see if Fnatic can somehow come back down 10,000 gold, down an entire Chemtech Soul, and it's it's going to be really fun to see, you know, to see them trying to pull teeth here, essentially. You know, maybe we get some kind of Baron flip or something like that, but really it's just in the hands of Team Liquid and in their control as to if they're going to be able to hold on to this game.
Yeah, Humanoid's so close to level 16. That's going to be the one maybe opportunity we have for Humanoid to try and do something in this one. But unfortunately, the composition that I really like from Fnatic just not able to do anything. And now Team Liquid, as they're creating all this pressure, they're really just waiting for the Baron to spawn.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. I mean, the timing.
Oh, he's getting.
Oh, yeah, they're just going to send it. Okay, they're looking for Noaz. He is going to ult away, but immediately Umpty does get into that back line, and the front line is burning. Oscar in a lot of trouble. Humanoid desperately trying to hit level 16 as he's sitting on 15, and now we do still have this Kassadin. Nope, he's gone. Okay, never mind. Down he goes, and I think the Nexus is going to follow very soon here. Team Liquid looking for an extremely dominant first game win over Fnatic here at the EWC, presenting League of Legends, and they will take down this first Nexus of the series.
Look, I was hoping Team Liquid was going to win. I was hoping that we got to get a little bit more of a fight. That just felt as though Team Liquid was always in the right places on the map.
Well, guys, that was a very fiery back and forth match. We are going to take a little break and come back for game number 2. We will be right back.
In the Battle of the Atlantic, West versus West, EU versus NA, it is Team Liquid taking the game decisively. One of our fastest games so far here at EWC. Team Liquid on the back of APA. Coordination as Jan cleans things up. Maybe not right there, humanoid. Almost ticking level 16. But look at that. Rumble staying alive there as Impact has done for over a decade now. And the rest of Team Liquid push on in, get themselves the victory in game number 1. Huge stuff here by the squad from the LCS. And Fnatic got some questions to answer, and they only have one game to do it. dethroned alongside Ox and Atlas, the AA's. Yeah, they're right here to break it on down. What a start here for Team Liquid here, Ox.
Yeah, it looked like Fnatic, my expectation was Fnatic was here for revenge, but it looked like Team Liquid just wanted to reiterate the point. And
what's the point? What is that point? What is that point?
Looking like NA over EU right now. All I'm saying, you know, this looked super one-sided. Yeah, it's only one game in, but like, this was such a crushing defeat. And sure, you can definitely say Fnatic brought out some wacky stuff in draft, but really, like, this felt like they had no hope.
Yeah, it felt like an experiment from Fnatic because, as you can see in the draft here, the first pick Rumble was already really dangerous to leave that one up. But then there's also the fact that this team loves to play around Ziggs in the mid lane, and Umpty's a great, what's the guy's name again?
Viego.
It's Viego. It's Vi with an ego. Viego is one of Umpty's most played champions and was playing it for loads of time. And so seeing the Rumble first pick, you saw how the draft was going to play out from then on. And so I was thinking Fnatic knows what to expect from this point on, and it wasn't really the right thing.
Yeah, and I can understand the theory behind both the Varus and the Castodin. You know, the Varus, once you're level 6, is a really strong 1v1 laner, but into a Ziggs, you're always going to be vulnerable to those ultimates. And the Castodin, into the Ziggs matchup, that's actually a pretty solid matchup because you can just kind of soak the damage, you can scale up, he's not really going to solo kill you, and later on, you're a menace. But that's assuming the game isn't over by the time you hit level 16, and he was just getting flattened. The amount of gold Appa managed to get was just insane.
Yeah, well, also what doesn't help are your lanes losing. Here on the bottom side of the map, in the 2v2, we talked about it. Jun and Noah, very good during the regular season of LEC. Not so good here against the most aggressive part of Team Liquid squad.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is how much damage is done to the Alistar before the ult comes through. The disengage, fantastic there. But also, you just have to respect the level 6 from the Zeri. It's one of the biggest power spikes. The amount of times I've seen a Zeri tick over to 6 and immediately start a fight, and you're seeing why there.
Yeah, and the theory is that they'd hit level 6 on the Alistar. He was 5 at the start of that fight. The theory was they hit level 6 by killing some minions in the minion wave, and then he's going to surprise them with the ultimate. He hit level 6 when he had about 10 health, and so it didn't work. Like, the idea, the gameplay, and I don't even think it would have worked if they had have managed to nail that level 6 earlier on.
Yeah, and because of that, then on the top side of the map, the gank gets countered, and all of a sudden you're losing lanes all over the place, which then leads us to the next highlight where APA then has time to go into the side lane. He gets his bot lane turret, and you kind of wonder what Oscarinen's doing there.
Yeah, this is the power of the Ziggs, you know, the ability to take those towers so quickly, getting a tier 2 this early, but then also Oscarinen overextended, thinks he's safe to pick up some farm, and he did not have a good game here. And now you have this super fed Ziggs, and this is the problem. Playing in a mobile champion into not just a Ziggs, but a Rumble ends up going so brutally.
Yeah, and that was one harpoon was enough CC to set up instantly killing him. And a lot of that is off the back of the fact that Ziggs gets to play around this early game that goes so well, destroys all of the turrets. Like, that inner turret going down, on the other side of the map, it was traded for the outer turret top lane. The difference in gold there is absolutely absurd, and you can see how much APA was able to pick up. Like, it was just ridiculous.
Yeah, and so after he took that tier 2 tower bot and got the first kill on Oscarin, he was 2,000 gold ahead of Yon, who had the second most gold in the game. He was so absurdly fed. He had 3 items before the casting had 2, and he had expensive items. And yeah, no surprise, completely carried that game.
Yeah, so rare to see a player be so synonymous with the champion that isn't normally in the meta. And now Ziggs kind of in the meta, but in the hands of APA, he can play it anywhere. However, Fnatic still had a puncher's chance, and we've seen in the 3 games before that there's always that one moment to get back into the game. Fnatic in this next highlight find a TP play,
but Team Liquid just find their way out of it so coordinatedly.
And there is always the Monka W pointing at a watch. You know, like that always exists in a game with Kassadin in it. And unfortunately, just never really came to fruition in this one because TL played so incredibly well around what Humanoid was trying to do this game.
And this beautiful moment where we see the Zeri slide away from the Sejuani ult at the perfect time just to dodge away from that CC, and they stick so well together as a unit. And then when the TP does come in, they're moving away. They're moving into the rest of the fight. They're engaging. They're playing aggressive. And we see this aggressive ult in from Umti, not even allowing the turnaround to come through on Yon, and it just feels like they're all on the same page and they're all firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and Oscar wasn't there for the beginning of that fight as well, so it was already a man advantage for TL, but the fact that even Impact holding on to the equalizer there for when the fight sort of breaks out in earnest, it was beautifully played and beautifully coordinated, and really just shows TL has leveled up that communication to a pretty high level.
Yeah, I think it showed also the importance that Razork has when he's landing the abilities early on. Glacial Prison multiple times, a very slick one behind the Drake pit, which was really good. But then after that, when he missed, the team comp was so difficult to function, which then leads us to the final fight. By this point, they're behind. Team Liquid know what to do. They clean it on up here.
But I love this Rakan engage, catching the Alistar with the CC with the focus. Is this Kai'Sa just gets obliterated so quickly, and the TP comes in from Humanoid, but you've already lost your AD carry, and sure, you managed to take some kills on the back end, but you're not winning this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, this was honestly like wallets coming down like a piano out of the second floor. Like, this was just ludicrous amounts of advantage. It was over about 12K or something like that. And I love that we get our first shellacking of EWC, and it's Spawn's team that does it, the man that defined what a shellacking is in League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a crushing victory. And I feel like going into the next game, I feel like a lot of advantages were gained from the draft. Obviously, it was a strong team performances in the game, but Fnatic experimented. It's dangerous to do in best of 3 because you don't have much time to navigate. Clearly didn't come together well. And it's a combination of their picks maybe not working in an ideal situation, but also you gave too much power over to Team Liquid. They got everything they wanted.
Yeah, again, the pocket APA Ziggs will have to be a big thing to look out for. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, game number 2 of this best of 3 series.
Well, that was a game of all time, an extremely fast win from the side of Team Liquid. And as Atlas was saying, a shellacking defined by the one and only Spawn himself. And now we're getting into game number 2 here. The draft starting in just a moment. We'll have to wait and see how it changes up. I have a feeling we're not going to see Kassadin again, Joshi.
I don't know. The last time we saw Humanoid play Kassadin was a year and a half ago, so it didn't necessarily have the results I think that they wanted. Fnatic definitely was keeping that one interesting, and Team Liquid was willing to just call their bluff. But as we get into this one yet again, we are going to be taking away Razork's Vi. That has been by far the most common thing banned up against Fnatic, and basically since Razork started playing. And this is now a very different draft because Fnatic are known for having these wacky counter picks. Team Liquid, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, They tried to showcase one of their wacky counter picks and totally fell flat on their face. And it's a best of 3. You already lost hard on red side. I think, you know, go ahead, just send it on blue side, see what happens. I think it's a good call as the bans here looking a little bit different. We saw 3 80 mid bans from the side of Fnatic on the red side. They banned away the Corki, the Tristana, and the Lucian, I believe. This time, just the Tristana taken away, and a couple of junglers taken from Umpty.
Yeah, I love that APA already gesturing at his opponents across the stage, giving them the thumbs up on everything that's going through. But we do see that the Corki, like you said, going over towards Humanoid, and APA has typically been a Tristana counterpicker into the Corki. Now, he's not really necessarily had a lot of games on things like the Hui or the Yone, which are also very common ones coming through. It actually makes me wonder if APA might go back to one of his tried and true specials, the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if he does hop on to that. They are going to pick up the Rumble to start off with this one. We saw that as first pick on blue side from TL in game number 1. So they say, well, not a whole lot has changed. We're still going to pick this one up for impact. He looked fantastic on it. We saw Fnatic try to answer it with Varus top, and I feel like early on in the lane it was good, but eventually the second the junglers got involved, we saw it coming through in a big win for TL. But now we're going to see the Lucian picked up here.
I've heard very conflicting things depending on who you ask about how good Lucian is in the mid lane. Some people really like it. They think it's a great counterpick to Corki, and other people are like, why are we playing this Lucian? So I think it's very good that Team Liquid are leaving it open as to whether or not it's going to APA or if it's going to be playing by Yan. But very quick counter picks coming through. We do see Oscar going towards the Ornn, one of the classic counter picks we have seen him play in the past. Both he and Impact played it in their last time that they played up against each other. And now this is something that I would love to see yet again. More marksmen coming out from both sides of the draft. The Lucian already picked up by Team Liquid, and we have some very strong opportunities to just really deal a lot more auto attack damage. But instead, it's going to be the Nami going down to the bot lane.
Yeah, the Nami coming out here. And
yeah, lots of auto attacks from that champ.
Yeah, Lucian Nami are going to be coming together once again, you would imagine. Let's see what these bans look like. As, you know, the Ornn, not a very common counter pick into the Rumble in my region in the LCK. But
it really hasn't been since Ornn lost the shield on his Bellows Breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been kind of a long time. You know, these two would just breathe fire at each other over and over again. But now that Ornn doesn't automatically just win those trades, it is very difficult. And this is something that feels as though Team Liquid has put a lot of prep into, trying to force Oscar into a lot of these different situations where he is playing a tank into something that Impact can punish him on. And now you just have to make sure that you can isolate that matchup as much as possible by putting a lot more bans in towards Razork. He's already taken 4 bans so far this game alone, and it's looking like Team Liquid are ready to put a 5th one into the jungler.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too surprising. But they are going to instead ban the LeBlanc, and we'll see what happens with that. Maybe expecting the Corki heading down towards the bottom side. I am curious about what Umpty is going to be playing in the jungle here. The Viego, you know, he played it in game number 1, looked very good alongside of the Rumble, but this time around, banning it away themselves. The Ziggs going to be banned here, so they say, well, we don't want to deal with Rumble and Ziggs, and also just the culling on top of it all, which would make things very annoying in terms of their poke.
Does feel interesting. We did see the Rumble and the Ziggs. They do pair very well with the magic shred that the Rumble does provide, but this time I do feel as though we are going to be seeing something more bruisery coming out from Umpty, and it is going to be the Xin Zhao locked in very quickly, and this leaves not a lot of champions that Razork is necessarily known for playing. It is definitely going to be an opportunity to play something like the Kazakhs, because you do have a lot of that dueling power. There are some squishy members on the other side of Team Liquid, but it kind of loses the identity, I feel like, for a lot of what Fnatic is trying to do, and it does mean that they're going to be picking up the Hui. And I have been seeing this play down to the bot lane as well, so we don't know exactly where the Corki and the Hui are going just yet.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff to see where all of this is going to land as one pick remains. And we're guessing it should be in the mid lane for the side of Team Liquid as they save R5 for the Taliyah, which actually first time today that we're seeing the Taliyah, even though was pretty popular. But it is going to be APA hopping back onto this one himself.
Yeah, another double magic damage composition coming out from Team Liquid. We did see that the eastern regions were very much a fan of one magic damage source, but this time Team Liquid once again bringing that out, and APA is also a classic Taliyah player. Before, people knew him as a Ziggs player, they knew him as an Aurelion Sol and Taliyah player. He would roam around the map a lot. This is an opportunity to reprise some of those previous opportunities. But like you called out as well, Valdez, we are seeing the Corki go down towards the bottom lane, and this is going to be an opportunity for fireworks down here. You have a lot of damage possible from both Yan and CoreJJ, and then of course Noah and June can fire it right on back.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be surprised to see them butting heads down there once again, as we are going to get the fist bumps in before we do hop onto the Rift here for game number 2 in the second series we have tonight for the Esports World Cup. And the first one was very one-sided. I'm hoping that game number 2 provides us with a little bit more back and forth, a little bit more competitive, I wouldn't mind. Or is it just going to be the 2-0 win over to the side of TL? What are you expecting here, Joshi?
I am really hoping that Team Liquid wins, but it's at least a close win. You know, we get to see an opportunity for both teams to kind of build up with a decisive battle all at once, instead of Team Liquid just getting 5,000 gold lead because nobody's contesting them in the side lanes. But as we do wait for them to load onto the Rift, it is going to be a game that I think is going to be largely dictated by how these two junglers are going to be pathing. There's a lot of opportunity for them to interact with all the lanes, and every single lane can fight for priority when it needs it.
Yeah, they absolutely can, as just getting ready for game number 2 and trying to take a, shout out to them once again. And we are getting ready for game number 2 here in this series between Team Liquid and Fnatic. Fnatic moving over to the blue side after getting stomped on the red side and hoping not to relive some of what has happened between these two teams in the past bunch of matchups. Especially that last one over at MSI. As getting ready here. Not sure what to expect from this Ornn. Certainly does feel like you have a immense amount of target acquisition with not only the Nautilus, but also the Ornn. And then you've got fantastic burst potential with the other 3 members in that roster.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see how Razork actually is able to navigate this. We saw that Humanoid trying to find their angles into a lot of these fights later on, but not necessarily a player who is quite as known for playing that assassin playstyle. I generally think of him as playing a lot more of those battle mages, whereas this is something where Razork has had a lot of success in the past, and that was a bit of surprise there coming out from Yan. I don't think I've ever seen the AD carry go for that. At least not in this like era of lane swaps. We used to see that fairly often. Just like, where are people? How deep of a ward can I put? But this is a bit of a change from Team Liquid.
Yeah, we saw him actually emoting through the brushes, maybe trying to
see Liquid special.
Yeah, see if he could get some kind of reaction from the Fnatic guys. As June's gonna hook a minion and immediately take a ton of damage, and yeah, okay, well that wasn't quite the angle he was looking for, but trying to get things started off early. We mentioned the amount of burst damage that comes out from both of these sides, is once again looking to just get into the action here. But not looking good for them.
That's brutal. The fact that June has missed both those hooks in a row gives Team Liquid so much extra pressure in this lane, not just because you're trading, but you also have to remember that Team Liquid is...
Flash? Okay, they're just trying to kill Yan here, and it might just work out, but now one last auto on a June in his first blood to the Lucian of all players, as now Noah's alone. He's trying to get the kill on a CoreJJ. He's not even going to be able to kill the Nami. He can't even get the Nami. Okay, he hits level 2, and now one last auto might do it. He does proc his barrier, but now he has to flash away. And, I mean, they were already behind, but this just got things so much worse for the Fnatic bot lane.
Oh, God, that is horrifying coming through. Team Liquid, they accept the hands check, and they came out so far ahead on that one. Unfortunately, that's another major blunder coming out from June in their 2v2s that we've been seeing. We saw last game going in as Alistar, still only level 5 this time, missing 2 hooks and then going for this flash. I mean, he doesn't even die to the damage that Yan does in this fight. It ends up being just minion auto attacks on the backside that take him down. This is just a very clear opportunity for Yan and CoreJJ to take complete control of the game. This is a pairing that is going to scale so well with skill later on, and you have a lot of squishy targets that you can blast with a culling.
Yeah, Yan just barely surviving. The barrier buff, it was the duration buff, but also just the extra amount,
a little bit more,
right?
yeah.
So if that buff didn't come through, maybe Yan dies there, and maybe they hit level 2, and perhaps it's Fnatic in the lead, but, you know, thanks barrier, I suppose, and a nice couple of trades from the Team Liquid bottom lane just to help them get across the line and get a massive lead in this bottom lane. And now Umpty's here. Nobody's got Flash. Nobody. And they think they're safe. They think they're the ones hiding as now Flash comes in from Umpty. And June is almost 100% dead as the damage is coming in. Aftershock not going to save him. And Noah in a bit of trouble himself. Takes a huge chunk of damage. And Umpty, he just full cleared and went bot. I mean, it's pretty elementary as now Impact in a bit of trouble, but he will just flash away from that one. As now getting a little bit close to the sun, Razork trying to punish this one. Gets a thumbs up from Impact as nothing is going right for Fnatic, and Team Liquid are just thumbs upping their way to a huge early win here in this game.
I'm letting you know right now, if this was a scrim, you would be remaking it, because there is not an obvious way for Fnatic to come back in. Yan and CoreJJ not only have gotten a couple of kills to their names as well, but they have a massive freeze. Noah cannot farm, and June trying to fight his way out of that, but look at where this minion wave is. How is Noah supposed to do anything? You need to get Razork to come down here to bail them out almost immediately, and that just means that Impact and APA have the freedom to do whatever they want, because this Corki is going to take forever to scale into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I love that after all of the action, we just get a quick look into the mid lane, and it's APA just miles ahead there as well. And yeah, I mean, they don't have vision. Umpty just gets a free gank on in. Nobody's got flash, and just picks up a kill and gets Noah low enough that he has to back.
Yeah. This just looks like it might be a complete slacking coming through. Impact, not level 6, doesn't have the equalizer just quite yet, but also pushing around the top side, has already got his back off. Oscar can build the Negatron Cloak without doing that, but it is just a complete domination top to bottom. Only 6 minutes, not even 6 minutes in, as they're already going for Razork.
Yeah, Razork gonna get caught here. The wall from the Taliyah is excellent, and now they don't quite have the damage though, as finally they do take him down. Just looking a little bit iffy there, as APA and Umpty were taking a huge amount of AoE damage from the Hui, but it's still going to be good for the side of Team Liquid. They get the pick onto the Kazakhs, and every single lane, every single role is winning for the side of Team Liquid.
We're also starting to see exactly why APA loves playing this Taliyah, why he's been playing it for so many years. He just rotates a little bit faster, and they get the kill, but also they deny Humanoid half a wave in doing so. It's just 1-2 punch every single time across the board, and now we're seeing this massive wave. Finally, the freeze has been broken, but what is he up 18 CS? Did I read that right?
You know, I think that is true. It doesn't even surprise me, just the way it has been going, as this was the fight in the enemy jungle that Razork, you know, tried to make something happen on top side. All he gets is a thumbs up from Impact. And now we got to dive on bot side. They know that Razork is on the top side of the map, and Noah is just in a lot of trouble. CoreJJ now, he will be traded back, and now we get a second kill over to the side of Fnatic. And through all of that, it does look like Yan should at least be able to take down the plate, and they deny even more CS away from Noah.
Noah at least finally gets a kill in all of these scuffles. He finally finds a little bit of extra gold to make up for all of their other plays, but Humanoid throws out an ult and goes wide, and that just means that Team Liquid finding more and more opportunities. The one silver lining, like you called out, Razork does get a couple of those grubbies. They will have an opportunity to potentially take some opportunities later, but Team Liquid, they go for this. They try and go into Noah, but he just is able to move around. This is not the cleanest dive that we've seen ever, but like you said, it does at least accomplish a secondary goal, preventing Noah from picking up any farm. He's down over 30 CS, 7.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the one kill. It's hard to dive a Nautilus, but it feels like the benefits are just so large that you might as well. You might as well take a risky trade just to get yourself even farther ahead. And they have done just that. As we do see, you know, the Corki, he's trying desperately to hit 30 CS at 8 minutes into the game. He doesn't really exist right now. As a hook is going to come in, but Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao just to play it safe here for Umpty, saying, well, yeah, I got hooked, but I'm totally fine. June, not level 6 just yet.
Yeah.
So no follow-up comes through.
And Noah still not able to farm down the bottom side, still not getting that crucial 30th minion because Jan is able to walk halfway up the river because he knows the bot lane is still a freeze.
Yeah, bot lane's a freeze. They had to push that one out as now Oscar Innen does have impact under the turret, but a flash comes out, and that's just going to save him there. So under a little bit of pressure, I suppose, but still it is the Ornn being pushed in.
The one thing I would like to see right now, Valdez, looking at this as an NA fan, is I would love to see Team Liquid actually start going for these objectives, right? They've had so much control down in the bottom side of the map, and it's still the first dragon that has spawned. We don't even have a second one coming through. It does feel as though Team Liquid can create more opportunities for themselves to scale into the game, because the one thing I am a little bit worried about looking at this game is you have an Ornn on the other side. You have a Hui, you have a Corki. All these characters are well known for scaling super hard into the game, and Fnatic trying to put a couple of them and get a little bit more gold in their pockets.
Well, they're trying to go for Core here, but he's just going to flash away. Noah does pick up the kill, and now Umpty in a little bit of a rough spot. Razork will go down to Yun, and now we got the Talia coming on in. Noah, he needs the kill, but he's not going to get it as Umpty will survive. As APA, again, is there in the nick of time just to save his team. And Yun throws in a nice little question mark emoji. Might as well.
I can hear the Twitch chat going off in my ears. You see so many opportunities for Team Liquid to start talking. We see such a great set of roams coming out from APA yet again, and Jan miles ahead. We'll take another look at this one, as it is just an opportunity for Fnatic to really dogpile themselves onto Core JJ, but the problem in doing so is you overextend, and Umpty just tanky enough when all is said and done to give APA the time to get there.
Yeah, now we got some plays on the top side. Core in a pretty rough spot. I really don't know what he was doing there, but maybe trying to get some vision. It does backfire, and he will be taken down. So, small little victory there for Fnatic, finding a free little piece of sushi in the top lane.
I mean, it feels like fish are supposed to be in the river, right? That's exactly what their native habitat is. No way.
Well,
what?
Okay, that's just a shutdown from Noah over Yun. And I have no idea how that is even possible. But it did happen.
It did happen. I cannot wait to see the replay on what happened there, because that is very surprising. He still has a barrier up, and now it's a lot of gold that's gone right back on over towards Fnatic, potentially getting a bit too complacent.
Well, trying to take a trade here is Oscar Innen. No flash available for impact. He is going to throw down the equalizer. That is going to prevent Razork from getting in, as now Will proc DL does get in, but that shield is enough to keep him alive. Just barely. Impact will survive. Amongst the two of them, not able to punish Impact.
Yeah, and Umpty sticking around does mean that Oscar and Razork cannot stay. The Grub's going to be going over towards Team Liquid here, but Fnatic trying to do something. It isn't even man fight with AP on the other side of the map.
Oh, TP coming in from APA, and that should push Fnatic back. They did get the first 3 grubs, and that's when that dive was happening in the bottom lane. And TP down to the bottom side here from Oscar Innen to show that Fnatic do not want to fight over this objective. Probably a smart call with APA TPing up to this one.
And he's going to be the 3 for 3. We see the teleport from Impact going down to match the bottom side of the map. Still no dragons taken by either side, but Team Liquid have let the thread loose just a little bit I still hoping we get an opportunity to see the replay on how Noah was able to take down Yan, because it's a lot of gold suddenly going over towards Corki, one of the worst champions that Team Liquid could be giving gold over towards the other side. He's still down 50 CS 12 minutes into the game, but when you start looking at how the scaling for this game actually goes, you cannot afford to be giving players like Noah this. And we've seen with the amount of trash talk that APA has been going for, the amount of yapping, Noah is going to fire right on back if they come in back in this game.
Yeah, would not be surprised. I think he's got a lot of work to do to get to that spot. I think, you know, probably need to win this game if he wants to have a chance to throw any trash talk in, especially after the way the early game went here in game number 2 after a very dominant win from Team Liquid already. As Chemtech Drake still waiting for any amount of attention, saying, please, someone attack me. I'd like to have some action. But we're not seeing any just yet, as Team Liquid do not want it. Fnatic can't have it, as all the vision you see down there in the bottom side of the map in its entirety is going the way of Team Liquid. Fnatic do not have any chance to walk over there and get anything going, so instead, Razork is just gonna show himself up on the top side alongside of June, looking for APA. That's a very nice hook, and now the ult comes in. That is a very dead Talia, eventually, and that's another shutdown going into the hands of Fnatic.
Yeah, it's going over towards players that can really use the gold. And there's not a cross map coming out from Team Liquid. This was what Team Liquid is so good at last game, is making sure that every time they lost something, they were getting a little bit more across the board. However, Impact might have to flash again.
Well,
nope.
Just a little roller coaster ride, you know, a little wave. And that's about it. Oscarinen didn't even look like he wanted to fight that. Impact's like, hey, let's fight again. I'm really low. Oscarinen says, yes, I will go for that. I will take that trade. That's now an equalizer just to push the wave back and get him a back. As meanwhile, Umpty is going for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I was a really big fan of the lane assignments that we saw from Team Liquid last game, where they did have the dual lane go towards the middle early on. But one of the major parts of that was how effectively they were able to move those pieces around the map, how effectively they were able to take down all of these structures. And admittedly, a big part of that was the fact that APA was on that Ziggs. He was able to just constantly nickel and dime every single one of these structures when he would get close. But we're not even seeing the same kind of attempts coming out from Team Liquid, and they are definitely known for being willing to opt into all these hands checks, and now they're going to be checking out how this mid lane is doing by dropping the Rift Herald.
Gonna drop the Rift Herald, but maybe just trying to punish Razork here as well, but on the Kha'Zix can be difficult, as he will just hop the wall. And meanwhile, the Rift Herald was utilized in mid. Does not take out the mid tier 1 just yet, but you see Giannis trying to put on that pressure. Can be difficult into the way, but if you don't have jungle priority, maybe, yeah, they're just gonna poke him down, and now we got a wall as well just to push him out of the lane and secure this mid tier 1. This will be a big victory and the lead built upon here for Team Liquid.
First turret of the game goes down in about 15 minutes. Now looking for Noah.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
Very, very dead this time, as Impact on the Rumble will take him down. Now Oscarinen is getting some free time with the stop turret, but it's just more time where Noah's just not allowed to farm and is basically not allowed to be part of the game.
The game is a lot easier when one of your opponents doesn't really get to play, and now Razor coming around. Umti's right around the corner.
Yeah, well, and the 1v1 should be fine, but now we got TPs coming in, we got June coming in as well, and Umti, they're just gonna leave him for dead. Not able to help him here, as even Impact might be in a little bit of trouble. The Ornn getting to work on him. June with the flash, all just to make 100% sure, and with Impact on no flash, it will be eventually the kill going over to Oscarinen. So nice little turnaround there on the bottom side going to Fnatic.
With 50 kills in the game, Fnatic still finding even more of them. It does feel as though they are starting to out-rotate Team Liquid, which was a major problem for Fnatic in Game 1. Now, Team Liquid will continue to build a little bit on that gold lead by taking the topside turret and trying to find Razork as he moves around his own side of the jungle. But these small mistakes are putting gold into the places that Team Liquid really don't want them to. And Humanoid barely able to hold on to the structure.
Yeah, he's gonna save his top tier 1 and nearly does take out APA and trying to snipe him down again. But we do have Yan and Corte D nearby, so is June. Everybody is trying to just magnetize towards the action.
Razork is there as well. Team Liquid might be fighting off more than they can chew.
Yeah, June is going to be in an interesting spot, but like you mentioned, just trying to bait for this one. Core getting pretty low as he will blast the rocket, and now we do have Razork, and a massive equalizer going to hit everybody. Even the humanoid has to back away, and the divide does come through. Rather, the seismic shove will pick up Noah, just the cherry on top.
Great stuff coming out from Team Liquid, finally finding one of those decisive fights that will get them a whole lot. They find multiple members, they lose no one, they get a structure as well, and they get to set themselves up with so much control of the top side of the map. This is a really good moment where we got to see a little bit more of what we were looking at from the Team Liquid Fnatic series at MSI, where Fnatic thinks that they're the ones catching Team Liquid, but in reality, it's Team Liquid setting up baits and pulling Fnatic into the situation where they think they have more members, but Team Liquid is there. They're able to cut off any source of retreat. Team Liquid finds themselves 3 kills.
It's pretty massive. I mean, you take down the top tier 1, you get 3 kills, finally, it feels like Team Liquid are taking big strides to increase that early lead that they've had for a very long time. But kind of stagnated on it for a while as that knockup is going to miss. Impact still in a lot of trouble here as Humanoid putting in that damage will knock the ult. And now a double knockup comes in here in the 2v2. You see Jun, though, is going to be kited down. Some sniping, some help from Humanoid, but a lot of damage from Razork as well. They're trying to get Yun, but he is going to dash away from this one. As now Umpty looking again at the action. That wall is going to absolutely make quick work of him. And they also get the flash out of Oscar, who will get out of here. And it's just chaos on the top side of the map.
Absolute chaos. Ultimately, just a couple of kills go back and forth, but it feels like it kind of came out of nowhere, and that was really what we were looking at from Team Liquid versus Fnatic last time around, really coming right on back. But Team Liquid, surely now they're going to have to pay a bit more attention towards the Dragon. It's no longer that Chemtech one that we were seeing. Instead, it's its other cousin, the Hextech one, and this one is so much stronger than the Chemtech Dragon. Team Liquid going to be moving out on the board, and because they end up getting a couple of kills instead of just the one there for Fnatic, they're able to move back onto the map a little bit faster. They're already going to be taking control, and Fnatic really need Oscar with them if they're going to be trying to do anything in terms of actually face checking any of these rushes.
Yeah, it's definitely very true. And Fnatic, trying to make some kind of presence here in the middle of the map. They want to potentially fight for the Drake, which I'm not sure if they really can at this point in time, but let's see how well they set up for this one, as currently there is zero vision. That ward is in their own jungle and immediately pinged out. And Team Liquid will be picking up the Hextech Drake. Will we have a 4th Infernal Soul? Yes, we will.
Wow.
As it does come out once again. We had 3 in a row in the BLG T1 series. Now we get a 4th one. Team Liquid making their way towards that soul, taking their first Drake. They take the bottom tier 1, and they're looking for a fight as Razork. Somebody's got to check here. Somebody has to make a stand and find out where TL is. Unfortunately, it is him who does take half his health and damage.
And the problem right now for Fnatic is, yes, Humanoid is pushing up on the top side, but this wave is going to do a little bit of damage to the mid lane, whereas APA is so easily able to move around the rest of the map. Humanoid can't necessarily take away any of the camps from his opponent's side just because he's by himself. It's going to take him a long time to do that as the Hui, and Team Liquid is still going to be able to move and just create pressure around the bottom side of the map, take away a couple more of these camps. As part of why Uki is doing a really good job of maintaining parity with the Kha'Zix. But Razork still looking for an opportunity to try and jump into Yan and Core JJ, but he is very much on vision.
Yeah, I mean, with the Edge of Night, he's able to at least, eat a little bit of that upfront burst and then kind of just hop away, and that's his way of face checking, essentially. But, it just feels like you're not getting much done outside of just taking a bit of damage, and you're like, okay, they're there, and now I'm kind of I'm going back to my jungle. I'm not doing much. You see 4 out of the top 5, actually, yeah, just the top 4, as Umpty is going to pass the Fnatic top laner, Oscar there, in gold. And Yan, I mean, he's picked up so many kills. They won that 2v2 early on. They denied farm, but also he was able to go straight from bot into mid and just essentially vacuum up the entire map worth of CS. So it makes a lot of sense that he's on top.
But it is worth noting that at this point in the game, the gold leads start to lie because we're starting to see the ornaments come through. Now, I'm a little bit disappointed because they lost all their cool names, but Umpty just goes right on in.
is going back in, and he is very tanky here on the Sintalis. Now an ult onto Yun, just trying to zone him away, but Umti's getting a lot of value in himself as eventually he goes down, but now the culling comes out. As Yun is eating damage from the Baron, he nearly dies to it, and actually will have to get out of here. Impact also going down, and a massive snipe comes out from Noah as another shutdown in that 1v1, and Yun doesn't even use his barrier. Says, no, I was gonna survive that all the way. Well, not the case.
Nope. That was a bit of a surprise coming through. Just a surprise teamfight one coming out from Fnatic and what was a very chaotic setup for that. It looked like both teams were trying to jockey around the vision for the Baron without necessarily an easy opportunity to actually do it. It's just both teams kind of fighting themselves in an odd spot. Jan and Core JJ trying to set themselves up, but Oscar and Noah pushed them into the pit, and because the Call of the Forge God actually tags it, suddenly Jan's the closest person to this Baron and takes so much extra damage from it that eventually just the extra rocket coming through from Noah is able to pick him up in this fight. Didn't even realize it was coming through, and that's part of why the don't do any good.
Just not seeing it as a nice little play to get that dredge line into the wall from June. But yeah, now we're going to have the fight breaking out once here again, as Impact does have TP if they want to come into this one. And there it is, straight into the fight is now.
Humanoid.
Trying to turn on the Humanoid. He just runs into the enemy team and immediately dies.
Whoa.
But it's Impact doing the exact same thing with his TP. As down he's going to go. Core JJ barely alive. It's only Yun. And yes, he is pretty fed, but I don't think he can go 1v4 here as Umpty trying to provide a front line. Oscar going in by himself. Umpty now trying to really provide that front line. Down will go Core, and Umpty is just a little bit too low. Young desperate to try to 1v4, but it's not happening. That's now the Ornn ult is coming from downtown. And unfortunately, it is too far away for him. But another good fight here for Fnatic to try to come back in this game.
And another good snipe from Noah as well with those rockets, finding its way onto Core JJ this time to shut down the support systems, making sure that Jan and Umpty have to run for the hills. But Fnatic still trailing a little bit in goal, but every single time they're starting to get closer and closer in these fights. And it was absolutely chaotic yet again as we see the turn first onto Humanoid, but also Impact just in the middle of the entire enemy team. Equalizer looks good if he had been with the rest of the squad to actually play around it. As we're taking a look at the rest of the fight, and then Core JJ going down here suddenly means that Umpty does not have the extra bit of tankiness in order to stay in front and actually provide a screen for Jan to just free fire.
I feel like Team Liquid, they had control of this game, but immediately the fights got messy, and that's where Fnatic are finding a lot of success. I mean, Core, once again, going to be sniped down here by Humanoid, who has been fantastic, outside of, you know, running straight into 4 people in that last fight. But outside of that, he's been fantastic. He's killed Impact multiple times. He's gotten multiple snipes down. And yeah, I feel like Team Liquid may be a little bit too eager to try to force some of these fights on any terms, essentially. They're like, all right, you want to fight? We're going to fight. We're ahead. We're just going to do it. But, you know, sometimes the goal difference, as you mentioned, it can lie. Fnatic is getting those ornaments online. They are now in a very good spot. They get the first Infernal Drake here. And even Noah, who basically wasn't a champion for very, very long, is now in the game.
That's not good for Team Liquid when Noah already has 2 items completed, and that's not that far behind the rest of the bell curve. Suddenly means that Team Liquid did so much work trying to remove this Corki early on. We were saying that if this was a scrim, we would not have even played it. But now, I mean, this is why you actually got to play some of those scrims so you can look for opportunities like this.
Well, they're trying to go all in onto the Nautilus. This time the Equalizer will come down as the Ornn ult is pretty good here from Oscar in him, but there's just no follow-up as they would have had to force in through the choke. So finally, Team Liquid, they calm things down. They get a pick. They deny the vision. And that's some good League of Legends there. I hadn't seen it for the last 5 minutes or so, so I'm glad to see that.
Very generous of you to say it was just 5 minutes, but now Team Liquid with an extra pick, with an extra member on the board. Are they finally going to be starting up the Baron? They're not. They're looking for another pick.
Yeah, and Razark has been very good about, you know, putting his face on the line, just saying, hey, is anybody here in this brush? And then just hopping away and getting that information as we once again will see the pick here on a June.
Yeah, APA throws down a fantastic wall to split the fight, leaving June with nowhere really to go, and also knocking Noah just over the wall to a spot where he can't do a whole lot. But there's not a whole lot extra that Team Liquid has. They use all their damage just on the support, and we got to have a little bit more in the tank in order to try and find a bigger opportunity. But Team Liquid, they've maintained this 2,000 gold lead for the last 20 minutes. It's been hovering somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5, and now Impact getting caught.
Yeah, he's just immediately caught here. He tries to flash away as now Oscar is going to be looking for the finisher, and he will get it as Razork actually gets the kill, and now Umpty just baited in. He's going to be taken down. A lot of damage is done by the culling, but it's now 3v5 for TL. As Fnatic, they get a couple of picks, they get the enemy jungler, and they will look to take the Baron.
This is really big. The ornaments are really starting to make this gold lead completely lie, and 2 members going down for Team Liquid means there's no opportunity for them to actually contest for this Baron. Honestly, Valdez, this game feels as though it's been going for a lot longer than 27 minutes, right? This is around the time where Team Liquid actually ended Game 1, and now Team Liquid, despite having a lead for almost the entire game, the Nashor is being slain here by Fnatic, and they actually have a real gold lead and also an even larger fake gold lead because of how strong their items actually are. But Impact thinks that he's found June out all by himself. Why is support warding by themselves? It was simply a bluff. They're not by themselves. They actually have their entire team right behind them. Core and Young cannot participate, and that's just 2 clean picks coming out from Fnatic.
Yeah, it's just really awesome to see what Razork has been able to do on this Kha'Zix. I mean, he has found so many angles even from behind, and now that he's ahead, he's like, okay, now it's time to go on the hunt, and June does an excellent job. And, well, right as I'm saying Razork's doing well, he just immediately dies. And now we get a huge equalizer over the top. You do see the Ornn ultimate also going to try to peel for the team as we do see June going down, but now Yun taken out. Umpty going way too deep, but now APA is going to get the flank here, and maybe it's enough as APA will take out the Corki finally as Oscar in alone 1v2. And can he do much here? Will he take down Core JJ? It's looking pretty likely as he does go unstoppable, and there is the knockup. But another one is the seismic shove. APA does deny the kill.
Really good fight ultimately from Team Liquid to deny most of the usage of the Baron buff in that last one, but it is yet another chaotic one as Umpty dives really deep. Oscar just too tanky to actually die, and at least this Baron buff will actually open up the map a little bit for Fnatic. They finally take the outer mid lane turret. We'll take another look at this last fight, and we get to see that Noah gets a lot of pressure put onto him right off the bat. He has to get pushed so far away that he's not able to do a whole lot of damage. Finally, he starts getting damage in onto Umpty, but Umpty has already taken down the mid laner. And then, when all the flashes have been used, suddenly got a flash onto everyone else that is still alive. We get to see some great synergy between Core JJ and APA to keep themselves alive after that. But ultimately, yet another chaotic fight. Doesn't feel as though we've been seeing battle lines set up by either side this entire game.
Yeah, as we come back, and we do have a little bit of a pause, so we'll have to wait and see what the issue is with that one, as apparently Noah, even after his disastrous early game, was able to do 7,000 damage in the last fight. Not entirely sure how that's possible, but definitely...
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely a lot more impactful than his opponent in the 80 carry role there. So sorry guys for the tech pause. We'll try to get information on what the issue is and try to get back into the game as soon as possible.
I'd be really curious to be able to listen in to what the players are actually saying in these games, right? Because you know that Fnatic, this is a big step up from their first game. Their first game was not really a game. They showed up, they logged into the League of Legends, but they didn't do a whole lot after that. Whereas on Team Liquid, they could do no wrong. They did everything right in the first one, and so suddenly that doesn't necessarily tell you a lot about what they were actually communicating, because Fnatic was the ones who were trying things and none of those things were really working. Whereas in this one, it feels as though we have like a line of scrimmage, and whenever anyone goes across that, suddenly they're a little bit too far, and whoever is actually there is able to just jump on top of the dog pile, and eventually all 10 members are there for a fight.
Yeah, both these teams definitely seem like they want to fight as much as possible, as soon as they possibly can, throwing their bodies on the line. And we've seen mixed results.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that Team Liquid were going to win, and I thought it was just going to be a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. And then we had some interesting fights there in the early to mid game, and Fnatic were able to claw their way back. They got the Baron.
And then they kind of just lost a fight with the Baron as well.
Yeah.
And everybody except Oscar did go down, so they weren't able to get much out of their Baron power play. And now we've had the pause right after that moment. So very even in gold. As you mentioned, you know, we got Infernal Drake as we're back here into the game, thankfully. We have the Ornn items coming online. And so you still like Fnatic's position, but with the way this game has been going, I really can't tell.
It just liking the position really doesn't feel like enough, simply because we really like Team Liquid's position, and now APA kind of reprising some of his role in the previous game over in the side lane, making sure they can put some pressure onto all of these inner turrets. And with Umti creating a little bit of pressure with him, making sure that he is safe in that role. Fnatic still just kind of don't really care, right? There's like, well, you threw down an equalizer, but what if we had a Baron buff to neutralize that entirely? Yes, Team Liquid trade back, but at the same time, Razork is going to be picking up another Infernal Dragon. It looks like the Infernal Soul, one dragon away here for Fnatic, and at least Team Liquid will trade some gold back by getting the top lane turret and the mid lane turret. But I would absolutely rather be in Fnatic's position as they go for another roll.
Yeah, Yun is in a lot of trouble. He is going to flash away as the rest of the team is just going to blast cone out of there as well. Razork really wants to continue the fight. As now level 16, he's got 3 evolves. He's feeling really good about his position in this game and is always going to be on the hunt. But yeah, it just feels like very small compared to what Fnatic got, right? You know, they're trying to claw their way back. They get a couple of turrets, right? But the Infernal Drake getting them to Infernal Soul Point, as well as their own couple of turrets that Fnatic were able to take, does really feel like they're in control of this game. We have a death cap online for the Hui, and Humanoid's been having a great game on that one as well. Definitely looking much better than the Kassadin we saw in game 1. And
you know who else is looking way better is Oscar Renan.
Yeah.
Right? The Varus experiment did not show us a whole lot, but he is currently deathless in this second game, and he's creating a lot of pressure. He's the main player for Fnatic who's actually getting any of these engages started. He's been doing a fantastic job with the Call of the Forge God, and now he's able to face check because Umpi's never going to kill him.
Yeah, they don't quite have the damage in this roster to really peel through a very fed tank. You know, the Talia herself isn't going to be able to do much. The Lucian has very nice burst damage, but in terms of sustained damage into an Ornn, not really, unless he's given way too much time, and at that point, you're probably winning the fight anyway. And the Rumble, yeah, sure. I mean, Leandri's can do some good work.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. But maybe then the rest of the team just takes you down. So it does feel like Fnatic's in a pretty good spot, although Razork nearly does die. And now they're calling, and he has to flash away. Meanwhile, on the top side, Impact's in a lot of trouble, but the equalizer is good. And now a fight potentially brewing here. That's a very nice seismic shove to come out from the side of Team Liquid, but now Umti in a lot of trouble. Does tank up a huge amount of the damage, and now Razork is back into the fight. Does take down Core, and the AoE damage from the Hui is huge, but now they go way too deep, and Humanoid and Noah barely surviving. Looks like they will get away just barely in this fight.
And it's another even trade between these two teams. Fnatic and Team Liquid just going blow for blow every single time. Both sides limping away to lick their wounds. We'll take another look at it because Razork took a ton of damage, but yet again, Impact barely surviving in that last one, and there's a big difference between a dead Kha'Zix and a mostly dead Kha'Zix. This one was mostly dead. We saw that they came in and just obliterate poor JJ before looking for more opportunity to be aggressive. Unfortunately, went a little bit too far, but we're seeing yet again these super confused battle lines that one person takes a ton of damage that someone else does, and we're suddenly fighting 4-on-4. I'm really looking at an opportunity for Fnatic to either set up a fight in a choke point where Oscar can hit the entire team with the Call of Forge God, or I'd also love to see if APA can set the rest of his team up with one of those Weaver's Walls where Fnatic can't bring their entire team to bear.
Yeah, absolutely. Just talking about, you know, maybe not being able to shoot through Oscar in, but we actually have double Leandri's and, maybe just another fight here. Not able to analyze much at all. I did shelve the Valve analyst earlier today. Done with the desk segment, but you know, anybody can still win this game, funnily enough, from this position.
Yeah.
As not a lot of vision there for Team Liquid, and now, right as they say that, it looks like Fnatic get a massive engage, but now the front line, June, got a bit of trouble. Razork has to jump away, and now this equalizer is pretty good. Want to try to cut them off as Humanoid in an awkward spot. but not dead yet.
Team Liquid has the inside track towards the mid lane, and Fnatic very low. It'd be very hard to do this Baron. They're trying to corral them.
And Team Liquid are doing a pretty good job of that. The flash comes in, Impact in a bit of trouble, trying to get away from this one. Umpty, though, frontlining for Yun on the top side of this fight. And now Razork, they're going to spot him on the top side here as well. Mid lane still going to push. The dredge line is going to miss as APH is trying to tip away once again with his own Leandries.
Impact looking to back away so he can get a teleport back into the fight. Team Liquid not having the vision necessary to continue chasing Fnatic around. They finally know that Fnatic is not, in fact, hitting the Baron. That means that it's Team Liquid's turn to do so, trying to make sure that nobody can teleport back in.
Trying to get this fight going again, and June is in a ton of trouble. He just goes down. And that's going to be the end of that TL. They force Fnatic to try to answer the call on the Baron, but now they're just going to have to give it away. Team Liquid, look at them. They had a huge lead, kind of threw it away. Fnatic were playing well, and now they're back in the driver's seat.
Back in the driver's seat, the gold lead is starting to reassert itself, and now Razork looking for an opportunity. Remember, they are just one dragon away from the Infernal Soul. Does he actually try and go for a steal? He does have access to a blast cone, and Team Liquid being very skittish around this, taking their time, making sure that Razork does not have an easy opportunity to jump into the pit. And Razork, as we know, is not even going to go for a steal at all, but Team Liquid love the fact they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's. But this is the first time Team Liquid have had a Baron buff in this game. This could be their last real opportunity to go for a game-ending push, and it all started off the fact that June, yes, he has some tanky stats, but as soon as you start chewing through that with all of the damage that we are now seeing put out from Yun, he melts very, very quickly. And once they're able to do that, easy Baron after that. So I think Team Liquid really need to push all the way with this one. They need to take multiple inhibitors because Ornn is still building up these organs. Everyone actually has one at this point, and they are incredibly strong, and they only get stronger with the fact that Noah has another item yet to build.
Yeah. I like how casually NA versus EU is both the fastest game by far we've had so far, and also looking to potentially break the record for the longest game in the same series. As now, trying to frontline here, Umpty in a lot of trouble. Will Crescent Guard and try to get away from this one, but the knockup once again as Oscar in and will assassinate him, but now the knockup comes out when Oscar's in a bit of trouble. He has to get away. The equalizer is huge. The front line is just melting here on the side of Fnatic. Everybody is super low health, and a flash forward from Yun is enough to take the double kill, and now Noah's like desperately trying to hold on to this mid lane, but eventually he should go down as he's just poked away by Stones, and maybe Team Liquid, they just end the game here.
It took 37 minutes for Team Liquid to remember how much of a lead they had early on in this game. It is only Razork left to try and defend Fnatic's life in this tournament. He needs to do a miracle play right now if they want to keep on their key.
I just don't think he's got enough. You know, maybe if this was Ziggs or Anivia or something, but Kha'Zix not looking good for him as Team Liquid took them quite a while in game number 2, but it will be the 2-0 victory to take the series up against Fnatic and win and move on here in the EWC.
And Team Liquid finally putting yet another nail in that coffin. This is the second time that Team Liquid were able to take down Fnatic. They did it at MSI 3-1. Now they do it 2-0. The first game today, incredibly dominant coming out from the second one. Took them a little while to figure it out, but they do get there in the end, and that does mean that Team Liquid still maintain their key, whereas Fnatic is going to have to watch their hopes and dreams in this game get crushed in that hydraulic press.
It's just so brutal to think about. We saw it earlier on, you know, your key, your frame, everything, it just gets crushed. It gets bent, and it gets encased in resin. Everything, your hopes and dreams in the tournament's just eliminated just like that. One best of 3, 2-0 for Team Liquid, and they're gonna be feeling pretty happy. You know, maybe they just wanted to put on a nice show for the fans out there, because game 1 was too fast, too dominant, and they said, you know what? Let's give Fnatic a chance. Let's see what we can make this game. Can we win in 40 minutes? Didn't end up being longer than the T1 BLG game, but
at least they got close.
It got close.
And it's important to remember that because we had both these quarterfinals happening today, Team Liquid just got to see what happened between T1 and BLG and knows that they're going to have to try and step up yet another level. If they play the way they did in game 1, they have a chance going up against T1. But Team Liquid also only had one opportunity. They only got a single game off of T1 the last time these two teams played at MSI.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But for now, we're going to hand it over to the stage for an interview right now.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, joined with APA from Team Liquid. Congratulations on your victory. Before we start this interview, we have a little ceremony that I would like to take part of, and that is by receiving the key from Fnatic. So let's hear it one time for Humanoid from Fnatic. Please do join us on the stage. An unfortunate way, but thank you so much for handing over the key. That's yours to keep. Do you know what happens to these, by the way?
I do know they get crushed, and like the dust will go under that trophy, I believe.
That is actually right. So how does it feel to not only crush the hopes and dreams of EU fans when you're going up against Fnatic, but also their key?
I mean, EU is just a one-team region, so it's not that exciting to me. It's just G2. Honestly, it's an expected result here to go 2-0.
That kind of hurts a little, but you guys did get a 2-0, and I want to talk about it as well, because the first game was in a very dominating fashion. Second game maybe a little bit back and forth. What was your read on the creativity from the Fnatic draft? Because they're logging in the core key, but you still banned the LeBlanc. How did that happen?
Well, to be honest, we have really good prep against them again. They're a very similar team from MSI, and then, yeah, like game one, we knew something fishy was going on. Like we knew it was going to be like either Varus top or mid. And then game two, we knew the Corki was going bot even from early on. So that's why we headshot the LeBlanc.
You're talking about them being the exact same team as MSI, whereas when we're looking at the LEC, they've had a 6-game win streak, lost against G2, kind of went downhill since then. What is the similarity for you when it comes to playing Fnatic on the international stage?
I mean, to be honest, in early lane, they're like not that strong in lane. They make a lot of mistakes, and then in mid game, they just group up as 5 men. That's why, like when we made small mistakes, those mistakes got exploited a lot. Because we tried to play the map really big, but we just had like stupid deaths.
How do you fix those? Because if we're being completely honest, your next game is going to be against T1, which is a little bit of a difficult one moving forward. What do you think you could improve on the small things or even the large-scale things when you're looking at that game?
I mean, this might sound cope, but individually, we just have to play better. Like, I had a death top lane. I think Impact had a couple of bad deaths. I think Yana a couple of bad deaths. Individually, we just have to play a little bit better.
Do you think that's enough? Because you said that's cope, and I know like Western regions are really good at that. Like guilty, but realistically, what else do you think you need to do going up against that matchup against T1?
I don't think it's cope. To be honest, like Team Liquid, we came here to win, so we're looking forward to every match.
We're gonna see you in the finals?
Hopefully so.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We're gonna be heading over back to the analyst desk, but guys, one more time for Team Liquid.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
And for the second time in 3 months, it is Team Liquid over Fnatic, proving that NA is greater than EU in this point of time. I'll just make sure that at this point of time. But yet again, done so this time in a very fun fashion. Both these squads bloodlust in game number 2, but the hands of TL proved to be too much here for Fnatic, as Humanoid did everything that he could on the way, dishing out so much damage, but not quite enough to get them over the line. TL getting the 2-0, forcing the key handover, and I just got a little thing I got to get off my chest. Please. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's okay, that's enough. That's enough. Again, we do need to really hit on that.
It is the 4th of July.
And
4th of July, anytime. You gotta do it now.
Great Americans, APA and Jan. The General Umpty in the jungle. That's a salute. And the world champions, plus the coach spawn. That's what an American team looks like right there. North America taking the victory here in game number 2.
Yeah, and a super deserved win. It definitely was a lot more back and forth than game 1, but I think after that game 1 performance, definitely sold me on TL being the stronger team today. And the draft again was a little bit wacky from Fnatic, things going in different directions, but it started to pull together. The Ornn, I feel like, was such a big piece of why they managed to last so long in the game, but TL clutched at the end.
Yeah, the thing that was really curious to me was the Kazakhs. It works, right? Like, we've seen this, like Canyon versus Owner was the first time we really saw it kind of pop off, which is you just really play in the face of the Xin Zhao and he can't really do anything. But the R Evolve was really weird to me, and he wasn't necessarily going for that style. And then throughout the mid game, he was kind of making it work, and you kind of felt like Fnatic could find an angle until all hell broke loose.
Yeah,
it was very strange.
I think we're used to seeing the Kazakhs kind of be the fighter. In this case, he was the playmaker, trying to get in and out, distract a little bit, let the rest of the team do some damage. Let's take a look at the highlights. As the first one, like game number 1, Team Liquid's bot lane gets a lead.
Yeah, and this was such a, I'm just going to say, strange passage of play. I understand the thought process engaging on the Lucian, but, you know, you're already so low that you just end up dying basically to the Nami. And the thing is, this ended up backfiring so badly. There was a point in this game where we saw Yon with 90 CS and Noah had like 40. It really went bad in here. Trying to chase him for the kill there. Brian's Barry as well. The flash out. And now down both of those summoners, they try and make a play here onto the Lucian, and it gets worse.
Yeah, and it felt like they were trying to set up, trying to catch Yun, but it was just all the bait and switch, and TL just looking absolutely incredibly strong, especially through this bottom lane that have... I mean, this was an absolute domination on the bottom side of the map. Although Noah did manage to find some avenues from the mid to late game, he was set so far behind, like you were saying. I mean, you said that CS difference. I think I looked down and it was 70 to 160 or something like that. And it was just destruction.
You know, I'm so used to seeing like Chovy CS numbers where it's like 350 CS at 28 minutes. At 30 minutes, he had 180 CS.
Yeah.
That's rough. That is rough.
Yeah, and as much as that was rough, Fnatic did fight back like they did in game number 1, but this time making sure that the game stayed scrappy and stayed close.
Yeah, and I think honestly, we saw a lot of picks coming out from Fnatic as it moved into the mid game, and this really allowed them to push back in because, you know, I was ready to kind of call it quits after the early game, especially with how dominant game 1 was, but I think they kind of held strong. They had the power of the Ornn and the Nautilus with the CC, and the Kazakhs with that burst potential on picks, so they actually started to claw it back.
Yeah, I think it was the solo laners for Fnatic looking so much better on these particular picks. I think Humanoid Sway was absolutely amazing, and Oscarinen was a monster. They weren't doing anything to him at all until Lord Doms came through item number 4 from Yun, and then you saw a turnaround. But before that, he looked actually immortal.
Yeah, and it was super scrappy. You saw here, this was an example of a Team Liquid play going in their favor. It was just back and forth throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I think either one of those teams were waiting to see, hey, can we dominantly win one of these team fights? And then the game breaks open for us. And every time it was 2 for 3, 1 for 2, 4 for 4. And that's why our kill numbers were so high. This was a fight near Baron.
Yeah, and I think this was kind of delivering on what Max said about the strength of the solo lane. Is obviously Humanoid not having a great one there, but the AoE damage from the ult did so much. And Oscarinen, it felt like for a good 60-70% of the game, he actually was immortal. It's like in a constant Tryndamere roll. This guy just wasn't going to die at any point. I was getting some huge setup on the enemy team. And this was the play that actually they transitioned into a Baron. So it really looked like that redemption was possible in the back of this.
Yeah, and it really felt like at the start of this game, you had Umpty wearing the TL jersey, and then he swapped it for the bro jersey towards the middle, and then found the TL jersey again towards the end. Because this is another one of those moments where Umpty's like, no, I have to do this. I'm the only one that can do this. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so. And then top laner, jungler, both dead. And this was where you started to feel it really swing back towards Fnatic. And I kind of felt like we were once again going to be delivered that 3-gamer.
Yeah, it very much quite possible, especially after they got the Baron, but TL were able to take control of the game and had their dreams crushed. Very much like their key is about to get crushed right now. Again, one of the amazing spectacles here of the EWC. And yep, oh,
damn.
There it goes. Fnatic's key and their tournament lives.
That would not fit back in. Nope. If we were going to go for a regame or something like that, that's ruined.
I don't think you can fix that. I think that's unfixable. I'm ready to call it, you know.
Yeah.
I don't have a guy you can call to sort that out.
No. All right. Well,
maybe the opposite side of the I don't know, but
I know we showed it just now, but let's take a look at the final fight on why we ended up crushing that key. Team Liquid battle back. They get the Barons off of Fnatic, and then here's the last fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of crazy how long Umpty survives when it looks like he's going to almost immediately die. But it's kind of the power that comes out, and Oscarinen ends up a bit overextended. This part of the game, he's no longer immortal, and you see the front lines getting shredded, and this ult value from Yun is just huge. Actually cuts through so much of the enemy team, and then it only ends up being this Corky Noah surviving, and he eventually goes down. Kazakhs cannot do anything to defend, and yeah, it was such a decisive end to a game that was anything but.
Yeah, I felt like the mid game was very different, and that's why we talk about the switching of the jerseys. The thing that really stood out to me, though, was APA across this whole series was incredible. And this is a guy that's had so much flack for narrow champion pools, not necessarily being ready. And I think maybe at Worlds, that argument works. He'd been playing for like 6 months or something like that. But you're really starting to see this guy become a superstar.
Yeah, remember, he just started playing professional League of Legends at the highest level less than a year ago. Maybe his year anniversary is around now because he got subbed in during the summer split last year. Standing by right now, though, we have mid laner for Fnatic, Humanoid, with his thoughts on the series. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty for the post-match interview. By my side is Fnatic Humanoid. So after the 0-2 loss up against Team Liquid, how is the team feeling? What happened today?
Yeah, I mean, the team feels pretty bad. It's kind of embarrassing to lose in this way twice to them. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad right now.
I'm sure the team is looking for revenge, and revenge is coming soon, but I wanted to talk about the Game 1 draft where you guys played Varus top lane and Kassadin mid. I believe there's also a screenshot that is floating around social media saying that you haven't played Kassadin in 2 years. Is that true? And walk me through the draft.
I mean, I picked it as a counter to Ziggs. I think it's good. I played some games in the last 2 years. It's not like I didn't play it, but I didn't play it much. And yeah, Varus was into Rumble as a counter pick. Didn't work out. I think draft was completely fine, but we just ran it down, yeah.
And for Game 2 specifically, it looked very back and forth, and there were glimpses of moments where it did look like Fnatic was going to win. So what went wrong there?
Yeah, I mean, I think in that game, it was just a bit hard against Lucian Nami late game because they outranked all of our champions. And in that draft, we were supposed to win early game, kind of, but we didn't. So yeah, it was kind of even team fights, but I think when it was to 6 items, it's really hard.
Fair enough. And moving forward, Team Liquid is going to continue into the semifinals. Do you have any words to say to Team Liquid or Mr. APA because he yaps so much?
Just good luck.
All right, thank you so much for joining the interview, Humanoid, and I hope you enjoy the venue.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Humanoid, for that interview. Again, like we said,
I could hear the pain. I could hear the pain in that last line.
Yeah, that was pain like a crushed key in a hydraulic press.
That is what that sounded like. Again, tough stuff there as we take a look at the bracket. With that loss, Humanoid and the rest of Fnatic are eliminated, and it is Team Liquid moving on. The #1 seed from the LCS taking on that #2 seed, you know. That
yeah, and actually, they won 2-0, unlike T1, who actually dropped the game. So Team Liquid, the only undefeated team in the bracket.
And a slightly different roster now. However, that matchup at Worlds last year was fire as well. So I'm excited to see that one again.
Oh, there it is. One more time, you get to see him put it on in there and step on the button, and it's a little crush.
APA gets it back.
Yeah.
And he can now choose to put that in the base of the trophy if they win. Otherwise, it will join the totem.
Yeah.
With the rest of the crushed keys.
One more time, Ian Stearns, a great American. Great job for Team Liquid there, getting it done. That is APA, the North American-born mid laner. Again, you just need to hammer that one home. Never really get to say that over the last decade
in this area, right?
Yeah,
I can feel it.
Yeah.
Really manifesting.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as day 1 of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends is now over. Day 2 kicks off with a banger. It's Gen.g, the MSI champs, against Top Esports, who are currently, I think, the top team over at LPL, although they are the #2 seed from MSI.
And their format is really confusing, so it's a hard one to,
And then afterwards, we have G2, the Kings of Europe, taking on FlyQuest, the #2 seeds from the LCS.
Yeah, it won't be 4th of July tomorrow. And G2...
That's what you expect. Top tier analysis here by Ox. That's right. It won't be 4th of July tomorrow. It'll be July 5th. And that's why, those matches will be on tomorrow. We expect to see you tomorrow as well. Again, it has been a great day of League of Legends. We appreciate all of you joining us here on behalf of myself, the analysts, the casters, and everyone involved with the production. We'll see you again tomorrow for more League of Legends action, and we'll leave you with the Kadia highlights of the day.
They saw the sounds. Waiting after 40 days, and they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. Listen, the stars, my friend, look up again. Oh, no time to pretend until we're dead.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.